wonderful Sunday. It's been a week-long vacation, and I am back behind the green screen, that is. Welcome to Prosperous Living with Toya. I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. We deconstruct from the Bible. We tear down what religion has taught us, and we awaken to the Christ consciousness over here. We understand that the Bible is an awakening blueprint. It's not about religion. As the churches teach you, you are the religion. It is what are you bound to? Because religion means to bind from the Greek. And what are you bound by? You should be bound by love for yourself. And then that allows you to have love for others. But I know all across Christendom, they are celebrating the Christ has risen. Resurrection Sunday is what they called it when I was in church. Resurrection Sunday. But every day is Resurrection Day. Every day. The Christ rises within every being born of a woman when they come to the realization that I am the Christ. As it was made to say by John the Baptist, are you the one that we are looking for, or should we look for another? He says, oh, blessed is he who is not offended in me. Don't be offended by the power that is resonant within you. I did, Cheryl. Thank you. How are you doing this great Sunday morning? Great Sunday morning. As we talk about the Christ rising within you, right? And those of you that are not of the religious mindset, have no religious background. It is just about your awakening to the power that's within you, right? The Bible calls it the Christ. You have the Buddha mind, you have the Krishna, you have the third eye, the Kundalini awakening, whatever you want to call it, right? A rose called by any other name is just as sweet. We try to give a name or give a label to that which is labelless, identity to the, or defining the undefinable. Oh, hello, T Pearls. Welcome back. Hello, welcome. Hello, all. Welcome. The Christ has risen within you. Resurrection Sunday, as the Christians are celebrating today. You know that the Christ has awakened within every being born of woman. Eventually, it does. It's not a man born 2,000 years ago, but it's about the divine spark within you that is what? Set aflame. That is illumined within you. The light bulb suddenly comes on and you say, aha, that which I have been seeking for is within me. It was never outside of me. The power that I have been so looking for on the outside is within me. It's all within me. Like the live, share the live, double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. Over here on TikTok, I'm streaming on both platforms. We remember that the Bible is a book all about us. It's about the Christ that awakens within every being born of woman. As Paul says, awake, O thou that sleep. He's quoting the Old Testament. I just don't know where it's found in the Old Testament. I know he repeats it in the New Testament. Awake, O thou that sleeps. Arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. Christ, the power and wisdom of God. And who is God? The generator, operator, demonstrator of this truth. Have I not said ye are gods? And if it's written, does not your law say that ye are gods? And if it is written, then it cannot be what? Changed. Ye are gods, yet you what? Shall die like princes and fall like men. Yes, we come to have this physical experience, but that which is temporal does not last forever. That which is seen always fades away. It's that which is unseen is eternal. That which we cannot see is eternal. That which we do see is temporary. All that we see is temporary. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The power is within you. Deconstructing Christianity. We remember that the Bible is a blueprint about the power that is within us. It was never outside of us. The Bible tells us over and over and over again that the Christ is in you, not outside of you. It is within, not without. It's on the inside, not on the outside. On the inside, not the outside. It's all within. All within you. Luke 17:21. The kingdom of God is within you. The power is within you. You are here to create the reality that you want to experience. You are to recognize that thou art the Christ, the Son, the voice, the sound, the creator, the demonstrator of this truth. The script says, I and my Father are one. Yes, I am that I am. You are the light of the world. You are the light of the world. It's telling you, the Christ of Scripture kept reminding you over and over again, it's you, it's you, it's you. It's your faith that makes you whole. It is done unto you as you believe. If you can believe, then all things are possible. Because it also said with God, all things are possible. It also says, if thou can believe, all things are possible. So what is it doing? Equating you with God. As Paul says, let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. I and my Father, my consciousness, my awareness, the creator of all things are one. We are not two, but one. That's why a man shall leave his wife. Shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife, and they shall be one flesh. It's talking about the masculine and feminine uniting as one and becoming an expression. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about this man-made construct we call marriage. It's talking about the marriage of the Christ mind, the oneness of the spirit. It's not talking about two people deciding they're going to spend their life together. That's cool, but sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. We know it's not talking about a physical marriage because a lot of people get married and get unmarried. But it said, what God is bound together, let no man put asunder, right? Let no man separate or divide. But we always married and getting unmarried. We always having dissolutions of marriage. I myself can attest to that. I've been married and remarried. I've been married and unmarried, and now I am remarried. Yes, it's within. Hey, 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 look toxic. Welcome, welcome all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Double, double tap the screen. How are you? Oh, it's off center. Yeah. Let me see. And I can't center it either. Once I add it, it's like, that's how it is. Unfortunately, I will have to like recrop it with the let me see. Yeah, let me see. TikTok can't see everything. I thought I recentered it. Let's see. Nope. I'll have to come out the live, and it's just not worth it. It just says the Bible is a it's a master map. Welcome, welcome, welcome all to Prosperous Living with Toya. Bible's esoteric map. That's what it says. All right. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, it just says the Bible is an esoteric map. It doesn't, it's not important. The top part isn't important. It's just telling you it's an esoteric map. Because I was making sure that it could be seen on YouTube, but I guess on TikTok I didn't shrink it small enough. But that's okay. It's okay. Saying it's an esoteric map. The Bible's an esoteric map. It's not about a man, but a guide to the psychological truth of your innate divine power. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. Get to come up and have your say. Well, not just your say, but we will mute if you try to come up and debate, because this is not a debate live. We talk, we deconstruct Christianity over here. And remember that the Christ has risen within us, which means the light bulb has come on. We remember that we are the power that we have been looking for. There is no power outside of self. The power is within, and that we can manifest our reality, because that's what the Bible is about. The Bible is a manifestation book. It is reminding you of who you are, the power that's within you, and that you can have whatever you want. So why limit yourself? Why not expand your consciousness, expand your awareness to have exactly what you want out of this life? Because you only have now, and eventually this body will return to the dust, stardust that is, because every element, every mineral, every vitamin is already contained within the human body. We don't lack anything. We already possess all things. We got to get out of this state that we lack anything. We possess all things. You have everything that you need to live a life. What did Paul say? For God, who has given us all things pertaining to life and godliness. When I get to 10K, tap the screen, double tap the screen, and do not come up to try to debate, because you will be dropped. We do not debate on this live. This is not a debate live. This is Deconstructing live. This is a space for those who have left Christianity, not those. We don't want to hear you proselytize, you convert, you convince. If you're looking for converts, you're on the wrong platform. Go to another room. If you're looking to debate over Christian beliefs, we've been there, done that. We heard it all. We've heard it all. We've heard the gospel, and your gospel is not good news. Your gospel is bad news. Your gospel is bad news. Bad news. Your gospel tells me I need to eat the flesh and drink the blood of a person that died 2,000 years ago. And you want to call me that? You want to call that good news? Your gospel tells me I'm a sinner from the beginning. You want to call that good news? Gaslighting the out of us. Gaslighting us, telling us that the good news is that we're sinners, but yet somebody died on our behalf. So now that makes us not sinners anymore. But guess what we still have to do? Contend with devils and demons and Satan's on mine. So what's good about that? If devils and demons and Satan's on mine were already messing with me, and then I get saved and get born again, and I still got to contend with devils, Satan's, and demons on mine, then what's good about it? And to be told that I'm horrible and not deserving of any good thing, that I deserve hell, and be thankful that someone 2,000 years ago born and died for my salvation. Ain't nothing good about that. Still wondering if I'm pleasing or displeasing to a God apart, some sky daddy that's far beyond the cosmos, that's sitting back letting all kind of horrors and atrocities take place and say, well, it's your free will. You chose it. It's your fault. It's your fault that you're such a depraved soul. Yes, I created you, I made you, and yes, I don't know why I gave you free choice, and I knew that your free choice would be used to harm others and, enslave others and grape others and abuse others. But hey, try to make your way in this life. Try to figure it out. Well, I was doing that before I came to know religion. So I can doing it, I'll do it my way. Oh, no problem. You're not a Christian. Yeah, but if you believe in the Bible from a religious perspective, a lot of people claim not to be Christians, but they have Christian ideologies. They be like, I'm not a Christian. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not a Christian, but I'm a Latter Day Saint. I'm not a Christian, but I'm a Mormon. I'm not a Christian. I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I'm not a Christian. I'm Islam. Y'all, all Abraham and Faith are in the same boat. Any offshoot, any one of you that believe that Christ died for your sins, or that Christ was a prophet, or that any person in those scriptures existed in time and space, y'all all in the same bucket. So you can say you're not a Christian, but if you hold any of those ideologies, if you believe that, those 12, that those people in the Bible actually existed in time and space, you all fall in the same category. You all believe in a power outside of you. You all believe in fairy tales and mythos. And I once did too. I was guilty of it. I believed in the mythology. I took those beings for real people. Come to realize it's just a fairy tale. It's just a mythology. That's all it is. The Bible, the characters of scripture are states of consciousness, states of mind. Moses, Abraham, Adam, Eve, Jude, Paul, the Benjamites, the Canaanites, the Israelites, the Hittites, all of them, all of the ites. They got the ites. All of the ites are states of consciousness. All of the Els, Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, Israel again, Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah Raphi. Got you, got you. All right, all right, all right. But yeah, I let people come up on my panel once I get to 10K on TikTok. 10K, the easy way, you get to come up and have your say. We talk manifestation over here. We recognize the divine power within us is not outside of us. That Bible is a roadmap to awareness of self, just like every other sacred text, just about every book, every movie. It's all talking about you. It's all reminding you of who you are. That's why you don't need that any man personally teach you. You can learn this stuff on your own because all the information is out there and it's found within you. And if you could just go within, be okay with not knowing and unknowing, not from what you've learned and unlearning what you were taught, right? Some people are scared to be wrong. Some people don't want to feel like they were made a fool of themselves all these many years. People been, saved 40, 50 years. I was born in the church, right? They don't want to be seen that they, mistook these writings as truth, right? They don't want to be felt like they were made, a fool of, or that they were gullible or naive. But guess what? Many of us were. Many of us were gullible and naive and were led astray. Fell for the okie doke, as they say. We fell for the okie doke. We fell for the old switcheroo. We believed that someone was coming to save us because we could not do this on our own. We could not figure out life on our own. And you still have people telling you that. Even those who have quote unquote spiritually awakened, they still tell you you can't do this by yourself. You need a mentor, you need a coach, you need a guru, you need a master. You're your own master, you're your own guru, you're your own coach. You don't need it. But if you feel like you want to have that experience, you feel like someone can help you understand it, it's no judgment there. But I just know you don't need it. But if you want to experience it, yes, okay. Okay, if you feel like someone will help you understand it more succinctly, and get you to understand it from a greater perspective, But it's so much free stuff. I don't see why you think you need to pay for it. But I get it. You want someone's time. You want that one-on-one, no one else. Maybe, you want to share some things that you just don't want others to hear and you want to have a confidant. That's cool. But then that's where you are going to pay for it. People are going to, they feel like their time is worth a certain amount of quote unquote money that we decided is energy. But I'm just like, everything is energy. But okay, you want to say money is energy? Well, so is food. Food is energy too. So is this tablet, so is Wi-Fi, so is wind, so is sunshine. That's energy too. So stop trying to make like money is this separate thing. I'm gonna switch my, YouTube. TikTok is something else. They don't like you to just do what you want to do. They always want to change stuff. They always want to tell you what you should or should be doing. Let me change. I guess I'll change this to this. Let's change it to that. Maybe TikTok will be okay with that. I don't know. I don't know. TikTok be tripping. I don't know what be going on with TikTok. Like, what you doing, TikTok? Why can't I have what I want? Why can't I have what I want? But it is what it is. But we'll go there. Still the same thing. I think I'll switch it over here too. I'll switch it over here on my YouTube feed as well. Let's switch the background. Let's switch the green screen so that they are in unison. So they say the same thing. Almost. Well, they quite. Let me see. I can't remember which one. They're almost the same. Maybe not exactly, but they're similar. Let's see. Some reason I can't find that the one I had here on TikTok. But it's close. It's close. Heaven is now. We deconstruct Christianity. I guess maybe that background was too dark for TikTok. So, but it's cool. It's cool. We'll stay here. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the live. Can I move them underneath me? Let's see. They have all kind of configurations now. They have all kind of they have like 20,000 configurations, and I don't know. They always changing stuff on TikTok. Yeah, isn't they haven't simplified it. They have all these different configurations. I didn't even pick this configuration. They picked this configuration. And they keep changing it. They keep changing the configurations. I just wish they just would keep it simple. Keep it simple. I can't even tell what configurations there are. They got round table. They got all kind of stuff. Let's see. Let's see layout. Let's see. Let's see how that goes. See how many invites we get with that one. So Latoxi, invite up. Let me see. Come up, and then we'll see. Does another one come up? Let me see. Okay. Yeah. So okay. Once you okay. Hey. So I see another one comes in once you come up. So we'll see how many people we can get up here with this layout.
Yeah, this is centering phone, so I can read it easily.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, girl, they got like 20,000 ways you can do this thing. I'm like, what the? But I know they've expanded things, so it is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing? How was your vacay?
Great. It was great. Thank you.
I saw those photos and videos. I was like, yes, ma'am.
Thank
Excited.
you. Thank you. Yeah, so yes, welcome everyone to Deconstructing Christianity, as well as all Abrahamic faiths. Any faith that has you looking outside of yourself and thinking that the power is outside of you, it's not, it's within you. The Bible is a psychological book. It is a manifestation book. Heaven is now. Here's a different, I do have a different subject on YouTube. It says the Bible, psychological, deconstructed Christianity, religion is the antichrist. It denies the power within it. It makes you believe that the power is outside of you. Heaven is now. And I came here to have an abundant life. Everyone came to have an abundant life. Regardless of what the world will try to tell you, we are here to live abundantly, to flourish in all that we do. And the Bible is a manifestation book. Heaven is now. It's not at a later time. It's all mind. It's all mind. What do you think about? What do you think about? You bring about. As a man mind thinks in his heart, so is he, says the script. Is what you think about you. Why are you thinking less? Because religion told you, right? Religion told you were a sinner. And so you think you are a depraved individual, you're not worthy of much. And unfortunately, that mindset has gripped what we call the Black community. The African American community still has a strong hold on us, a strong grip on us, making us think that, enslavement was a price to pay for not obeying the Ten Commandments. But then the people that enslaved also did not obey the Ten Commandments. So what? So what? Because you tell me it says thou shalt not unalive, but they were unaliving and flourishing and imperializing and colonizing the planet. And they said that they had a manifested destiny, but somehow, the copper colored people had to pay the penalty, right? It's always God has a special select, a special elect, and he has to chasten. And people really think chasten means to abuse, to beat down, to discipline harshly, when all chasten means is to correct you. And who says correction has to be brutal and abusive? What? What? You can discipline without being abusive. You can discipline without being harsh. You can discipline with love, and with loving kindness have I drawn thee. No. The world would like to tell you, no, you got to go through hell to get to heaven. And here's the thing: when you don't know who you are, you most certainly do go through hell. When you don't know when you think the power is outside of you, and you come into this world thinking that white is right, and if you are a white male child, then the world belongs to you. And if you're any other, if you come in any other form, somehow you're less than. That's what you have to deconstruct. That's what you have to loose your mind from. And the Bible will help you do that. It will help you do that. But do you need the Bible? No. You just need to go within and trust yourself and love on you. The world will tell you you are the last person you should trust and the last person you should love. But the Bible's telling you, no, you're the first person you should trust and you're the first person you should love. The Bible teaches selfishness. The world teaches selflessness. They tell you everybody else and you last. But if you're in an emergency, when you're on a plane, they say you first, then the children, right? Save you first, then you can save your child, right? So the world actually does tell you is you first. But then they try to play Jedi mind tricks by telling you, no, 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 you should be last. You should be of service to everyone. Always be of service to others. Always be of service to others and neglect yourself. Like, how does that make sense? How does being of service to others and putting myself last and then neglecting myself, how does that make my world better? And then people call you selfish because you put your needs first before others. But aren't they being selfish by wanting you to put them first? See, people don't see it from that way. They don't see it that if you put them first, they're not being selfish. You're being selfless while they take from you because you put them first, and they don't see that they're being selfish. See how that goes? No. Why should I put your feelings in front of my own? Why should how you feel be greater than how I feel? That's bullish. No. Hey, 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 A-Town. Oh my goodness. I know, right? Man. Oh my goodness. We were all told that. I mean, and when you watch like 70s, 80s, 90s sitcom, and that how that was driven into the black family, other than the Cosby Show, right? You were told this struggle thing. You even hear it now, right? And I even had to catch myself from doing it because how I was raised and how I raised my children. It was like I was kept passing that mindset down that in order to teach a child or discipline a child, you had to threaten physical harm or had to use physical harm in order to get your point across or in order to get them to do what you want to do. And you just have to ask yourself, is there a more excellent way? Is there a more loving way to talk to my child, to my grandchild, that they can understand, even if I don't like their disposition, even if I don't like their mouthiness, even if I don't know how, even if I don't like how they're expressing themselves in this moment? Is there a more excellent way? Of course there is. But we go to the most programmed way, the default setting, which is might is right. I'm bigger than you, you're smaller. You must listen to me because I've been here longer. And so if you don't do it, I have to threaten physical violence. But that was ingrained in us, right? That was taught to us. That was ingrained in us that's what was necessary. And so we were told, we heard it over and over again, well, I'm gonna beat you so the cops don't beat you. Like, what the that's it's just so crazy. Let me beat you to make sure it's just because I don't want the police to beat you. And so let me beat up on you, and then maybe you'll do right and get right to prevent them from doing it. No, you're actually training people to accept physical harm is what you're doing, and you're creating this systemic cycle of abuse, physically, emotionally, creating traumatic experiences. Yes, yup, emotional harm. Right, yep, me too. I'm like, man, it's an awakening. But that's what that's how when I was raised, that's how I was raised with, you had to be whooped with a belt or an extension cord. It was crazy. I don't even want to, when you go back there talking about that stuff, just is not, it can be very traumatizing. It's just like, man, and you like just that mindset but that's what the world was told. You have to, in order you discipline with physical restraint instead of talking to, instead of communicating, instead of operating in love, instead of using your mind and being it emotionally mature, spiritually mature, right? That's what emotional maturity comes from, when you don't react to, but you stop and observe. Observe what is going on in you and not what's going on outside of you. And deciding, am I going to let what's going on outside of me control my reaction? See, the devil reacts, God acts. And God always acts in love. The devil acts in fear, which is coercive, manipulating, controlling, right? Which expresses itself in physical harm, whether that's emotional, whether that's mental, or whether that's actually to the body. That's physical harm. Heaven is in your mind. You're right. You and I do not live in the same world. You live in the world of your own thinking, and I live in the world of my own thinking. Yes. Yep. 10K, the easy way. I don't know. It seems like TikTok wants me to turn on my camera. It's like, oh, turn your camera on. No, I don't want to turn my camera on. It's okay. Life is good. TikTok like turn your camera on. No.
No, they're trying to get you to do what they want you to do.
Hmm.
This world.
Yeah, I'm like turn my camera on. I'm good. It's good. I see too many lives where people do not have the camera on. Like, what are we doing?
Right. And I like that actually you can see the prompt. I mean, I would say I've seen you on camera, but I like that the prompt is so big.
And yeah. Thank you. So we're almost there. 10K the easy way. You get to come up on TikTok, YouTube. Welcome. Like the live, share the live, comment below. Ask your questions regarding deconstructing Christianity. We also talk about manifestation because the Bible is a manifestation book. And heaven is now. It's not something you wait to experience. It's something you create in your own mind. And when we say you create it, you're not starting from scratch. It means it's already here for you to actualize. That's what we mean by create. We're not saying you're taking something from scratch and you're bringing something into the world that isn't already in existence. No, it means to bring something into your awareness. It's making it known to you so you can personally experience it. You don't have to wait to die to get a mansion. You don't have to wait to die to be happy, to be full of joy, to have peace, to have to no more crying and weeping. You don't have to wait for that. You can have that now. You can have the wonderful life now. Sit with yourself and ask yourself, what does it feel like now to have this wonderful life? That all things work out for me. That I'm not in a rush to get anything. I'm not competing or comparing against another. That I get to live this life fully on my terms without trying to look for the world to show me what I should or shouldn't be doing. When you operate in love, you can never go wrong. When you operate in love, you don't need a 10 commandments. Really, the 10 commandments, when it says thou shall not, it's telling you thou will not. You know, shall in old English means will. Thou, so when you see shall, just say thou will. Thou will not unalive. Thou will not put another God before thee. Thou will not covet. Thou will not bear false witness. That's what it means. Because there is no one else. You are the only one in your reality, which means you can never break the 10 commandments. You can never have another God before you. You are the creator of your universe. You can have the illusion of having a God before you. Money, people, situations. You can create the illusion and have that experience that it has power. But guess what? You're so powerful, you created. You created it. And it's all an illusion. You are the God of your experience. You are the generator, operator, demonstrator of this truth. Yes, like you're the only one here. Welcome all. Welcome. All right, we have the panel open on TikTok. You get to come up. We can deconstruct this thing we call Christianity. We know today in Christendom is Resurrection Sunday. That's what they called it when I was at church. It's called Resurrection Sunday. The Christ has risen. Has the Christ actually risen within you, though? Because it's not about, some being some man, some white man being born 2,000 years ago. It's just so amazing. When you ask Google or AI to give you a Christ image, it always gives you some white, blonde hair, blue-eyed image. And I'm just like, I thought he was Middle Eastern at least. At least make him dark here. At least make him dark featured.
It's like that's the best you can come up with.
But I get it. It always defaults to whiteness, but I get it. It's a part. It's the reality we live in. Right, bronze skin. Right. mm, mm. Skin like bronze. That part. That part. That part. So the panel is open on YouTube, 10K. We reached 10K, so you can come up. And we could talk about this Resurrection Sunday, the Christ rising within every being born of woman. That Christ is not a person, it's a title, it's a description of the power within us all. Even if you're not aware of it, it's still within you. The Christ return is you awakening to the power within you. That's the Christ that returns. It happens within you, not outside of you. What did the Christ even tell you? That the kingdom of God does not come through observation. No one can tell you you are the Christ. That is a revelation that comes from within you. No one can tell you you are God. Only you will know that from within you, from your own personal experience. People don't like personal experiences. They like it. Well, if I can't see it, I can't believe it. Well, it's not for you to believe. It's only for me to believe. That's what you have to get out of your mindset too. Too many of us try to go around trying to convince others of our authority, of self. Too busy trying to convince others of our way. Unnecessary. Just live your life. Hey, just live your life. Live your life on your terms. Stop trying to convince other people why you should be doing what you're doing, why you should believe in what you believe, why you should go where you are going, why you're doing what you are doing. Just own your choices, own your own path, live your life out loud, unashamed, unapologetic. You don't have to apologize for being who you are, whatever that may be, however you want to express your reality. Express it in love, express it, or not. Because it's really for the love of self. For the love of self. When you love you, you know there's no comparison or no competition. So then you won't feel the need to try to control, manipulate, convince, or coerce others. Why? Because you know there is no other. Because you realize that the world is just mirroring back you to you. And so if you see angry people wherever you go, everywhere you go, you feeling somebody, nose is all turned up. They are low vibrational. They're NPCs. They're trying to take your energy. You're creating that because you're the only one thinking it. You're the only one observing it. You are the only one aware of it. It's all you, boo. I know you want to blame them. You don't even want to give people the benefit of the doubt. You really think that their thoughts are about you. Your thoughts are about you. Their thoughts are about them, and your thoughts are about you. They may not even notice that you even walked in a room. You think because somebody's eyes are looking towards you, they thinking about you. People got real stuff going on and be worried about what you wearing, what how you came into the room, why you there. You just making up stuff. Just want to be mad about life. Because if you were happy, you wouldn't even notice those who aren't. You would be oblivious to the negativity because you would be radiating positivity. Like you would be like, you would not allow things to kill your vibe. You would not let that they wouldn't you would not let them infiltrate your well-being. Because now you're giving the illusion that something outside of you has power. So now you're saying that the 3D, the circumstances, the experience that you're projecting the experience. And then you're saying that the projection has the power. When actually everything you're seeing is coming from within you. It's not coming from outside of you. Whenever you decide to go to a place, you are the one deciding how you're going to experience the place that you go to. You are deciding that. It's up to you. It's up to you. How are you going to experience it? It's your thoughts. Your thoughts are creative. It's as you think, so is the situation. So are the circumstances. Make the best of life. Train yourself to see the good wherever you go. What does that mean? To see the God wherever you go. To see good, to see God wherever you go. Because wherever you go, God is. Why? Because you are God. So wherever you are, God is. Why? Because you are God. So you can't see anything but God. Everything you see is a projection of your own awareness, is your own consciousness, which means everything you see has to be God. So what do you see? What do you see? What do you claim? You should see heaven. You should say, I'm in heaven. However that song go, right? I'm in heaven. Do you see heaven wherever you go? Do you see smiling faces? Regardless of whatever circumstance they find, do you see smiling faces? What do you see? Because you get to see what you want to see. You get to see what you choose to see. You get to see, right? Because if you smile, then there will be a smiling person. If you are kind, you will see a kind person. If you are loving, you will see a loving person. All you have to do is be it in order to see it. Stop looking for the other, because there is no other. The world is a mirror. It is your projection. It's like it's all of it. It's the screen of space, and you are projecting onto the screen of space based on your assumptions. What are you assuming? Do you assume better than the best you know, or you assume worse than the worst you can think? A lot of you assume the worst and then wonder why you get the worst. And then are surprised when the worst doesn't happen. You need to thank God. Thank the good in you that the thing that you were thinking didn't happen. See, this is I wanted to talk about that. We're gonna talk about manifestation for a little bit. Because some of y'all want manifestations from yesterday. Y'all want, the moment I think about it, I need to see it. You need to be glad you don't see everything you instantly think. You need to be glad that things don't instantly appear based on your thinking. Because y'all be having some fucked up thoughts. And you better be so glad that there is a such thing as a time lapse, a time delay. That you don't see, that you don't get instant manifestations. You better be so glad you don't get instant manifestations. I know you want the good stuff to come zap in a hurry, but you better be so glad that all your thoughts don't manifest in an instant. Be so thankful that things come, because the reason for the time delay is that you get to what? Change it. You get to master it. A thought comes, and I know you don't want to accept that the negative thought is you. You only want to accept the positive. I know Eckhart Tolle got y'all asses tripped out talking about you are not your thoughts, because he wants you to. He doing that religious mind fuck again with the The good is God and the bad is the devil, and neither one are you. Except he tripped you up. He told you the good was you and the bad ain't you. He got you thinking that, oh, if I think negative thoughts, that's not me. But if I think positive thoughts, that's all me. What the like what? Say what? Again, making you think there's another power and there's something outside of you. That's why I couldn't. That's why I personally didn't rock with the power of now. I couldn't get past the third page, and it's not because I don't read. Because I've read every Neville book. I've read a lot of his. Yeah, TikTok still trying to get me to turn my camera on. Oh, not Merry Easter. Yes. Now we have freedom of choice. We don't have freedom of choice if you have to pay for it with your life. So, Lays, you said you can revise 90%. Yep, transmute the energy. Hello, hello, hello.
Can I respond to something someone was saying on YouTube?
Yes, sure.
So someone is saying that, I think when you were talking about, like, this is our reality, you create your own reality, they're saying that we have freedom of choice. So basically they had said, well, we can't just make our reality into what we want. And I said, well, so then we don't have any free will? Well, we have freedom of choice. So then we can create our own reality. So which is it? Either we have freedom of will or we don't. And either we can create our own reality or we can't. So if we're using the concept of free will to decide why this is why certain things happen in the world, you can't then backtrack and say, then we can't create our own reality, because that's exactly what free will is supposed to be. So it's just a contradiction.
Just the Yep. Yep. It's wild.
Can I make another quick disclaimer really quickly? So long story short, for people who are not, again, this background always brings up people. This is not a religious live. This is not a Christian live. If you're, thinking that you're, going to troll a Christian live, this is not a Christian live. Don't waste your time.
That part. Interesting. I was trying to change. What is this? Trying to change the layout because TikTok still keep trying to say that. Oh my goodness, they're irritating me.
The way it looks right now, it looks perfect. Like the graphic is simple.
I know, but it's saying for some reason they're talking about my camera not being off. It's not going to be pushed out and all of this. I'm just like, what? Why y'all tripping? Okay, we'll keep it. I'll keep it like this. So that's how it was originally. So we'll see. We'll see what TikTok does. Everything is subjective.
Can I say something else too?
Mm-hmm.
So this person's talking about, okay, going on, still can't create your own reality. Well, then I said, well, how do we? I don't know if I even clear center. How do people walk on hot coals? Because the whole Bible, the New Testament, is about how people can endure suffering. people can endure suffering through having the mind of Christ, right? Which is what a lot of Paul talks about, is that concept of being able to endure the cross, and he suffered and he died, and you have the mind of Christ. That's the whole. That's a lot of the point of Paul's writings, the alleged Paul, right? So then, is that not creating your own reality? Tell me how that is not creating your own reality.
When people think things happen from happenstance, like it's not you, it's just life is just happening to you, not because of you. You're kind of like this puppet on this third dimensional, on this planet third rock from the sun, and things are happening. It has absolutely, you're not the cause of any of it. It has nothing to do with any of your choices and none of the whatever your thoughts or what you're thinking. Shit just happens, and that's just a part of life.
Yeah, and then they're saying, but like the whole concept of Paul being like, oh, like you can endure suffering, you can become, sinless and all that. That's like, in you're like in you're in the world, but not of the world, right? Which is like that. That's the whole mindset of creating your own reality. That is that mindset.
Yeah, but a lot of people think that they have no choice, that they can't change things through their thoughts. And because we're physical beings, a lot of people want to put a lot of effort, and they feel like if they don't work hard enough, if they don't grind enough, if they don't hustle enough, then nothing was going to change. And we're saying that actually, if you just change the way you think, things would change. And the action that you take would align with your new thought process, that your behavior will be an expression of your new thinking, because actions follows thoughts, not the other way around.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Yep. Hello, Key Erica, are you there? If not, it's like they got the teacup on. They came up, but they got the teacup
Yes,
on.
ma'am. I'm here. How you guys?
Oh, great, great. How
Sorry.
are you?
Oh, I'm all right. I just wanted to get some clarity on what you guys were talking about, and because I'm going through if that makes sense. I'm balancing out the dark and the light. Um, about the spirituality and about this,
Wait a minute. What
God
was the first part you said?
complex,
You're going through what? I didn't hear
right?
the first part. You're going through what?
So, transitioning, like,
Okay.
I can't say that because I'm not transitioning. I'm just grabbing balance in the
Okay.
dark and the light side, if that makes sense.
What do you mean by the
Um,
dark and the light?
so, well, I'm like under like spiritual attacks by certain
Mm.
person, people, okay, hmm and now it has seemed to me and getting clarification that those things are in, close in. I did the work. Uh,
Well, you're
so
breaking up.
now
You're breaking
I'm
up.
finding,
Hold on, you're breaking up.
things that I enjoy doing.
Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your teacup is on. I don't
Yes,
know
ma'am.
if
Oh, no, I got my Bluetooth on my ear.
Okay, okay. Because you were
Okay, can
breaking
you hear
up.
me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can hear you clearly,
Yeah.
that, but then that last like 20 seconds, you were breaking up when you were describing the
Yeah, I
light and
had
the
my
dark.
yeah, I had my Bluetooth on my ear, so I cut it off.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, but I'm finding the things I like to do, which I was in a pathway of doing that while I was under attack. So I'm really trying to grab the understanding of God because I was raised in church.
Okay.
Okay, and you might as well say like I'm a chosen one, which I see that I'm a curse breaker. So I'm seeing where things are being revealed to me, the reason why I was under attack and things like that, to clear things off the bloodlines. And now it's like I'm where I was almost going to take a chance and going like to the marriage part of the connection, the second marriage, not knowing about the first marriage of being in a soulmate twin flame journey, about marrying the wombs, and second marriage was the kids, and I was getting like confirmation like genes, so like being in the having the blood dream connection in with the person. It was all kind of stuff I'm being awake, aware, and things being aware to me about the connection, and I just like detaching. And like the more information I find out, it's like not shocking, but it's just giving me more chance to release that person and to
Hmm.
move forward and being grounded into my life path purpose. And
So do you think you have to still struggle and fight in order to experience a good life? Do you think that's the
um
purpose of life, of always battling the darkness?
yes, you're always learning something new.
Okay, because I
Yes, ma'am.
disagree. I disagree with that.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe because right now I'm in that. I've been going through it for 12 years.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think you're still indoctrinated in the Christianity mindset of you got to go through hell to get to heaven. You always have your life will be an infinite experience of suffering, and
When
that's not what the Bible teaches. The Bible does not teach that your whole entire life is just supposed to be this struggle and strain and fight and difficulty throughout life. The Christ
that's
says
why.
that my yoke is easy and my
Hmm.
burden is light. We do light and easy over here. See,
Right.
I understand that some people come into this, they start the awakening process, but they still have a very strong hold to suffering. And so, because you
Yeah.
are the
That's
creator of your reality, you get to have that. I know that that is unnecessary, that the struggle
right.
is not a necessary part of life. It's something we have
Right.
been told and sold, and we're indoctrinated to. So we're deconstructing, which means we're breaking down that mindset of thinking that I always have to be battling devils and demons and Satan's oh my. That's why when I found myself still, even though on my awakening path, it wasn't, when I let go of Christianity, I let go of the evil spirits, the evil something out to get me, something out to attack me. But I'm like almost 20 years removed from Christianity. And when I started my awakening journey back in 2018, those that I studied under Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy, they don't, even Abraham Hicks, they don't teach this constant battle of evil, this constant battle of something trying to get me or attack me or keep something from me, because they help me realize that I'm the creator. I'm thinking it, that's why it's happening. All I have to do is loosen, let it go. Loosen, let go of the struggle mindset, and you won't have to worry about it. You won't be attacked anymore. You won't have to
Okay.
battle evil spirits anymore. Go ahead.
Can I say something about that?
Hmm.
That's why I choose to come here and get, because I can't. I've been here twice in
Oh,
2 years.
okay. 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 Welcome back. Welcome back.
I came twice because I'm 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 a, I'm open to learn and understand, but I am in that place where I'm creating my own life.
Hmm.
I'm creating, and I'm noticing that I don't have to live this way. I don't have to, keep going through a cycle. And I know that there's an ending. I feel it. I see it because I am now in the place where I never once was.
Okay.
I never took the time to meditate and see my own pathway. I went through the stages where healing my wounds. So when I heal the wound, you know, how would I say this? I have the chance to alchemize the energy when I'm being pulled from.
Okay.
So that's helping me create my reality. And shit, excuse me for being stuttered, but I'm kind of speechless because hell, I didn't know I had that. I didn't know I could do all that. So it's exciting, but I just don't want to feel guilty while I'm taking this route. Because sometimes you kind of feel a little guilty to know what you got. When someone pulling from you, you notice what you got, and it's like, oh shit! If I would have knew what I had, I'd be pulling from me too. But it's
Okay. So what's the guilt complex again?
um what do you mean the guilt complex?
You
Like,
said you felt guilty. You sometimes you will feel
oh
guilty.
yeah, I felt guilty because I have a person and I care about the person, but I knowing that this person's not for me, they're pulling from me, and I come
But
to
you're
realize and
creating that.
understand.
What you mean? You know that they're pulling from you. There is nothing outside of you. They're
Well,
they're they're
my
they're
sexual
reflecting you.
energy. Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
but I'm dealing with a warlock.
Interesting.
I'm finding that out.
Okay, so
Yes,
again,
ma'am.
here's the thing: you're giving power to something outside of you. The warlock is just another name for a devil, a demon, a Satan that you're
Oh,
giving a physical form to. You're saying that
wow.
somehow this person has some power that you don't have, but you're giving it to them. Cause
Right.
what? No one can take anything from you. You're giving it to them.
Right.
You are the operant power. You are the
Right.
cause. All you have to do is decide they have no power and they won't. It's just that simple. It's so easy. All you gotta do is
Yeah, because
decide no, they have no control over me. Absolutely
you're
none.
right. Because when I will feel that person like coming towards me in some form of a way, I say you have no authority. You have no power over me, and I will feel a strong release off of me. It's like as to say someone just put their hands on me and pulled me their direction,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like when I pray against it, I feel a strong release from me, and I go into this place where I will start to release the energy and release that person and go on throughout my day, and every time that person comes up I release it, like
Yes.
and I see, like I said, I didn't know what I had. I didn't know what I had,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I
Stop
go
saying that something has power outside of you and it won't. Stop
right,
creating it.
and it doesn't.
Right,
Right,
it
right,
doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. And
right, right.
it's not no spooky type horror film type, like you gotta let that, gotta get out of the movie type thing or the exorcist type thing or the what you heard in the church with this demonic possession and all. You gotta loose that and let that go. You gotta let that mindset go, because that
Yeah.
mindset, it binds you and it keeps you in this state of fear, and fear
Mm-hmm.
is torment, says the script. But
Yeah.
perfect love. See, when you love you, you can love the person that you claim to be a warlock. You can release them and say that they'll figure it out too without you having to tell them.
Yeah.
Just release
That's
them in love and release them to go live their best life in the best way that they know how, in your mind, releasing them consciously,
yeah, and that's where I'm at.
spiritually. Yes.
It's awakened me to a lot of things that I didn't know, like gifts and talents and things like that. And I'm finding my way. But at the same time, I'm finding my way. I'm hello.
Yes.
Commercial just came on my phone. Okay, so now that I'm finding my way, I'm noticing about the church, about Eastern Stars and Black Masons and things like that, and I'm being asked to join these places, and
Mm.
I'm like, what, me? Like, oh, I don't know that. I'm God. I'm like, I'm freaking out. Like, I get this opportunity. Like, do y'all want me? So it's exciting, but at the same time, it's like I get scared and I shy off. And they're like, up into me, oh, you're the good one. You can come this way. We like you. And it's like, oh, Lord, and then I'm like, well, is I supposed to take this journey? Do I supposed to take this path? And I just want to grab knives before I decide to do anything. Because, it seems like I sense a lot of great things coming. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like now that I sense these things coming, I feel like I'm being tempted.
Sound like you still dealing with a power outside of you. You still think that some organization has the key to something. Like Latoxi said, if you want to join, but they don't have any more knowledge that you can't gain on your own. If you want to feel like you want to be a part of a community or organization, then join it. But if you're joining it, just caution that you go in eyes wide open and not thinking that they have some type of power over you. Do it for here's the thing. Let me stop. I don't give nobody no advice. Do it because you want to do it. I just know nothing outside of me has power over me. So to me, you still sounding like they have some information that you don't already have, or that they're going to show you some things that isn't already within you.
Well, I
just
never
because
had
just
no.
because that you're not looking at it as like when you were in religion, like thinking that the pastor knew something more, or the missionaries had something, they were more closer to God, or that the prophet was always hearing from God and he was going to be used as a vessel to communicate things to us from God. If you know your God, then act accordingly.
Right,
You know
right.
your God,
I
act
just
accordingly.
Yeah, right. But see, my thing of the matter is like I want to know if because I have kids, I have
Hmm.
4 kids, and I have like, how being a protective mother. That's me. Like, I didn't let my kids be kids somewhat. I let them be kids, but I didn't let them be around other kids because I lived in apartment complexes all my life. So I didn't want my kids to get in trouble or start any conflict or no one coming at us. I was overprotective. And I'm like, well, if my kids choose this route, then I'll go this route. But if my kids haven't made these choices in these places, then I'm not going that route. And I'm trying to get an understanding because my kids are in care, by the way, but I still have communication with them. Um, and it's just so much that I experienced and found out about my situation. And now I'm to the place where, how do I say certain things to my kids to bring up to figure out if they are part of any conversations without them actually telling me or me actually asking them. I'm trying to figure it out, or I'll try to get some type of code or understanding. Did they join something or did they agree to something? Like, it's kind of hard for me to bring it up. I get nervous, I shy off, and then it's like when they say something, then I just try to, like, well, you know, did you do this or did you do that? And they're like, Mom, what are you talking about? So I'm just like, I think I need to just back off. I need to wait a minute. So I'm nervous even trying to ask them. Um, and I guess
What you mean?
that's the
What do
part
you
of,
mean joined something like something that?
well, I feel like when my kids are not away from me, the things that they have learned as being a child is not what they learned in my household. So
Okay.
they're throwing up certain signs. They're acting in a certain way that they normally don't act
Okay.
if though they were with me. So I'm
Gotcha.
seeing a difference that they have been taught something other
Okay.
than what I've taught them. So, and they're telling me things that we haven't had the chance to talk about. So it's like, oh my God, my baby's growing up. Like, how do you know about this? And I'm like, well, I'm educated, I'm smart. That don't mean your kids got to be not educated and smart, but it's like they're little men,
Right. Right. So when
and
you ask, so do you ask them where did they gain this information from? Did they gain this knowledge? Do they share?
no, that's where I shy off at. That's why I get nervous.
I,
I panic. I freak.
I mean, in a moment while they're doing it, and you don't say, "Oh, yeah, how do you know that?" Like, oh, who you been talking to? What did you read? Like, that's not a natural question that you would ask.
Because I was like, I'm scared to know
Oh,
if that makes sense. Because I'm
yeah,
not there to
yeah, yeah.
console
You
them.
gotta, yeah, you have to work on releasing the fear and
Hmm.
not be afraid of life.
Well, it's
Life,
not I'm
life,
afraid of life.
life.
It's just I think it's because I'm not there to embrace the what they're saying and what they're thinking and what they're feeling. I'm not there. I'm not around. So it's like they're telling me, well, Mama, we're not little kids no more. Like, we damn near grown.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 17, 18 years old. So, my son will be 18 this month in August. So he's getting ready to come home to me, and it's like, like, I don't, how would I say that? It's like, who are you? Are you still my little such and such? You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
you hear
Okay.
every once
Yeah.
in a while, because it's like
Yeah.
I want to picture them as my little child
Got you. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
versus
yeah.
a grown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so much information out there. Yeah. I mean, because okay, so what are they talking about? Is it sounding like it's something harmful, or is just you like how did they come across it? Is that just the issue that you're just wondering how did they come into the to this information? Not that the information is harmful on any level.
Well, they're always rapping about, oh Lord, I mean, I just have to express because, and don't judge me, guys. I'm just a woman that's going through changes, and I need some word of advice. Maybe
Okay.
I'll be helping my kids in some of a way by collaborating with you guys to make better decisions for myself to protect my children
Okay.
and to protect their peace. They say things like, he gonna stick his dick in my butt and he gonna suck my balls, and like
Oh,
they
okay.
rap
Okay.
these
Okay.
things.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they don't never talk like that. And I'm saying, you better stop talking like that. Don't say nothing like that. And then he's like, oh, Mama, I'm just trolling. I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like, well, damn, how do you know about this? And it's like, I just shut down. It's like, I don't know. I shy away, and I'm like, they'll hang up on me, or I'll just tell them to call me back. And it's like, I just pray. I
Okay.
just go and pray. I
Okay.
don't get sad about it. I just pray. because I know it's a sign of crying out
Mm-hmm.
to probably what's going on or what they have experienced,
Right.
and they feel violated in some way.
Yeah.
So instead of me, you know, going out and calling the workers or saying things about the workers, I take it to God. I pray, and move forward from there. And sometimes they'll call me back and be excited and happy.
Okay.
Yeah, they just gave me
Okay.
a
Okay. So
warning.
I'm gonna have to drop you now
Yeah,
because of what
yeah.
you said.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok doesn't. We have to
Right.
say certain things a certain way. You can't say it explicitly how it's said. And what you said was just a little bit too explicit for TikTok. So I'm gonna drop
Yeah,
you.
I
You
know.
leave the live. You can come back and be in the chat, but I'm gonna have to remove you from the
Okay.
panel. Okay. And we
Okay.
definitely will keep you in our prayers, in our mind, that all is well with your sons, that you find out the information you need to find out to make sure that they are being well taken care of and things aren't happening that you don't want to happen. Maybe if you are having concerns wherever they are, you do find out what's going on and don't live in fear, and being scared of what's happening. Is better to know than to act like, and so you can
You
change it.
don't know.
Right, so you can change it,
Right.
and you can have this open dialogue with your children. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we don't want to live in fear, and we know that a lot of people go through a lot of things in this world, in this reality, and it's not always a loving or trusting experience. Coming to the knowledge of self enables us to transmute and to recreate and to give our children the power that's what remind them of the power that's within them, so they can use it, so they can create the reality they choose to experience. Yeah. Yeah, I am Tam. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into people's business. People, I want people to share what they want to share. But she shared what she wanted to share up to that point, but probably more than what she should have been sharing. But all we can do is hope, is believe for the best, believe that all is well with them, and that they're reunited, and that these young men are able to create the reality in which they would like to experience. Hello, Keith. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you?
Always the same.
Great.
Just as great as you.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but I was listening to that young lady's story. I mean, that's things that we're gonna encounter in life, and you just have to, like you. I mean, all you can do is correct them
Mm-hmm.
and show them a different way,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Yep.
That's all you can do.
Yep. That's all you can do. Yep.
I mean, because things are gonna happen. Your kids are gonna be. I was just with my grandson the other day. He was listening to this young dude, and he was supposed to be Kendrick Lamar's cousin or something like that, little cousin. But everything he was saying, it was so depressing.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I told my grandson, I said, man, how you listen to that? He said, what you mean, Papa? I said, man, I said, I said, now, my grandson did come back to the reality thing after I said it. Dude got some kind of life going on. You know what I mean? I mean, come on now. We got to have counseling in that type of life. And then he said, well, Papa, he's just telling the truth.
Mm.
I said, okay. I mean, because dude had some issues. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But like my grandson said, he said, Papa, he's just telling it what it is. I'm like, you know what? That is reality.
Yeah.
It is his reality.
Yeah, and the problem with religion, when I think about the young lady or the lady that was just up here, coming from having that religious background, and you hear things going on, it's always want to say it's a demon, it's a devil, it's a Satan. No, it's people. And we got to loose this thing of thinking it's some evil spirit possessing something and causing people to do a thing. No, it's the mind. The mind has been conditioned to make certain choices and to believe certain things. And if you want to just flick it off to it's some demon possession or some Satan, then you're not going to really face the issue or the problem. And you're going to overlook the choices that people are making, because these are choices that we are making. And stop saying that it's some being or some entity outside of the person thinking it.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true.
So you can help them think something different so they stop making those choices. But if you're gonna say it's a devil, then that leaves them powerless, right? And it's like, I got the can't help it, and I don't know why I'm having these thoughts, and I don't know where these thoughts are. Yes, it's conditioning. It's things that you've been, like I said, you've been exposed to. Our children are exposed to, like we have, and because they have a tablet or an encyclopedia, a phone, everywhere they go from the age of 5 on, and you're not with them in every single moment, knowing what they're conditioning their mind to, and then wonder why they choose the different things that they're choosing. Well, it's what we give our attention to, right? And what are our children giving their attention to, and what we're saying is okay to do or not to do. But to cast it off as some demon and some devil and some Satan, come on, y'all. No, we're gonna have to let loose that stronghold.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's so true. That's the whole concept really with create Christianity. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna put all my concerns on Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
and everything go bad. He gonna overcome that devil. He gonna overcome it, and all the time, it ain't no. Don't the devil is what's in you.
Yep.
The good is what's in you. So, like you were saying, I think you were saying earlier, just about the way you think. I mean, the word, I mean, the thing you said, as a man thinketh, so is he. So you think about it. What did you
Right,
say?
right. Teach our children to see themselves as God, that they have the
That's it.
power to make great decisions, and they have power to create the reality they want, and they don't have to accept unwanted behavior, and they don't have to accept thoughts that don't mean them no good. They get to choose their thoughts, and those thoughts create habits and behaviors, the life that they want to experience. But if you have them trained in fear and control and manipulation, and that they have no autonomy, no sovereignty over their own being, and they're only subject to the rules and authorities and guidelines of someone older than them, who's telling them what they should think, where they should go, how they should be.
Well, that's so true. That's true.
Yeah, we're supposed to be teaching our children.
But with that being said, and it's powerful what you said. I mean, because another conversation we're having, I know you heard about the NBA player that had that they got kicked out the Chicago Bulls because of his belief about the Pride Day thing, right?
Mm-mm. No, didn't. I don't watch
Okay,
that.
well, yeah, I hear you.
No, didn't hear
Well,
about you.
well, anyway, the thing about it was he was on Rick Smiley's show, and he was talking about his experiences, whatnot, how he felt, which we all know how he felt about his religious belief anyway. But the thing that caught my attention was he said, "Yeah, and I thought about unaliving myself twice," and I'm like, "What?" And then now, if you notice, they're having a lot of commercials about unalivement among the younger people.
Mm.
And so, just what you just said about the thought, and like I was telling my grandson, because we were having that conversation again as I was taking him to school that day, I was like, "No, never will I have a thought like that. Never should anyone have a thought like that. What is wrong to have a thought? I mean, why have a thought like that? What could bring you to have a thought like that other than a thought?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?"
Mm-hmm.
So now, what are you thinking so much about that you want to do away with yourself?
Right. Right.
Because think again. Now, this is a thought. Now, this is a thought.
Yeah, because I
A
mean, if you're
thought.
told that you're such an unworthy being and you really don't even deserve life to begin with, unless other than the fact that this person who was born 2,000 years ago died on your behalf, That's the only reason you have for living anyway. And then when it seems like that belief isn't sustaining, isn't enough in this present moment, because it's all about when you leave this plane, that's when you get your glory. That's when you get your happy place. That's when you get your heaven.
Mm.
Yeah. That's why Christianity is so harmful. Such a harmful. All these religions are harmful, but specifically Christianity and Islam. These ones that promise a future heaven, that teaches escapism, that doesn't teach you how to use your power to have joy now, peace now.
They basically tell people to check out and that this world doesn't matter, which in a way that makes sense, which is why people get into it. But it allows them to basically, like you said, people consider it like a like a death cult. Like, why are you waiting for, like you said, for the pie in the sky? What is it that? Why is that so necessary and so important? Why do you have to suffer first to earn later?
Because the Bible is more like a psyop. They literally use it to play on your neural pathogens. So your brain, when you study neuroscience, your brain literally sees you like the rest of the body. Your brain sees you as a limiter. Like, I'm limited because I have to constantly keep you functioning, but without you, I can't function. Right? This is what your brain does. So the way that they've taken Islam and Christianity, well, actually all religions, period. I'm not just going to hit one, but those are the two worst. What they've done is they've utilized what they've learned throughout neuroscience to give that person the dopamine that they need to facilitate an outside version of themselves and a higher enlightenment or a higher frequency of attainment to these so-called goals and gifts. They're using this as dopamine. This is why your churches are set up to sell you dopamine every time you go into those churches. So it's literally a psyop.
Yeah.
They know it. And that is why the Geneva Convention classified it as being a manual of war, because it's classified in the psyoptic, it's in the psyoptic war manuals. So why would they take the Bible, the thing that this country is supposed to be built on, right? And it be classified by the Geneva Convention, people that this country listens to for human rights activation, all that type of stuff. Why would they classify it as a psyop and a war manual, but it's still being pushed today to the people?
Yep. Yep. But how are you, Alterous? How are you?
How are you?
I'm
How are
great.
you?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
my fault. I had jumped in with Keith. Apologies. Altars normally go in order here. I stepped out of the order.
Oh, I am sorry. You have to explain to me how your panel works. I do not want to disrespect it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We usually yeah, we go in order. We talk one at a time, because if everyone's talking at the same time, it kind of gets kind of confusing, and we don't really get to hear one another's perspective, all the way out. So we like to we usually ask that you come up on the panel and mute, and then we'll unmute you when it's your turn to share your thoughts and your views.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Were you done, Keith?
Yes, I was done.
Okay, okay, okay. Well, Alterous, you can unmute now. Keith said he was done.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's I love seeing more and more of my people deconstructing from this, because this is the second plantation, right? That we got to get off of.
Mm.
That's one of the biggest problems that holds us as a people back, according to those whom consider themselves to be chosen, the privilege, and all these other terminologies that they use to make themselves greater than that which has built everything in existence. They utilize that book, and every time you're turning away from that book, if you notice, they are hot on your heels. You ever notice that? Like even in your family, it doesn't even just have to be on the app. Even in your family, as soon as you say, I don't know if I really want to do this no more, or you stop going to church for like a couple of months, you don't show up on the average, Sundays and, all the pagan worship and stuff they do, then your family's hot on your heel about you got to come back. Well, if anyone's ever seen the movie The Django, if you remember Stephen in the movie is the representation of Christianity. If you remember, the Django himself said that they put him on a plantation and he escaped the plantation, but he has to escape the plantation of his mind. Yep. Do you remember what he was saying was the plantation of his mind? Remember, after that, he burned that Bible.
It's been a while since I watched it. I probably will not watch that movie again, but it's been a while. But remind us.
Yeah, he burned the Bible.
Okay.
So that's literally what our government is utilizing that now. Even with the wars and everything that's going on, they're utilizing the Bible to say, hey, these are our chosen people, we should fight for them. But then when it came time to vote as to whether slavery was a crime against humanity, the very ones we're supposed to fight for are the very ones that voted against it. But they'll turn around and tell you, God doesn't care about this. He has saved and sanctified you. He set you free. He did all this. He did all that. God ain't never picked a cotton in a day of his life.
Right.
Never was out there. All them ancient Negro spirituals that we sung to set ourselves free, he never came to set us free. We had to fight ourselves. And then even after we fought ourselves, set ourselves free, established a per diem in this land, now the ones that are the privileged who follow the chosen tell us they're the ones that set us free when it was the chosen's ships that brought us here. Think about that.
Well, yeah, to me, that's even, up for debate. Some ships bringing people here. I believe people is already here. And, that's a great story to tell people that you brought millions of people from another continent over here when really the people that were here are just POWs. But, whatever. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't really get into what the government is doing because I understand that in order to free your mind, you also have to guard your mind. I take the Bible as a blueprint for psychology. That's why I say the Bible is psychological. And as you said, it can be used to free you or it can be used to enslave you. For the most part, it has been used to enslave others, but it's actually a book when taken psychologically, it frees your mind. It reminds you of how to use your mind so you can have your here and your heaven here and now. It's all about the power within you. But yes, religion takes it and makes you think that it's a power outside of you. But I've deconstructed Christianity. I've deconstructed, but the Bible it's not a history book.
Nope, at all. It's fiction.
Right. It's mythology. It's a personification of the mind, of consciousness, of awareness. That's what it is. And it's telling you when you think a certain way, when you operate in fear, you create another power.
Yep, an entity.
Yep, you create another power. And the thing is, but that's an illusion though, because there's no power outside of your own mind. You're basically self-enslaving yourself. Right. It's a self-imprisonment. You built your own self a jail.
Right. And that book, the Bible is literally the people that you talked about that were here in the Americas, right? North, South, and Central Americas that were way before. Did you know that their origin story, if you look into their origin story, it is older than anything that's come out of the Levant? My father is Bashanaga Egyptian. My mother is Afro-Brazilian. So the story of my mother's side of the family being brought here on slave ships from the Desoro Empire of Brazil, from sugarcane to pick cotton in the Carolinas. That is my story.
Okay.
That's how I'm 8 generations to the United States born.
Okay.
But the original people that were here were the Amarukian people, the Aztec people, the Mayan people, and the Mayan people. Those were the people that were here. The Amarukian people were known as being the most powerful people here at the time. All of this stuff, like when they came here, they tried to tell us like there was huts and grass and people living off the land. No, there were whole cities built here when they came here. You can literally hear in the United States, the United States is one of the most known countries for burying cities and building cities over top of cities. Because graveyard, they do this with graveyards. Literally where we live is bodies and bodies and bodies of our people on the western strait of it all that have been put away. So they use this Bible to tell you the story of a Middle Eastern land so that they can hide the story of the people of the Americas, the Ampuani, the original people that were here, whose cultures, architecture, and the things that has been found about them are older.
But my question is, okay, we can go and talk about what historically is true, right? We could talk about who was the first on this landmass, who actually, are the indigenous people here, right? We can talk about that. And then after we get through talking about that, then what? Because I don't want to spend my time talking about the past.
Yep.
It's all about creating my now. Because unlike you, I can only maybe trace back my mother's side of the lineage here on this landmass, because I didn't know my biological father. So it's kind of useless for me to go. Thing is, I know is now I could go do some research now if I truly wanted to know, because I do know his name, but wasn't a part of my life, so doesn't really mean anything to me. And and to say, 10 generations, 12 generations ago, yeah, we were here and we were enslaved. Okay. Not we, they. Because I don't know anything about that life, me personally. And I don't even want to be identified with that life, me personally. Now, others can, I don't know how that makes you feel good to know that 10, 12 generations of your heritage or lineage were enslaved for 200-300 years. Like, how does that empower you as a being of now?
It doesn't. And that's why it's constantly put in our face.
Right. So that's why I don't even really go into those discussions. I don't go into those. This platform isn't about remembering past histories. It's about creating future realities that you want to experience now. And understanding the power of the I am for now. Like right now, how do you want to be identified? I'm identifying myself as a God, not as having a physical experience. Understanding that the Bible that we're talking about is talking about the God who is me. Having this physical experience, and that if I could just learn to gain self-mastery of the mind, I transform my reality. I command my reality. That's what I'm about. I'm about commanding my reality, right? And
you know what we have to do next, sis?
What's that?
If we're going to leave all the rubbish behind, because I understand you say you identify as a God, but to me, you're God, period. You understand? My mother's God, my sister's a God. I lay down with my God at night. I've raised my gods. You understand? Because she's the only thing on the planet that has the purest chromosome. See, that's why. This is why.
No, but I'm saying every being, regardless of sex, every being born of woman, we as a collective consciousness are God. That God is the mind, not a physical representation. I'm a physical representation of the I am. But every being born of woman is God expressed, because it's the consciousness that's God, not the form. The form is just a projection. It doesn't mean that it's less God. It's just God visible.
I think that's
it's God limited. The human form is God limited. The mind is infinite, because the mind can do things the body can't, right? The mind can go places, can go to the past, can go to the future, can create all kinds of things. There's no limitation to what the mind can do. There's limitation to what this body can do. I can only be in one place at a time with the body. The mind, I can be in infinite places in many, and there is no time to the mind.
Right.
That's God. That is God. That's what the Bible is telling you. That your awareness of being is God.
Right. I think that's kind of where maybe I'm going to have to do more research, but I think that's where kind of me and you might not see eye to eye, because me personally, I look at it from a micro and a chromosomal level.
Okay.
Like the XX chromosome is the purest thing on the planet. That's been told to you by biology. It's been told to you by science. Even whenever we create different functions to examine particle reflectors from light and fusion capacitors and stuff like that, right? In science, they always have to have the purest part of the cell to work. What's the purest part of the cell? That's the XX part of the cell, because its purity has no mutations. So when the Y chromosome comes into play, the Y chromosome, this is one of the reasons why the patriarchy stays so strong, because man fears being seen as a mutation, because that's literally what we are.
Right.
Mutations
Yeah.
of women, and we keep the patriarchy going, and we add every other religion that we can possibly add into it to shun the originality of what our creation actually is. So there's only two things on the planet that actually is God to me. That's a woman and time. Why do I say a woman and time? Because a woman is the purest chromosomes on the planet. Time, we are all subjugated to, whether we want to call it a man-made construct or whatever we want to call it. You're still getting older. You're still subjugated. Everything on the planet is subjugated to it. The only thing that has some type of tandem with time is a woman. Because a woman, even after she gets to a certain age, her cellular structure can still rebirth and regenerate without using higher forms of supplements like NMN, NAD, mitochondrial standpoints, like men have to take. These are mainly for men. This is why you see more men on supplements than you do women on supplements.
Okay.
Because a woman's body can naturally rebirth and regenerate its cellular structure. It wasn't just one woman that can do that. All women, well, especially melanated women, because of your high potency of absorbing the majority of the world's radiation.
Okay.
So you literally, to me, you are God. I don't see you as, you can identify as God, but when I see you as God, right? Regardless of how you act, regardless of what you do, regardless of how you behave, regardless of what's on your mind, you are God.
Right. Because even if I don't identify as God, I'm God. Even those who think that they're sinners from the beginning, original sin, they're still God, even if they are playing a part of being a depraved being.
Right.
Right. So yes, I agree with you. Yes. But I'm. Here's the thing, though. I'm saying that it's not just women, because I'm not going into the I'm just not leaning it only into the physical form. You're going into the physical form of it, and I'm saying, well, yeah, even physically, like you said, we're all women. If a man is a mutation of a woman, that means he's still a woman then.
That's right.
Right? So then wouldn't that still make you God? You still would be God then. It just wouldn't be the physical, it just wouldn't be the female version. It would also be the male version, because the male version is just a mutated version of the female.
Right.
So it still means that we're all God. It takes whatever chromosomes, whatever DNA, whatever is in whatever is contained in the sperm of a male, and whatever is contained in the egg of the woman. Those two must come together in order to produce life. Yeah, in order to procreate, right? In order for another being to come into this physical plane, those two must unite and become one.
Yeah. It's like 12% from the man, thank God, or whatever you call out to, is 12% from the man, thankfully. And I understand the God. Well, okay, so I would give us lowercase g's, right? When I think of women, I think of big G.
Okay.
When I think of men, I guess I could go with a lowercase g. And the reason why is because you have to remember, the reason why the world is so fucked up today is because of us, right? And the reason it's fucked up by us is because we we began to look away from wisdom, which has always been represented by what? A woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've taken knowledge and we've ran with it. But you have to remember, we're a mutation of you. So that means everything that is pure about you is perverted in us. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're not guided and we're not directed, right? Like, as you can see, most people, most men that have problems with their mothers, most of these men are not good for women, right? And I'm saying most, not all. So most of these men are not good for women because of how they grew up, what they grew up in. Okay, they're not good with their mother, and the reason why they're not good with their mother is because they are a perverted aspect of the mother. So now, when it's left to the mother to raise this child, she is raising a perversion of herself. You need another man so that that man can be disciplined and understand his own perversions, so that we do not get into the things like what the patriarchy is giving us. But we'll never do it, right? We'll never do it because it's too much privilege, regardless of what color you are. Yeah, I know we may get treated worse, or we may get treated lower on the totem pole, but still at the end of the day, it's almost like that, well, at least I ain't a woman. You see what I'm saying? Like, even a black man can say that. At least I'm not a woman.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
when you get on a white person's nerve, they be like, at least I'm not black.
But
You
thing
know what I
is,
mean? The black man
here's the thing. Here's what I do know is that as brutish as men are, as the patriarchy has ruled, there has always been a woman in place with that. These men are not doing it by themselves. I'm just not going to say that the women, that men have contrived or derived all of this on their own. No,
Right.
there are women alongside them with the same mentality. So
'Cause nothing's
yeah,
a black
so
or a
so
woman.
yeah, so hold on. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Matrix. Hello, Matrix. Are you there?
Oh, I didn't realize I was there. I
Oh,
was, but yeah, this is a great conversation. I'm all about deconstructing Christianity. My family they've all, but given up on me because of that. But I like Neville. I listened to some things you said earlier, Neville Goddard, and some of the other ones you mentioned. I think they're great, and I agree with a lot of everything you say. I did take issue with one thing, and I think one of the mods or somebody kind of commented back to me that thank you, Marcinda, the muse. Thank you. Uh, I think there's value. Not, and this is just for me. And so I respect everybody's right to navigate this life or this experience the way is best for them. And
right.
so, that said, I find power in knowing my genealogy and my family history, because what our ancestors went through, some people were here. I think that's probably true. And then some people were brought here and they experienced a lot of trauma for many years. But it's a redeeming story because they were very strong and resilient and they survived that. And I think if we had been able to hold on to our understanding of God, and I think they had a truer understanding before this quote religion was forced upon them. So when all of that happened, I think a lot of that information was suppressed, and here we are today with a lot of people still being brainwashed because it keeps getting passed down and reinforced in every way, through school, through books, through TV, through church. And we're a lot of Black people are really suffering because they're stuck in that. And I think if you understand that this book was used in that way, uh, it'll help you, or can help you to deconstruct. So that's just my take on it. I think it's good to know, and if you can see that, you can see the damage that it has done.
Are you saying we don't know?
I think a lot of Black people do not know. They're very
They
stuck
don't
in
know what. What is
that
it? What is it that they need to know?
that Christianity and religion, the Bible was, um, what's the word? It was used.
No, I'm not talking about the Bible. You said we need to know our lineage. Why do
Yes.
so? Okay, so what is it that they don't know that they need to know, excluding the Bible? Take the Bible away from it.
Well,
What is it?
that's the connection I'm making, because what I'm saying is, uh, if we dismiss, you said, what's the point in talking about the past?
Okay,
I think if we dismiss
but we always talk
our
about the past. We always talk about the past. We're always
well, but,
continuously, as a people, talking about the past. I don't know when we don't talk about the past. We're always
well, you said,
remembering the past. I don't think that's something that we don't.
Yeah, yesterday I had some Cheetos. Like
we
I did.
do. I'm sorry, we do, but I'm just talking about you when you said, what is the point of it?
I mean, to continuously talk about it, to continue, because we talk about it. So I'm trying to say, in what lens, in what way are you going to talk about it differently that hasn't already been said? Because unless we're giving some new information, a new different perspective, we have always been talking about that from our purview in this country. Our starting point is enslavement. That's our starting point. Enslavement.
Well, no, because we've learned that's not true. So that's not necessarily the case.
So then what is the starting point?
We know we had a history before here. We know we came.
But I'm saying, share it. What is it? What is the history? You said you have found that works for you. So so what is it? So what is the history prior to that?
Okay, I'm trying to say the continent of Africa is 54 countries. It's been divided up.
No, not. I'm talking about here on this landmass, not Africa, because everybody didn't come from Africa. I'm saying on this landmass, what's the starting point?
I came from Africa. Okay, so I'm talking to the people that did. I'm not talking about the people that didn't, because there were people here, as you say, that I heard another person say that there's cities here, and we know there's cities underwater and all of the stuff that we know that. So people who can connect themselves to that, fine. I'm just talking about the ones of us who know we did actually come from Africa and our ancestors were enslaved here. I don't find that that's something to drag me down. I understand. I feel like I'm paying homage to my ancestors who suffered that so that I could still survive. And so I take strength in it. I find strength in it. I mean, it's not a great thing that happened to them, but it doesn't have to be a negative either. We don't have to dismiss that history and disconnect ourselves from that so we can, quote, feel good. I don't know why it's a bad feeling.
I mean, I didn't say it was a bad feeling. I'm just saying well, for you, for you says it gives strength. It makes you, whatever your reasoning is, right? Whatever whatever your reasoning is. For me, it's not something that I choose to dwell upon, because history, that's what it is. It's his story. Well, it's their story. Here's the thing: it's his story, and stories can be manipulated because it depends on who's telling the story, where the information came from, and what is the point of the story. So I don't take because it's written down in a book that is true. Because someone says this is what took place, that's what took place.
I absolutely agree. And I say that all the time. But I do know that my ancestors were enslaved because my grandfather was born and great-grandfather in 1889. And I know stories that he told about what he experienced and his mother. I know things that my grandmother told me that she experienced as a Black woman, African descendant of slaves in this country. So I'm not saying it's something when you say dwell on, I'm saying when we want to disconnect, the ones that are connected to that want to disconnect from that because someone said this is a negative or a blight on you as a human being, and we accept that. I feel like I'm honoring my ancestors to never forget what they experienced and to grow from it.
Yes. Did you actually? I mean, and I'm not saying this to cause but did you actually hear what the host said? Because you're actually coming from a place she was not coming from whatsoever. We
No,
weren't
the-
we
I
weren't
was
we weren't yeah. So here's the thing. Through the slavery of my family, right? There was a benefit. The benefit is that the man that purchased my mother's side of the family, the man that purchased him, his all of his wives unalive, all of his children got malaria and smallpox and all other types of things. So none of his people survived. Like even his slave hands, the other YT men that were there to help him run the place, they left because they said that there was a curse upon the land. So that land ended up was given to his best slave, which just so happened to be my great grandmother Agatha. So all of that was given to her. So there was a benefit that came out of that, right? Now, when that was what we were talking about at the beginning. When the host said she does not have any recollection of her father, therefore her father has left her nothing to cling to. Okay? So me and you probably come from a family where we do have something to cling to. We do have those stories and all of these types of things. But when she says, why is that what we cling to the most? She's absolutely right. Because slavery today is a choice. It's a choice. It's a mindset.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Why do you say it's the thing we cling to the most? Because Black people are very successful. We've overcome. Many people have done things and continue to do things that really, it's amazing that we exist and that we have been able to accomplish the things that we have under these circumstances. So I don't say that it's the thing we cling to the most, but if we talk about, Black people are talking about reparations and all that, they feel like they're owed that. And I think that is true. Now, will it happen? I doubt it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with them addressing that and saying this is what happened, because not only did it happen then, we are still experiencing residual effects or just a transformation of chains on our feet and being locked on a plantation. It's just there are other forms of so-called slavery.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it that you don't have to be enslaved in your mind, but we still experience situations that keep us not able or not reaching our full potential. Now, I still agree with you that this is all primarily you can overcome this with how you think. I do believe that, okay? But because we are bound with this religion, so many of us, we won't ever even think outside of that box. So
Yeah, we're
I
so
think when
bound
we look
that
at
we believe today. We're so bound that we believe today. And what the host, I agree. What the host is saying is that technically we're so bound, like you just said. Yeah, we deserve reparations. No, we deserve restitution. Nobody got reparations. That's a lie that's been told to you, and it's
Okay.
biblically, and that's a lie that's been told to you through the guise of Christianity and the belief thereof of Christianity. So the thing is that when that stuff happened to the J people, when it happened to the Japanese people, when it happened to the Chinese, when it happened to the Russians, the Germans, when all of that happened, when America did these things to these people, guess what they gave them people? They didn't give those people reparations. They gave them restitution. And that's why today those people continue to rise. That's why they run your they run your banks, they run your business, they run your music, because they got restitution, not reparations. We keep asking for the wrong thing. But the reason why is because we have a slave-like mindset.
We can change a term. We didn't make the word reparations. I don't know where that came from or why that's the preferred term, but we can change a term. That's not an issue. Now, I will say this. I have been involved with the Jewish community, and I have attended, just so briefly, and I attended their Passovers, festivals, and all these things they have. And one of the things they say is never forget, because if you don't know where you came from, you don't see it coming if somebody's coming at you in that same way again. And I'm saying all this lightly.
We benefit from not forgetting.
We will too if we would come together and unite and demand what's right, but we won't do that because we love to say we're not a monolith. The people who appear to be a monolith are the people who succeed. When you're divided and fractured and everybody's one person over here thinking this and over here thinking that, no, you're not going to get anywhere like that as a group. They stick together. They have a one mindset to be able to accomplish the goals that they have. You will not accomplish something divided.
Okay, so when your people were put into slavery, under what guise were they put into slavery? What was the foundational principle, the blueprint for slavery? What was it?
Just really quickly. Toya, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. I was like, did you walk away? I didn't know if you had walked away. I just wanted to double check. Okay. All right. Just continue.
It's different, Glaze. That, but the concept, the basic base is the same. If they're saying they're not going to forget a travesty or that they endured or injustice.
So let me interrupt here. Let me intervene here, and have you guys understand my platform. I get it. I get the whole ancestry. I get the ancestors. I get honoring. I get that. That's coming from a human perspective for me. That's a human perspective. I'm about operating from the God state. So when I operate from the God state, the world is God, not Black people, not white people, not Caucasian, not Asian, not Mayan. All beings born of woman are God. This is not specific to the well melanated people and those who have less melanin in them. Because the constructs of what we would call racism is really a caste system. The racism construct come from having the poor argue amongst themselves, dividing the crumbs.
Absolutely.
And so that's why I don't get into the identification of the ancestors. Because every being born of woman, that I'm going to keep saying, is God. And we're all here. We all agree to this human construct we call reality, which is a simulation, is a matrix. We all fail from grace, from the knowing of self into this world we call duality. When you operate in duality, all things are possible. When you operate in oneness, all things are possible. You have the polarity from one extreme to the next. So you can have the very good, absolute good, abundant good to the very worst, absolute horror atrocities of this third dimensional plane. I know we want to make it a group effort. We want to make this thing about the Black people rising up and finally getting their just due, because we want to think that melanated people started on enslavement in the Americas, when we know that's not true. We know that there were white people also enslaved in this history of mankind. It's not just specific to those that are well melanated. Well melanated people also, hold on, I'm talking. I did not interrupt you, but this is my platform. All, even the white were enslaved. They were also sold. They were also, and I'm not going to compare atrocities and compare horrors and say who had it worse, who did it worse, who sold who, because you can get into that narrative too, because we want to talk about, the melanated people were kings and queens. Well, every damn body couldn't have been a king or queen. Everybody wasn't a king because you had to have peasants. You had to have, if you got a king and queen, that means you got subjects. That means you got somebody that they're ruling over. If you're going to talk about the lineage that melanated people were kings and queens, or that they were chiefs, or they had tribes, or they had to rule over somebody. They had to be over somebody. There were wars have been happening since the beginning of time. My platform is about realizing your now experience. Because when we get into the history of things, again, it's going to be somebody else's story. And it's always going to be someone else's story. I'm here to create my story and tell my story, not someone else's story. I can't live someone else's life. I'm not going to live my life through someone else's life. I'm here to experience my own life. That's the point of my experience, is to have my own experience. Can we learn and glean from those that have done it before? Yeah, but we understand that those were first enslaved in the mind before they could ever physically be enslaved. You cannot be free in your mind and be physically enslaved. Impossible. You first have to be enslaved in the mind before you will be physically enslaved. True liberty and freedom comes from the rising of the Christ mind, the awakened mind, to awake in this dream of life and command your reality. We can tell those people that are in church about where the canonization of the Bible come from. Unless they have ears to hear and eyes to see, they're going to call you a heretic. They're going to call you a blasphemer because they're still sleeping in the dream. They're not ready to awaken. And you can't awake a sleeping giant. You can't cast your pearls to swine. You can't give this to the dogs because they will turn around and rend you. They will turn around. They will not accept it. They will beat you down. So that's why you're just supposed to be the light and stop trying to convince people of something that they're not ready to receive. And until people are ready to receive it, then that's when they'll get it. Not until they're ready to receive it. But go ahead, Matrix. I just don't want to keep. I don't want to. My platform isn't about remember the ancestors. That's not what my platform is about.
Well,
There are other platforms that do that, where they have those discussions and they talk about it. That's just not what my platform is.
Well, I understand that and I respect that. And I didn't mean to rile anybody. I'll just say this. I think we have the same goal in mind is to be free. And I think I just happen to believe that, that is one way we have been enslaved in our minds was through because of the slavery of our bodies. During that process, our minds were enslaved. So knowing that is to me was a key in helping me get free. I realized that religion or the Bible was used in that way. Now I do believe that the Bible is wonderful. I think a lot of the information, if you can, I always say, well, like it says, the weed and the tares grow together. You got to learn discernment and how to separate and get the truth out of it so you can be free.
Right.
But a lot of us are stuck in that old way of thinking and the brainwashing that was done.
Right, because what brought you out? What caused you to awaken? Was it that someone came and told you, or was it just something that you started having questions about?
I had questions when I was very young, and nobody could answer them, and they would always say,
that's how it happens. No
question
one
God.
can tell you that this, which is what I'm getting at. No one can tell you this. This was an inner thing. And so as much as we want to tell the people that's locked up in religion about this truth, they're not going to hear it. It has to be an inner thing. It's something that happens from within them.
But you plant a seed. You don't stay there and hammer the seed and try to make it grow. You just
Well, that's why my platform is for. So anybody who stroll on by, right? Anybody who stroll on by, even if they're Christian, they'll hear what we're talking about. And most people, most of them will be resistant to it.
You know what?
Right? Yeah.
At some point, somebody else will come and water that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the sun will shine on it. Eventually, if they have any way of coming out, they will.
Yeah.
But and I've said things and they don't receive it, and I just go on. I try not to offend people too much. But I heard a story of a man. He was born and he was raised in it all his life. He went to seminary. He was a preacher in a Pentecostal church, and he preached this for years and years. And somebody told him that this story of the Bible didn't start there. He talked about Horus and Isis and all this. And he got so angry, he wanted to fight the person. He was so angry.
Is that what's his name? What's his name? Is he on you?
Yep.
I heard. Yep.
Years later.
Yep. Not till years later, right? Yep. Finally.
Somebody planted the seed first. So I'm just saying this is all, and I love this platform because you are planting seeds. And but the only thing I feel very strongly about, and this is just me.
Yeah.
I want to honor what my ancestors went through. I think it's a story of great triumph that they survived at all under those circumstances. I know that I'm from that lineage, and you may not be, and I understand that and respect that. So I'm saying what Neville teaches
Mm-hmm.
and the other people that you mentioned, I've listened to many of them. I think it's all the same. I think that they're teaching you how that God is in you. That God
Right.
is in you, and the church teaches you God is outside of you. And
Mm-hmm.
so you asked me what woke me up when I tried to do things the way they said to do it. It was hit or miss. I was always praying to this God up in the sky somewhere, a way that I didn't feel connected. I was like, why is it we pray and nothing happens? We pray for people and, you go through all. I did not understand that we were creating our realities. And a lot of the thing with religion is the guilt complex. They put this guilt on you. And if you're living from on a negative vibration, you can't but negativity. And so we don't know that. We think that God is saying you filthy as sin is rat, you're not good as anything, you're not worth anything, and so you have to suffer and all that. Well,
Mm-hmm.
but we're creating it because that's been programmed into us.
Yep.
So, but for me, the slavery issue was big because I realized how they got control of those people's minds.
Yeah. And see, my big thing is that we know not all melanated people on this plane were enslaved. We know that's not a thing, but that's the story we want to cling to. That's the story we keep telling. But we know that everyone on this landmass during those time periods were not enslaved. We know that. We only hear about the southern parts of this country. And even then, we hardly ever talk about those who made it out, those who had the mind, the Christ mind awakened within them, and they said, "No, I can be free. I can go up north. I don't have to remain here in the South and continue to pick cotton." Not everybody has that lineage, that ancestry of being that their lineage came from enslavement, even here on this plane, even during that time. But that's what we talk about. We only talk about that. How come we don't talk about what went on up north? How come that isn't a part of the discussion?
But what did go on up north? Because I think a lot of people were. It was still bad up north for
But
black
they
people.
weren't enslaved. They might have got like they might have been they might have had been treated poorly. It was more segregation, separation. And again, this whole need to want to be seen by another race, wanting another race to tell us we're human, that we're worthy, that we should be treated a certain way. This need of that civil rights movement to make people want to like you, to make people want to be seen. Like I did that part, I don't understand either. Because why do they need to say that you're somebody? Why can't you say you somebody? Why do they need to be the reason they had? We got to get permission from them.
I don't believe that that's what it is. I think civil rights was a thing to say we pay taxes and we want to be treated fairly. I don't care if you like me or not.
No, well, a lot of the stuff that they again, I don't know surface level what they show us on TV and what they talk about Martin Luther King. I'm not gonna say I did no deep dive into the civil rights, but showing me, but talking about being integrated into their schools, telling us we had to be integrated to be served by their restaurants. Right, like I don't understand why we needed to be integrated with them. We could have been equal but separate. We could have got the same thing. We didn't have to be like we gotta live in their neighborhoods. We gotta go to their schools, huh?
Should have created our own. We should have created our own. And I think Martin Luther King realized what a mistake he made.
Right, right.
I don't know why you would want to go sit at a counter with people that don't like you so they can spit in your face.
That's what I said. You're right, being hosed down for people to like being bit by dogs to be in their neighborhoods, having your buses turned over. You know what I'm saying? Having your house burned down because you want to live in their neighborhood. Like, what was this need to be seen as by others? I don't. Yeah, that's the part. I'm just like.
Well, we have people still with that mindset today. If they can be accepted by the white community, they feel like they've arrived. And I see so much of this brainwashing still going on with us. And I tie it back to the religion. I'm still saying
Yeah, definitely.
the Bible has the truth. It has the truth in it about because it's symbolic. It's not literal.
Right.
We take it literal because we've been taught that. So I learned a lot from Neville, and also from Abraham and
right, Reverend Ike. Yeah, I listen to Reverend Ike.
Oh, Reverend Ike and Abraham. What's the lady?
Abraham Hicks. Abraham Hicks.
but his wife, I'm trying to think of her name, and I can't right now.
Who, Esther Hicks? Who you talking about? Esther, yeah.
Esther, the
Mm-hmm.
different one. And and it's so funny because when I struggled, and I tell my sister and my niece, they're very religious. I try to tell them all the time, and my niece wants to, she gets it, and then it's such a trap because of the fear they put in you. They tell you if you challenge this, you're gonna burn in hell.
Yep.
If you in the end, it's gonna be a great falling away, and if you don't believe this, you're gonna be lost. So they get in fear. And that happened to me for years. I vacillated. I would get out and then I get scared and I run back. And I get out and I get scared and I run back. But in my deep down, I knew this is not right. Something is wrong with it. And I started saying it's symbolic. It's not literal the way we've been taught. And so for me, one of the key things, and that's why I say for two reasons. I want to honor the people that suffered before me. I also want to I also know that a lot of us got deeply programmed into this mindset was through that period of time when we didn't have a lot of control over our comings and goings or whatever. But I do know and believe it didn't happen to everybody, but for the ones that it did, I choose to honor them. But I believe in what you believe in. I believe that we are in control. It's how we think. It's our and especially now. I won't even say it was so much then, and maybe they were free in their minds. We don't know what they were thinking. And they had to fight. Those people fought. Nobody just came and released them. They fought. They kept running away. So in their minds, they were still not as enslaved as probably some people are today.
Yeah.
So we're coming along. I think God, before I say God, and I'm speaking of the right God, internet, because we're able to share information and get information that the powers that be wouldn't typically want, put out there. So like this platform, we are able to have these discussions and think about where we've come from and how we've been thinking and how we've been navigating this experience, and we can make changes. But for many years, information was hidden. It was suppressed.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Thank you so much, Matrix. Thank you for sharing. I'm gonna go to the next guest. I don't.
Thank you and peace to everybody.
Yes. Yep. Peace to you too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Ascension Ad Agency. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. How are you?
No problem. I was invited by a good friend of mine, T. I've been enjoying this conversation that you all have been having, and your platform. So give thanks and gratitude. Um, just going back to what you were saying about like what your platform is about, it's been one of the same things I've been telling people um, for years now on the journey is that we need to focus on the now. Like this big reveal that we're seeing now, even with them coming all out in the open, telling us what they've been doing in the background and what they're going to continue to be doing, they're creating their future. And we're being told to go in the past and remember what happened in the past to hold them accountable. And it's like, no, you have to understand who you are, what you're capable of, so that you don't have to be subjected to this karmic loop of continuing to be in a cycle where, like what you said, we've fallen from grace. We have to continue to understand, implement, and embody who we are as God consciousness. And when you realize that you create the prison, and that when those that claim that they create the prison for you or what they're trying to do, they're just trying to create a trap that you subject yourself to.
Yeah.
And when you realize this, you won't take for granted the days, the seconds, the minutes that you have. You can go into the dream space at night and start living and doing missions that way, and dismantling all of these traps that they set before you. And that's something we could do right now. That's something we should be doing right now.
Yes.
And the Bible itself is a tool of it is a tool of empowerment, but but it also has been utilized by the masses as a tool for enslavement.
Yep.
There's some gems in there, but we have to understand that it wasn't created for the intent that we use it in today. Like going back to even who created it or did the provisions, he was also an occultist. And so, like, okay, how can you believe what an occultist is saying, especially when he studied demonology? You see what I'm saying? So, and nothing wrong with that. Even if we decide to study demonology today, it doesn't mean that we work with it. It's just we want to be informed. But I believe that the intent
right.
behind
But an occultist is just someone who understands hidden knowledge.
exactly.
So we're
It's
all occultists then, because we understand the hidden meanings of the Bible, because the Bible is decoded language. It is hidden knowledge.
Yes. So yeah, I wanted to put my 2 cents in on that in regards to what we could be doing right now is recognizing that we have the power within and start activating, our consciousness on deeper levels than um just like having conversations or wake because people, if people are on their journey and it's good to have conversations with others and to awaken and for people to awaken in that fashion, but you know there's another step to things. There's actions, there's things that we could be doing right now where you can see the magic and the results happen in real time. And when I say magic, I don't mean like a specific practice. It's just you can really see the unfolding of you being the architect of your own reality. So I just wanted to mention that.
Beautifully. Yep. The architect of your own reality. That part. There are as many worlds as there are people in the world. And no two people are sharing the same world. The thing is, we really think this is a collective thing. It's really an individual. It's really an individual walk. It's not a collective walk. You are the architect of the world in which you're seeing, the one that you're aware of, that which you are conscious of. And you get to decide what you will be conscious of. That's why the Bible tells you to guard it. Guard that mind with all diligence, because out of it flows the issue of life. So why would I personally want to continue to talk about the enslavement of people when I'm talking about the freedom of self, the autonomy, the sovereignty of the God state? Those two don't go together. Not to me. To continuously talk about the past when my current reality is not that. That's not my current reality. I have absolutely no idea of what that life was for any individual who experienced that life. All I can do is use my mind to contemplate on what it could have been like. Why would I do that? Why do I want to identify with that? That's not who I am. That's not what I'm personally experiencing. Is that saying that it didn't happen? It isn't saying it didn't happen. Does it say that it happened the way I was told? Nope, still doesn't say that either. Because I was told what happened. And we know that we all tell stories and we retell it to make ourselves look good in the moment. We leave a little thing out because we don't quite remember it so easily or effortlessly. Our memory is not as sharp as we think it is. And we tell stories that benefit us, regardless of how the story is told. Regardless of how the story is told, we tell stories, we pass down stories, we've all played that telephone game. We tell it, it's a circle of us. The story started off one way. By the time it got to the 10th, 20th person, it was totally different. Because people add a little, take a little away, add a little sauce to it to benefit the hearer, to benefit themselves and to benefit the hearer. So why would I get caught up in yesteryear? when I wasn't there. I have no idea of what really happened. Like, we could take 2020. We all going to tell a different version of that time in history. And we all were alive for it. And no two people experienced 2020 the same. No two people. That's why I don't see the benefit of it, because anybody can tell the version of it the way they see, the way they saw it. And everybody's going to be right in their own eyes. Somebody's going to look back on this time in 2020, and depending on who they choose to believe, on whoever narrate the story of what happened, you're going to hear people, marriages didn't last. People couldn't stand to be around their kids. People lost a whole lot of money. A lot of people didn't get that stimulus check. Some people got the stimulus checks. People frauded the government. People did all kinds of stuff. People started their businesses, found out they really didn't like their life. You're going to hear all kinds of stories, because what? Not everybody was experiencing that from the same, had the same lens. Not every point of view was the same. And then if you really think about it, how much of 2020 do you really remember? Especially if you weren't severely impacted by it. Because for me, nothing really changed in 2020. My husband went to work every day. The thing that changed is my children got what they wanted. They didn't want to go to school every day, and they got what they wanted. You know how many children got tired of school and didn't want to go to school? They got what they wanted. They didn't want to go to school. And they got to experience not having to go to school. A lot of people manifest that already. Some people, I don't want to work for money. A lot of people manifest the reality they didn't have to work for money. Some people actually they were actually making more money not working than when they were working, because how they set up unemployment. Because they were giving extra money for unemployment. For 1 or 2 years, they made more money from not working than they were working, getting up, going to work every day, doing a 9 to 5. So some people it benefited, others it didn't. But again, it depends on who's telling the story. That's what the Bible's about, creating your own reality, the reality you would like to experience. What would you want to experience? And use your mind lovingly on behalf of another. So instead of talking about the negative aspects of the government, say what you want the government to do. How do you want the government, those who we claim have power, how are you thinking of them? Are you talking about things that you don't want them to be doing and then wonder why they're doing it? See, are we really ready to be accountable for the reality that we live in? Or we're going to continue to perpetuate the evil by talking about the evil? Because that's what perpetuates it. But if we would use our minds, the creative power that we have, to decide to see the reality we want, we will see it. We will actually see that if you want the people that acted badly, for the lack of a better word, and to get justice for it, why wouldn't you say to get justice for it? Why would you say, oh, they get to do what they want to do? They're just evil people, or they're the powers that be. They get to do whatever they want to do, and they don't get no recompense for it. There's no consequence for it. Well, damn, you're right. You're right. You're right. That's what you're saying. That's what's going to happen. That's what most people say. People aren't saying what they want to happen. They're saying what they don't want to happen. Usually complaining about how things aren't fair and how the rich people are evil and wicked, but then you want to be one of them. You want to be rich, but you say rich people are evil and wicked. Billionaires and trillionaires, they're evil. They don't do the right thing, but you want to be one of them. So what is that saying about you? When you become rich and when you have all the money that you don't know what to do with, you're going to be wicked too. You're going to mistreat people too. You're not going to know how to treat people too. Because if rich people in your mind are evil and wicked, what do you think that means for you when you attain wealth? When you're rich. So now you're wicked and you're evil. Careful what you say. Be careful what you say. Because the people you think are rich and aren't rich. We go by appearances. We go by stories and narratives. The people that you think are wealthy aren't the ones that have the wealth. That's an appearance. People want the appearance of wealth and they don't really want the wealth. People want fame and think fame equates wealth. It doesn't. Fame does not equate wealth. It doesn't. But people think because someone's famous, that automatically means they're wealthy. No, they're just famous. They have the appearance of it. And you have to decide, do you want true wealth or do you want the appearance? Do you want to be seen wealthy? Because those are not the same. Appearing to be wealthy and actually having wealth, they're not the same. That's why you can't let social media, the news, tell you what life is. You have to decide what it is. The Bible says, I call heaven and earth before you. And I set before you good and evil, blessings and cursings, life and death. Choose life. Yes, true wealth. A-Town said they got a lot of followers. Because what I've come to realize for me is that when I hear people say, I'm here to change the world, I'm here to save the world, I'm like, can anyone save someone else? When has anyone ever said that actually saved anyone? Whose life actually got transformed based on someone else saying they were here to do, a good thing for the world? It just doesn't happen. All of these people, we've seen it on these television shows. Remember, TV is entertainment. These celebrities are here to entertain you, to enter your mind and command the reality they want you to experience. Not the reality you want to experience, the reality they want you to experience. So when you see all of these people, I'm going to save the world. No one can save the world. The world doesn't need saving. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the world. The only thing that needs to happen, you need to change your damn mind. That's it. The only thing needs changing is your mind. Leave the world alone and change your damn self. You cannot save another person. You cannot change another person. So all these people claiming to save the world and save people have never done it. They've never saved not a one. They've never helped not a one. The only person they helped was themselves. They helped themselves. That was the only person they helped. They got richer. They got more famous. They got more money in their bank account and did nothing for the so-called world that they claimed they were here to save. So listen, be careful when you hear people talking about they're here to save, they're here to help you. No, they're here to line their pockets. And that's okay. Because that's what religion did to us. Made us believe that someone else could do the thing we could do for ourselves. Because the world told you, religion told you, you can't do this on your own. You need a savior. You need someone else to do it for you. That is the error. That is the deception. Only you can save you. You are the solution to your problem. No one else is. Someone can lead you to it, right? You can lead a horse to the water. You can lead someone. You can reveal this truth. Like we all say, we're telling people, we're planting seeds, we're watering seeds. But guess what? How did Paul say? I plant, water, Apollo waters, but who gives the increase? Who gives the increase? Paul never claimed to give the increase. Apollos doesn't give the increase. God, the inner I am, the I am within you, blooms, awakens, unfolds. All we're supposed to do is, like I said, plant the seed. That's all you can do is tell people. Trust yourself, trust yourself, trust yourself. But what do people know? I need a follow. I'm just want to be a follower. I want someone to lead me. I need someone to show me the way. I can't do this on my own. I can't do this on my own. Simba is not coming up here to talk. Do not bring him up. He was already up on the panel and he was being disruptive. I don't know what, he's not here to have a conversation.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, he was interrupting the last lady that was up when he was up here. Yep, that whole chosen one. Yep. You got a lot of saviors. Everybody wants to say, because no one wants to change themselves. They want to look at the problem that's in you. That's what saviors do, right? They tell you what's wrong with you. They don't look in the mirror. The people really think the mirror is for the other person. When you look in the mirror, who are you looking at? The mirror is not for other people. The mirror is for you. So everything you're seeing in your reality, you're seeing your own beliefs, your own consciousness, your own awareness. You have to, it's like, I like watching reality TV because I look at these women and they're in their own world. They're in their own world of luxury, of living the life that they want. And they have no apologies for it. They're not making any excuses for the life that they have. And they're not spending their life about what's going on outside of their own reality. And the world would tell you that's wrong. And I'm here to tell you that's nothing more right. Because if you just spend more time on what's happening with you, you will have less time to hurt someone else, to do wrong by someone else. Because your life will be all about making your life good. Well, you will have little to less time, no time at all, to disrupt someone else's life. That you would be spreading your joy, your peace, your love, your abundance wherever you go. Because why is that not the goal? To let your light so shine, which is your love, your joy, your peace, your abundance, wherever you go. Because if you're there, if you're the sun, you're the light, and you're there, darkness cannot be, correct? Because you're there. Because wherever you are is holy ground, is wholeness of everything. Because you're there. Because you are the power that emanates, that causes the darkness to flee. Because you're there. When you truly operate in your power. Darkness cannot be where light is. Impossible. So why aren't we letting our light shine? We too busy talking about the evil. We can't talk about darkness and then think light gonna show up. Go ahead, Keith.
The thing I was going to say, speaking on what you just said, is that I was listening to, I know everybody know about Geno Jennings, okay?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, well, you're not missing nothing.
Okay.
But anyway, he made a comment saying that unless you speak in tongues, you won't ever receive the Holy Spirit. And I said, I said, first of all, my spirit was given to me holy.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So if it comes, okay, I'll put it in this context, and people kind of get past this. The God, the Bible said, you can only worship me in spirit and in truth. Okay. So now, if I'm dealing with this God, I can only deal with him through my spirit. And so if I'm dealing with him, he said, if you're going to deal with me, you must be holy. So I'm dealing with him. So guess what? I must be all it.
There you go. Clock it.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the other thing, what my guy was talking about, you knowledge without wisdom is like putting a gun in a child's hand. They know it's a gun, but they don't have the wisdom of knowing that if I pull this trigger, I can hurt someone. You see what I'm saying? So that's why knowledge of knowing, but not knowing the wisdom of, is dangerous. And then the other part about us manifesting, well, once again, is you just want to take a few words out of this Bible, what the God of that Bible said. Now they have become like us. I'm done. I'm through talking. I'm through talking.
They have become like us. That's the part they don't tell you in their church. They tell you want to be like God, and that's bad. They miss the whole thing that you actually are God. You have actually become God. Because you were always God.
Amen.
What'd you say, Lil Toxic?
I just said simple as that. What's that?
Oh, the thing is that it has to be Adam and Eve had no awareness that they were God until they ate from the tree of knowledge, right? That knowledge of self, knowing that you're God, in their innocence, in their naivete, didn't have the awareness of being God. Not until they took on the belief in two powers. But the causing of the taking on the belief in two powers was the error. Because there are no two powers, there's only one. The error was thinking that evil was separate from you. The good and evil are you. And that's the part that people don't want to accept. And that's what a lot of these people keep telling you, whether they're religious or spiritual. They keep telling you that there's something outside of you making you think this. That's not you thinking that thought. Then who the heck is it? Because now they want to separate consciousness and call it the observer, the observed, and observee. It's all the same. 3 in 1, the Trinity. The observed, the observer, and the observee are all one. They're not 3. Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, observed, observer, observee. They're all the same. 3 in 1. But for whatever reason, the human mind wants to continue to what? Separate. It always wants to separate. They'll say, I'm over here and everything else is over there. Actually, you're projecting what's over there. You are projecting what's over there. Everything over there is in you. And is what being projected outside of you. The third dimension is the screen. It's just like a movie. Everything you're seeing is in you being projected on the outside of you. It just appears to be separate. For the experience of it. But it's all happening within us. It's all in the mind. It's all mind. That's why I say if you want to change what's out there, you have to change the film. How do you change the film? Change your assumptions about it. Assume that the world is exactly what you want it to be, and it will. Because the world is at what? Your command. And we're talking about your world, not the world. There is no the world. It's your world. It's universe. Your song. Your one song. And that song can be what? Harmonious or discordant. It depends on the one playing the instrument. Are you using your instrument in harmony with what you would like to see? What you would like for it to be? Religion is discordant. Religion is about having you look on the outside and blaming the world for your woes, for your problems. That's the Bible that those who were enslaved given was not this Bible. The things that told them how to think and how and the power that was with them, those scripts were removed. Is that the King James version is not a version that it has to be decoded. The King James version is a coded Bible. Demonology, demon. What did they say? Demon. Somebody broke that down, right? From a because dove was what moon is representative of your emotions, right? And duh is negative. So what is a demon? Negative emotion. That's all. A demon, negative emotions, allowing your emotions to rule. The Bible's telling you how not to let your emotions rule your life. To bring your emotions in subjection to Christ. You're not supposed to let emotions rule. But as you can see, everything in this world is about gaining your emotions, getting control of your emotions. So what do people come on this app and do? Not just this app, on your TV, on any social media platform. What do? They tell you a story to pull at your heartstrings. Someone's going to give you some zero to hero story about how life was so hard. It's not even that it has to be true. It just has to be believable. That's why I say believe is a very powerful tool. As much as people like to say, oh, I don't believe, I know. Bullshit. I call bullshit. Because you've been believing a lie your whole life. To now to say that you didn't believe it, yes, you did. You most certainly did operate in belief. And you still do. You still believe everything that news tell you. It's like they lie about everything except for this. The thing that you want to believe is evil. Oh, you think they can't lie about evil. So you take that hook, line, and sinker and say, oh, this things must have happened. Because they're evil anyway. So you're going to believe that. But when they tell you the truth, that's the truth. Then, oh, they're lying about that. But when they tell you about evil, oh, that must be true. So they only tell truth when it's evil, and they only tell a lie when it's good? Come on. You got to stop believing what someone else is telling you about what's happening with someone else because you weren't there. And all they're doing is trying to get your attention to make you feel a certain way. Because when they can make you feel a certain way, guess what? They got you. The moment they have your emotions, they got you. And everybody wants your emotions. They want you to feel it. Even the spiritual community. You got to be led by your feelings. Does it fit? They want you to emotionalize everything. When Neville Goddard talks about the feeling is the secret, he's not talking about your emotions, not talking about your feelings. He's talking about the naturalness of something. Something feels real to the touch, to the five senses. Whether you're happy, sad, elated, mad, doesn't matter. Thank you. Doesn't matter. People don't want you to, that's why religion doesn't want you to think. When you start thinking, they show you the door. The moment you start thinking, they show you the door. The moment you start questioning what they're telling you, you got a demon. You're possessed by a devil. Right? Because now that you're thinking too much, they can't control you now, right? You're supposed to come to church, get all hyped up on the praise and worship, the choir singing, be all hyped up on what the preacher says, but you're never to ask questions. You can't read anything outside of what they tell you to read. You can't have friends. You can't have friends of your own choosing. You can't listen to music of your own choosing. You can only do what they tell you to do. And the moment you stray away from that, it's time to excommunicate you. Because we can't have free thinkers. And even some of these spiritual communities as well, they don't want free thinkers. They don't.
Can I add to that really quickly?
Yes.
There's someone in the comments who's just, fear mongering, right? Talking about, I hope y'all run out of time. I hope y'all didn't do this. I hope y'all didn't do that. I don't care if you're a Christian or not. That is still fear mongering. And if you're still behaving that way and thinking that way, you're not free. And it's frustrating to see people who aren't religious, who claim to not be religious, act that way, because that's exactly what religion is.
Yep.
And, so it sounds spiritual. We're running out of time. I hope see the
Yep.
It's all religion still.
Yep.
Because that was annoying me. Like, I know you think you're trying to help, but you're actually hurting the vibe of the live in a way. It's not helpful.
Everybody got you on a time crunch, right?
Right.
Everybody got to get her up and get it, get her up and get the manifestation, get her up. Like I was saying earlier, you only want the thing you think that you want to happen immediately, but you don't want all thoughts to happen instantly. You don't want all thoughts to come to you instantly, because you have some effed up thoughts sometime, and you like, you question where did that thought come from, but you've had it before.
Absolutely.
You've had it before. You just don't want to think that way anymore. So now that you're aware of it, you can stop it, right? You can grab it and be like, let me alchemize this. Let me change this. No, this is not how I want to think anymore. And instead of saying, where did it come from? Just change the damn thought. It came from you, boo. You're the creator. There's no power outside of you.
Yeah, exactly. If y'all don't mind me talking.
Yeah,
on this
yeah,
subject.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's a lot of people fear mongering, even with the current geopolitical climate. And I tell people all the time, we have infinity. We are in our own timeline. We have our own clock running here. Some of us don't even have a clock. Okay,
Yep.
It's really about what it is that you want and what it is that you don't want. What thought are you thinking that's going to make the way for either or to manifest? What actions are you doing that's going to make the way for either one to manifest? This is really about you. All of it is about us. It's not about us as a collective. Sure, yeah, there's a co-creation going on. But the minute that we are all aware of who we are, and what we're capable of, everything will shift. This is an inside job. This is an inside revolution that has to happen to offset whatever it is that you think is going to, ruin the world or whatever the case may be. This is about you. And the minute that you start to move like that and that, everything begins to open up.
Yes.
I just want to add that.
Yes. Beautifully said. That's it. That's it. What are you doing with your mind, with your thoughts? Because the people that come into your experience, they don't come there by accident. They're coming here to fulfill your assumption. So now you have to ask yourself, what am I assuming? Because guess what? Get ready. They're coming to help you. They're coming to help bring your assumptions to pass. So now you need to ask yourself, be real with yourself. Be true to yourself. And when am I assuming something I really want to experience? Because if it's not, then you need to stop doing it. And you can. You can choose your thoughts. You can choose your emotions. This is what self-mastery, this is what the Christ of Scripture, the 12 disciples, 12 disciplines of mind is all about. Self-mastery. Hey, Sheila, I know you probably made an accident. Did you mean to come up, Sheila? I know sometimes be you hitting the like. If you meant to come up, you can unmute. Just believe. Just believe. Because believe just means to accept it as true. Accept that the reality of what you want to experience is already true. And then live your life accordingly. The thing is that what trips people up is that people become double-minded and don't even realize it. This is where the power of awareness is key. People say, I want this, but then speak like that. They don't continue speaking like this. They say, I want this, but then moments later, they're talking about the very thing that they don't want to happen, and then wonder why their manifestation doesn't come through. Oh, your manifestation is coming through. It's the thing that you actually believe. It's the thing you actually believe. Everything you're experiencing is because you believed it could happen. Good, bad, or ugly, indifferent. It's all manifesting. Because manifesting isn't something you need to learn to do. It's something you have to master. And it's about mastering what you want, right? You naturally manifest. Now it's about being deliberate about what I want to manifest. Being intentional about what I want to experience. Choosing A and having no plan B. Choosing A and having no plan B. There is no other option. There is no other option. It's only this option. I'm not concerned with the how, and I'm not concerned with the when, because all is now. All is now. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Hey, Sunflower, peace and blessings.
I am great.
Great.
Oh my gosh. I didn't realize how much I missed you.
I missed you guys too. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Woo! You are cooking this morning, girl. Or today, not morning. You are cooking. I mean, like I said, I'm so glad I'm invited to the cookout because you are roasting on that grill. And there was nothing for me to say because everything I was thinking, you were saying. Everything. All is your mind. The guests that come up and they're speaking from their own personal perspective, they're not aware that they have created their own world. Yes. Well, how did God create anything He created? It spoke it. Yep. It spoke the thought. Our thoughts are here to serve. That's how we manifest, because we are, I won't say a God, we are the God. There is no other God.
Yes.
You're it. You've always been it. There will never be one before you or after you. Never. So people trip me out when they say they. They're the they. They are the they that they speak of. There's no such thing as separation. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Or like what they say when you're in the desert and you see a mirage. I don't know what you're suffering
from.
It's
a
mirage.
Yep.
It's all a mirage. And the mirage that you're seeing is your thoughts. That's why we're here on this 3D plane dimension. That's why we're here to experience who, what, ourselves. Yes, we have the power to make an illusion and participate in the illusion and to treat the illusion like it's real. And then pop out of it and say, wasn't that fun? Wasn't that something? Man, I like that. I'm doing that again. What, you gonna get back on the ride? Yup, I'm getting right back on the ride. There's no line. I'm getting right back on the line, like an amusement park. And then somebody who was on the ride that you just got off said, I ain't getting on that no more.
I know, right?
I'm done with that. You had that roller coaster. Matter of fact, I'm sick. Let me go sit down somewhere. Because it's all us. Yes, there's how many billion people here on this 3D plane, and they all are creating their own world, their own universe, and they're all the God of their universe. There is nobody else. There's you. And that's it. And just because you're awoke in some things doesn't mean you have fully woken up to who you are yet. You're on the path, you're on the journey.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I like to look at things is I look at it through the filtration of love.
Yes.
Now, whatever happens, whatever comes, I look at it through the lens of love. And if it don't line up with that love, I reject it. That's it. That's why it's easy for me to love me and anyone else. Because me loving you is not up to you. It's up to me.
Mm. Say that again.
Me loving you is up to me, not you. And the sooner we are aware of that, the sooner we have peace within. We're meant to have peace. We're meant to enjoy. We're meant to enjoy the experience of ourselves. That's what we're having, a self experience of self. That's why it's so. The commandment is to love your neighbor. Well, who's your neighbor? You. So you're like, well, that sounds confusing. How can I be God and love my neighbor, and my neighbor be me? Because you have the power, the ability to love something else, even though the something else is you. You have the power to bring about separation. Even there is no separation. There is no over there. There's never been an over there. There's been an illusion of an over there. Everything that we have, the cars, the house, the clothes, the money, the material things that we can see, it's all part of the illusion. That's how powerful your mind is. Everything, nothing comes to you by itself. It only can come to you unless you draw it to you. What does the Bible say? If I be lifted up, I draw how many things?
Oh.
Well, that means some things, right? Just a few things, a couple things.
Oh.
All things. Unto who? Who you bringing it unto?
Me.
All right. No, I'm not telling you something Kevin wrote. I'm telling you what's in the Bible that you guys say you believe in. That's why I love this community so much. I love it so much. I love it so. Because the community is my desire being manifest.
Yes.
See how that work?
Yep.
That's why I get so I used to get in my feelings about your live, Toya. If anybody came against you, I took it personal. I took it personally. I said, wait a minute now. You need to check yourself for your records. I be in my feelings. I get protective.
That's funny.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh. Yeah, because you goes like, I'm gonna sing my song. Don't take it personal. Take the bitter with the
I used to do that. That was me at one time. When I first came on the live. I mean, some of the people who would come up, man, I wanted to go do something to them. I wanted to lay my religion down and be non-Christian for a few minutes.
You funny.
Then I had to deconstruct me, right? So, but I absolutely love this platform and this community. And I see how it gets broader and broader and reaching more and more people.
Mm-hmm.
And I love how you boldly speak your truth. You boldly come before the throne. No timidness, no fear, no intimidation, boldness. Unapologetically you. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. And no, so I didn't have much to say. I just want to come up and say welcome back.
Oh, appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it always. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Much love, much love, much love. I was missing you guys too. So it's a welcome back. But I enjoyed that fun in the sun because we came back rain. They would say it was cold here. I'm like, woo. It hit 80. I mean, it rained a little bit, but not enough to keep us from doing what we want to do. So we had a great time. So beautiful time, beautiful time. The kids definitely loved it. They definitely had a ball. Jet skis and everything. Yep. So,
great. Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome. Yep.
It's awesome.
Thank you. So we have Magnetic. Hello, dear. How are you?
Hey, everyone. How are you?
Great.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
In light of this good old Easter Sunday, I would like to say that I have arisen.
I know, right? Love it.
Yes. I was lost and now found.
Yes.
And I was blind, now I see.
Woo-hoo. Say that. Say that. Say that.
Yes. And so I want to correlate this to the fact that I actually came in my remembrance during my 33rd year. I just turned 34. So it was amazing to me.
Oh, wow.
So, and I correlate that with Jesus and how he died when he was 33 and he arisen. Yes. So I have seen like so much transformation from me this whole year, from my attitude to what I believe to where I stand at and everything. I'm still going and learning and being in emotions, but I'm glad that I'm being still and just being me. And I'm so proud of myself.
Yes,
and I thank you so much too. I thank you for your platform and everything like that because I learned a lot. Okay, and I listen to Kevin all the time. Like Kevin, you be going. So I love it. I love it. I love everything about it. So I had to come over here and come up here and talk my truth and let you know that you is part of my journey. Thank you so much.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love it, love it. Oh, that 33 vertebrae. All right. That Kundalini awakening. Love it, love it, love it. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I would like to ask the panelists, what practical steps are you taking in the everyday reality? Like what could be a part of your routine or something that you do on a daily? The practical steps that you're taking in the reality to ensure that you are in control.
For me, I'll go first then. For me, I remind myself that I have free will every day. Because at first, I didn't believe in the free will based on like Christianity and stuff. And then I was in and out of the free will thing. But I remind myself every day that I have free will and like standing in that. And also, I stopped waking up getting on my phone first thing in the morning. Don't touch my phone at all. Do not touch it. You don't have to look at the time. You getting up right on time. And another thing is Prosperous Toya says to not rush. And so every day I do not rush. Even if I'm late, I still take my time because I'm on time because it's my time. So that's one of the things that I do.
Love it.
Sorry, I'm off today. I'm a little tired.
That's okay. You doing
I'm
good?
a little off today. Sorry. Toya and Kevin both know about my whiteboard. I write things on a whiteboard for me. Basically, it just serves as a reminder of things I've already decided. So it keeps it front and center for me because I work from home. So I just keep track of like the things that I'm, deciding toward. And the other thing that I think I'm doing more consciously now is I just ask myself what I want in my mind. For example, I lent somebody some money a few weeks ago, and close friend and family. And I was like, oh yeah, like, just give me the money back by X date or whatever. And so that date comes, and I'm like, they didn't, they're usually pretty communicative. I wonder what happened. So anyway, I reached out to them. I was like, oh, hey, like, no, I just asked them for the money back. And in my mind, I'm like worried, like, oh my God, like, what if they don't have, like, what if it's gonna, mess up our friendship, all this sort of stuff. And then I was like, well, what do you want? I'm like, I want my money back. I want them to have forgotten about it. And it's not a big deal. And they have it. It's not a big deal. Like I didn't want it to be an issue. And that's exactly what happened. They sent the money back. They're like, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Da, 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 da. And it was nothing. It was no problem. It was nothing burger.
Yes.
That's what I like to say. So yeah, it was just like in my mind, like, what do I want? Like, why am I fretting right now? What is it that has actually caused me mental anguish? And most of the time it's because I haven't decided consciously what is it that I want from this situation.
I love it. That's amazing.
I'll go next.
Go ahead.
And I really, everybody that already participated, enjoy your explanation of what you do. And I really love the truth of you. For me, I don't know if I want to use the word ritual, because that's a confinement word to my understanding. What I hope what you mean is how do you continue to evolve into more of who you are? And that comes through your awareness. We just finished a book a couple of weeks ago, The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. And I highly recommend that book because you can only do things based on your awareness of a thing. Now you don't know what you don't know, right? I know I've asked this question before. If I ask you to tell me something you don't know, you can't because you don't know it. So to continue to evolve into who you are is to understand and be aware of who you are. Now you can put that into practice daily by having a specific um, thought and watch that specific thought manifest before you. Now, I put in the chat earlier that our thoughts are a servant to us because we are not a God, the God. And our thoughts are there to serve us. Whatever that purpose we assign to that thought, whether it's a wanted or unwanted desire, is there to serve. It's not there to question. It's not even there to resist. It's there to serve. So your thoughts, as Toya just said, is being a master of your thoughts. Well, how do you do that? You have to be able to step outside of your thoughts and recognize, be aware that you are outside of the thoughts that you are thinking. And you tell those thoughts what to do. You can only control those thoughts when you recognize and aware of the thoughts that you're having. So when a thought pops up that you don't desire, say, nope, 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 nope. We're not having that. Whatever you deem as a negative thought. Or like Toya was saying earlier, you say you want to be wealthy, but you're complaining about how expensive everything is. I'm not judging. I'm just using that as an example. So you have to be aware of what you are aware of with your thoughts. Thoughts are things. They're not you. They're things. And they're there to serve you. So I would recommend A, read that book and have a highlighter and pen with you because there's a lot of knowledge in that book that you'll only be able to um, understand through your own perspective of where you are at the present. So if you pick that book up a couple of months or a year later, because your perspective have expanded, when you go through that book again, it'll land differently because you've grown. You're not the same person you are, and I'm not the same person I was in my awareness 10 years ago. So that's what I recommend. Learning to be aware of what you're aware about, and that's how you control it.
Absolutely. Did you have anything you want to add, Ascension?
Okay, yes. Thank y'all for these explanations. This is nice. I guess I can go from what I do during the day, or what I do every day. When I wake up, that's one of the first things I do is I show gratitude and give thanks for another day, and I go into what it is that I want to accomplish today. And if I don't accomplish it for whatever reason, I still feel good about who I am, what I am, and that, I'm granted another day to do whatever it is I need to do, and that the day is perfect. And I go outside. I go outside, and I just spend time just being a human. You know what I mean? Like, not striving for anything, not wanting to uh, go all out or early bird gets the worm kind of deal. It's just no, touch grass, look at the sky, look at the weather, just look at the birds or just observe nature, spend time with my cat. Um, and then I get into other stuff, you know. Uh, if I do touch the phone, that's the first thing I do is check in with my family, what they're talking about, because we're always talking about something, no matter what time of the day it is. Check in with them first, and then go into my neural programming on my phone. Um, different subconscious thoughts and affirmations that I get into. Then after that, I get into all the funny BS on TikTok or whatever. And then I get into my work, I encourage setting the tone for the day, um, connecting with what is vital to us, which is nature also being my cat, and everything else, like what is vital to us, and then getting into comedy, things that make us laugh, and then getting into business. Oftentimes we get up and we get into, okay, I gotta rush, I gotta hurry up, I gotta get ready for work, and we put ourselves last. We put our souls last, you know, and we put the dollar first or our survival first. Um, and we need to get into more so of what our essence is, like the foundation is, like the soul, like feeding your soul first thing, and everything else comes second. Even if that means you got to get up earlier. Some people got to get up by 6, some people got to get up by 5. Even if that means you got to go to bed early, then you got to do that. So I just want to add that.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you everyone for sharing. We have another guest on the panel, Calvin. You can unmute.
What up, though?
Hey.
Can you hear me? My service is bad. My bad.
Oh, no problem. No, we can hear you.
Cool.
What's going on?
Oh, my bad. Oh, so no, I was just right here. The Bible is psychological. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes.
Now the word psychological, is that like Dr. Phil type of thing, or is it like what that mean?
That everything you experience was a thought first. It's an intention, an idea, a belief, an assumption, a programming, a conditioning. It's telling you, the Bible's telling you how to use your mind.
Oh, okay.
So it you can find it in one scripture in the Bible. It's in Proverbs. I think it's the 23rd chapter. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. That's what that whole book is about. Whatever you're thinking about, that's what you're going to experience. Be it good, bad, or ugly, indifferent, horrific, grand, small, minute, humongous, whatever it is, it's all first a thought. Then it becomes an experience.
Okay. Random throw up. Have you ever heard of the phrase "There's no such thing as an original thought"?
Yeah. The book says that nothing new under the sun.
Well, I think I've heard that in the Bible, but I've heard that saying somewhere else. And I just want to stick it with the thought process, right?
Okay.
So my thing, you're right. I understand. I think you're right. My only question to all that is that how can we even have a thought but we never even put the brain there. Like, how does that happen?
What do you mean we didn't put the brain there? So you think you can't have awareness outside of the brain?
No, I'm saying like I can't put my skull and my brain to hold it there and to like keep it there, right? So my thought process, like, yo, who put me together? Like, how did I come about that I could think and have these thoughts? And then it's like, how does that function or work?
Where from a anatomy or from a physics or from a chemistry or from how the everything is developed in the womb of a woman. I mean, you would have to go study science for that, right?
Okay, so then why is the Bible merged with psychology? It wouldn't be psychology. The Bible is its own separate like department.
Okay, and why do you say that?
Because psychology to me it would be form of manipulation, mental health, what we have here now. Dr.
Oh, so you looking at it? Okay, so isn't psychology dealing with the mind?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and so don't you have to use your mind to experience anything in your reality, in your world? Like when it comes to going to school, going to work, being on these social media apps, aren't you using your mind to do all of that?
I guess, yes.
And that's what the Bible is telling you.
Hold on. So, no, you're losing me. I'm trying to keep up.
I know. Are you religious in any way? Are you a Christian?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
okay. So yes, I know this is going to sound
But I
new.
also, okay.
It's going to sound new and very unfamiliar because this is not what you're going to hear in your churches. Christianity tells you that this book.
Respectfully, though, the reason why.
Go ahead. What'd you
Okay,
say?
thank you. I'm gonna forget. So, I also dealt with mental health my whole life, unfortunately, and the reason why I feel me, I'll keep it in the eye here in Jersey, like my state, the program that they have going here, there's no Bible in there, and the fact that psychology to me is it works. I get it. However, it's not for everybody, and it's a program, like you said. To be free and to do this, psychology won't allow you to do that. Psychology will limit you. It'll put you actually in a box because it's like you have to do this now because if you don't do it this way, it won't work. So it gives you like a limit. Whereas to the Bible, I don't know if this would make sense, but Albert Einstein once said, um, knowledge is power, but imagination is greater, something like that. The point of saying
That's what the Bible's teaching you about your
no,
imagination.
Albert Einstein said that though. That's like
Yeah, but he got it from the Bible. He got it from the Bible. I know religion would tell you that science and the Bible are separate, but they're one. So the medical community is separating it, right? So you're looking at it from a psychology, from a medical perspective, right? So you're talking about mental health, psychologist, psychiatry, right? You're looking at it from a business perspective. And so their job is to what? Diagnose you and say, this is the way for you to get your mental health in order. I'm not coming from that perspective. Psychologically, we're talking about how you use your mind. Have you ever studied psychology like in college?
University of Life.
University of Life. Okay. I feel that. So when we're talking about the Bible is psychological. We're talking about like how you would study it from the mind, not from a medical perspective. We're talking about strictly from it, just talking about your consciousness, your awareness, how you think as a being on this earth.
Okay, this is where it gets a little like I get hostile, and I come in peace. So you're saying Lord help me. Choose the right words.
Just
Okay,
make sure
so
whatever you say is TikTok approved. Don't worry about me being offended. Just make sure whatever
no,
you
but
say is TikTok approved. Because I'm not going to be
I'm pulling
offended.
it
You're
up.
not going to say anything I haven't heard. I used to be a Christian, so I used to teach Sunday school. So you're not going to say anything I haven't heard before. So just make sure whatever you say, TikTok is okay with it, because they flag different terminology and different words.
It ain't about TikTok. It's about the soul. No, I'm joking. All right, so now, I okay. So mental health will give you the missing pieces that you're searching for, right? Because that's where you're going. And before I continue that, I want to keep this in mind too, please. By the way, if you don't have insurance, if you don't have money, this mental health wouldn't really. It's hard for you to even get like. So I really want you to keep that in mind. That it's like you said, business, right? When it comes to the Bible, what it does is reprograms you. It kind of deconstructs you from the world. It protect well, the Bible, according to the Bible, it says, protect your eyes, protect what you hear. So it reprograms your brain because unfortunately our brain, when we were young, our innocence was snatched, so to speak. Whether it's music, whatever the case may be, something happened that we just went AWOL.
Mm-hmm.
That
I
makes sense so
agree.
far? Let me know.
I agree. The Bible does reprogram your mind. It tells you to be not conformed to this world, but to be what? You know the rest of that scripture? Romans
Transform,
12 and 2.
confirm.
Be not conformed to
Yeah,
this world, but be transformed. How are you transformed? How does the rest of that script say?
so that's a journey though. That's not even like
But
that's
isn't
what
but
I
isn't
be
that
telling
but that's again that's psychological. It's how you think.
no
How are you transformed? By renewing your what?
mind.
Well, no, no. To say
Confirm.
it, do you know the script? What is it?
Renew your mind.
Okay. I just said it's all
Okay,
mind. I'm telling you, the Bible's all about your mind. So how are you?
right.
How do you renew? How are you transformed? How? By
You go to the
renewing your mind. You just said the Bible programs you for life, and it's going to give you it helps you with your mental. See, when you follow this script, you don't have to worry about mental health. You will operate from the wholeness of who you are. There will be no depression, no anxiety, no mental disorders. But if you're conditioned by the world who tells you it's something wrong with you because you don't think like everybody else. It's something wrong with you if you're ADHD, or if you're autistic, or whatever label or category they have put you in, because for some reason your mind doesn't operate like, quote unquote normal people do. What is even normal? What does it even mean? Because most people that they've quote unquote diagnosed don't think that way. We know in school not everybody learns at the same pace, correct? And the ones that question or don't learn like everybody else, they move them to the side and say, "Oh, like I remember, like when I was in high school, it was regular classes, honor classes, and then advanced placement classes, right? They were always putting us in categories based on how we learned. Now, in elementary school, they even had the MH classes, those who were mentally challenged in their mind, who didn't keep up with those who are at least learned at a regular pace, right? Or maybe they were disruptive because they didn't want to quote unquote behave and sit in behind a desk and in a chair for 3 to 4 hours without talking. That wasn't a part of their makeup. They didn't want to be caged in that kind of way. It was only the dutiful children that were seen to be the ones that they wanted to teach. They understood that those children were more moldable, more teachable. I could discipline them and make them be like I wanted them to be because they did not challenge the structure.
Well, you said a lot. I don't know how you respond to all that.
It wasn't a question. It was just a observation.
Okay, so but am I allowed to like
Yeah.
disagree respectfully?
Oh, of course.
The reason why I say that because this is gonna be tricky, but you're right. What you're saying is right, right? So for the kids that got left aside, this is like a metaphor, I guess, but that's the people that Jesus came and died, quote unquote, according to the book, the misfits, right? The lepers, the sick, all that, right? Because the world moves forward, whether we like it or not. Life goes on. We have evolved so much right now in 2026, and if you can't keep up with that, you're left behind. But those people still have feelings, emotions. But unfortunately, if they can't pay rent, they can't do this, then the less you go down the, like you said. Now, psychology again deals with, oh, like you said, that's psychology. They separate you, they put this class, this, that, that. That is psychology. The Bible, what does is deals with your feelings and emotions. Like when you're sad, you're hurt, you feel embarrassed, somebody left you out, you don't feel fit in. That's when God kicks in. It's like you're worth more than all of this because this is not even part of the plan. Like this is not for you. You're not supposed to be stuck in this room all day. Like you're supposed to be running, but they're calling you crazy. Just hang in there. Does that make sense? I don't know.
It makes sense, but we're saying the same thing, but you're calling it something different. That's the only thing I see here, is that what I'm saying is psychology. You're saying it's biblical. I'm saying they're one and the same. And then when I describe the psychological perspective, you're saying, oh, you're looking at psychology from a system, where I would say that's a system that you're just what I described as far as labeling people and categorizing people and separating people. That's government, that's institutions, are they using psychology? Yes, they are using psychology to control, to manipulate, to coerce, to discipline, to separate, which is what not only the governments and the academic institutions, but also religion. Religion falls under that same thing. The Bible does not separate, the Bible unites. Let me speak for myself. I know nobody was born of a miraculous birth 2,000 years ago and died for the sins of the world. I know that didn't happen. That's a mythology. It's not unique to Christianity. There are numerous amount of miraculous births of deities throughout human history. It's the same story being told over and over, depending on what part of the world you were born into, that you hear this origin story of some savior being born of a miraculous birth is coming to cure humankind from its depraved nature. Simply didn't happen. That's not what this book is about. The book is telling you that the power that you're looking for is the power within you.
And look, your feelings and emotions are valid. I respect you. However,
Well, what about that was feelings? That had nothing to do with it. What I said had nothing to do with my emotions. Absolutely nothing. It's not about how I feel. My feelings have absolutely nothing to do with what I said.
Okay, my bad. So to the topic you were saying, if you think about it, I'll leave it like this. Look, America claims to have psychology on lock, right? They claim to know the brain. They're claiming to be able to fix it, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, fine. But if this information was so powerful, how come it cannot work in other countries? How come it cannot get translated? It's only here somehow, some way. Of course, it triggers other countries, this and that third, but it's not as powerful like we have it. Whereas to the Bible, people in different languages and jungles are like getting the Bible.
Interesting. So you're saying because the Bible has been translated in other languages, that means it's correct or right? I mean, but here's the thing. I'm not against the Bible. Your perspective on the interpretation and my perspective on this interpretation are vastly different. You see it as a historical book about a promise that was yet to come, made by a deity in the sky or in somewhere outside of this cosmos that is above the heavens. And I see it as a psychological, esoteric, mythical, symbolical book talking about the mind. So we're not interpreting the same book the same way. You see it as a history book. I see it as a scientific book. Now, you will find psychology, neurology, cosmology, astronomy, astrology, numerology within this text. But the one that is supreme is psychology. It's an esoteric rendering of the personification of the mind. Every person in the scripture is a personification of the states of mind that we in human form go through. That's what the book is about.
So, every time you say something else, I feel like I'm like attacking you back. I don't know. It's just I don't.
No, I don't
It's
feel
like
attacked because my thing is I already know what you're going to say because I used to be a Christian. Mostly everyone here knows what you're going to say because most of us used to be Christians and most of us aren't anymore. So you're not saying anything new that we haven't heard.
So you said that I look at it as far as history, and I just want to say respectfully, not to like, no, I'm just saying that's not the case for me. I personally could care less about the Jewish Old Testament. I'm Ecuadorian from Jersey. I got nothing pertaining to that. I don't even like pita bread, right?
Okay.
My encounter with God, it's about love because the Bible claims that God is love.
Right.
The key
I
word
agree.
is.
I agree.
Psychology does not have love. Psychology has planning and manipulation, which takes somebody so far. Whereas to love, think about it. He's claiming love. That means that does that make sense so far? Let me not go too far.
It makes sense. It makes sense. It's just
okay.
Your can someone look up the definition of psychology? Go ahead, Calvin.
Ain't love. Nah.
You said it ain't love.
It works. Don't get me wrong. Psychology works. I give you my word. It works for some people. Psychology works. It pays bills. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So
yeah, because you're still looking at psychology from a medical perspective, and I just told you that's not how we're not rendering it from. Oh, I go to a psychiatrist or I go to a psychologist who's going to tell me how I should live my life. I'm telling you, the Bible already does that for you. I don't need to go to a psychiatrist. I don't need to go to a psychologist. The Bible is the psychology. It is the psychologist. It is the psychiatrist. You don't need anything outside of yourself to get the thing you need in life.
I beg to differ because where there's a creation, there got to be a creator. And the fact that, let's say hypothetically, aliens made me, what, they're playing peekaboo and they're not even telling me what's the purpose of me? Or the fact that the government captured these aliens, so obviously the government's stronger than them, Area 51, if that's the truth. So
okay.
kind of put that aside.
Okay, so psychology, hold on, let me give you a definition of psychology. It's the scientific study of the human mind and behavior. That's what the Bible is about. That it is the study of the human mind and behavior. That's what the Bible is about.
In the Bible,
it's the study of the mind, huh?
Okay, the mind, which is like the mind, right? Fine. The patterns, the repeats, the why you're angry.
Right. And let me tell you. So every story in the book from Revelations, from Genesis to Revelations, is about the behavior of every being born of woman. It's talking about the dual mind that happens in the Old Testament, and it's talking about the oneness of mind in the New Testament. It's the same story.
Every story has a love story in there, though.
Yes, I know. Yeah, we're in agreement there. The Bible is about love. It is.
And when it comes to psychology, if you don't have insurance, there is nothing for you. You better go talk to a dog or a cat. You have a better hope of like sharing.
You're taking it so literally, though. She's not literally talking about mental health and going to a psychiatrist.
But what I'm trying to express,
because he's still trying to make it medical. You're still trying. You're still coming from a government medical perspective. I don't have a doctor. I don't go to the doctor. You're still making it like we're required to go to a doctor to get prescribed or be told or to be told about our psyche.
I agree with you. I think we've come to an agreement. I believe that I listen. I'm not trying to be a weirdo creep. I smashed two of my therapists because of my brain of how I thought I was like a manipulator, whatever the case may be. My point of saying is that psychology, there's loopholes. So it's not a perfect system. It's not something because those people that are trying to
Yeah,
help
because
us,
you're still
they're going
talking
through
about
problems
from a
too.
medical remove the medical part out of it. It seems like you can't separate psychology from the medical practice. And I'm here to tell you they're not one and the same, even though you're trying to make them one and the same. When I'm talking about the word psychology, not the industry psychology. You're still talking about the system of psychology when I'm talking about the word psychology. I'm saying that the Bible is all about the mind, which is the definition of psychology. You're talking about the system of it and how the medical community uses it. That's something separate. That's something different.
I believe I believe that humans created psychology and Jesus or God created love, which is your emotion, the real problem. The psychology part is a like again.
Okay, I get you. Okay, I receive that. I could say that the Bible is a book of love. I have no problem with saying that. It is. It is a beautiful love story about self.
I'm not trying to get anything from like I don't want to hear that. Like what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, but the thing is, I'm not disagreeing. Why do you?
Kelvin, I need you to share what you think Toya is saying. Like, what do you think she is trying to say before we move on?
So what I'm reading between the lines here, right? So she says the Bible is psychological, deconstructing Christianity. The Bible is the book of manifest book. Heaven is now. To me, that is when people. I'm not trying to get no one mad. When people think they're thinking, they're actually listening. That's just my belief, and I believe that there's three voices in everyone's head. Let me not go too far. Does that make sense so far?
I hear you, but I want you to
Yeah, what's the three voices?
What she is trying to say. What do you think that she is trying to communicate to you? Not what you think. What is she saying to you? What do you think she's saying to you?
That God is not real, basically.
There's our disconnect.
Yep, never said God is. Here's the thing. The thing is, what I'm saying is that who you believe God to be and who I believe and who I know God to be is two different things.
Yeah, but you're using the word Christianity. Like that's my word.
I'm deconstructing Christianity.
I don't want to because I feel like this is the part like when people punch me in the face. So I walk away. I just wanted to share that because I was doing my rounds and I saw the psychology part, and God is deconstructing me from that because I used to manipulate. I was a con artist. I was a stick up dude. So in order to do certain things, you got to be like wise. You got to be, but you also got to be chosen for that. Not everybody has that ability. So if you do have the brain without going to school, then that means there's a higher cause, higher like. Let me stop.
I mean, it sounds like you want to disagree with me on principle, but in reality, we agree. You just don't like the words. You don't like the terminology. You don't like that I'm saying psychology as opposed to love. That irks you.
No, nothing irks me. What irks me is that I don't know how to communicate because when I speak my mind, people really get mad. So God is teaching me how to be humble, how to be meek. Because I feel cocky. I feel like I know the truth and that's it. And because I feel like no one has like proved me otherwise, so it's hard for me to be kind and gentle. I get passive aggressive, and like I'll be like nah, and then that's why I'm like playing it cool.
Oh yeah, it's okay. It's okay if people don't. Yeah, I get passionate too, and I don't apologize for it though. I don't apologize for if I get loud and passionate. I'm cool with it.
You know what? I can't stand my op, which is the devil, right? And I believe, like you said, what are the three voices? I believe that everyone has it, whether you want to admit it or not. I believe we have God's voice, we have the devil's voice, and we have our own voice. Now, the devil cannot be in your brain. He cannot know what you're thinking, but he can whisper you. He knows your moves. He knows your parents move. He knows what trick, like he knows everything. So he sets these traps.
How do
He
wait a
does
minute,
these
wait a
things.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let's stop right there. Let's deal with that. The devil knows everything? Or you want to keep that statement? That he knows everything?
Yeah,
Really? So the
yeah.
devil is all knowing? Give me a script that tells me the devil is all knowing. I need a script with that.
Knowing everything because he sees you. So
No.
knowing
I
everything.
said give me a scripture in your Bible that backs up that this devil is all knowing.
Okay, so they call him the Prince of Air.
But that isn't telling me. See. The Bible has scriptures to back up that God is all knowing. I need scripts that back up that the devil is all knowing, not what they call the devil. But give me a script that specifically says this devil knows all.
Now we taking words serious. Okay, so that word I misused it. Okay, not all knowing, but he knows everything. I don't know.
Give me a scripture that says that he knows everything. Then, since you don't like the word all, give me a scripture that says he knows everything. I don't know. I didn't know every. I thought every and all were like synonymous, were like synonyms. But since you're saying they don't mean the same thing, I'm taking your word for it. For in your reality, they don't mean the same thing. So just give me a script that says the devil knows everything. Hey, divination.
It would fall under the umbrella. He's the Prince of Air, the ruler of the world, of the earth. What else?
But that isn't saying that he knows everything. Calling him the ruler of the world. So here's the thing. How many devils is it?
One.
Okay. So, is he everywhere too?
So he can't be like God. So for example, like in this
No. Let's not jump to before. Answer the question. Can he be everywhere too?
No. Only Jesus holds the whole world.
Okay. He knows everything. It's only one of him. So if the devil's talking to you, is the devil talking to anyone else at the same time? Because it's like billions of people on this plane. When the devil's talking, say the devil's in your ear telling you some crazy shit, right? Is he also talking to someone else at the same time, seeing there's billions of people on this plane?
Touche. I think so. You know why?
So I guess he can be everywhere then, according to you.
Nah, hear me out. You brought up a good point, right? Like let's say people that love to go to the club, right? In the Christian world, they say that's wrong. That's just one person. I mean, one section. And then Christians will be like, oh, doing that is wrong. So that's another section. So it's like the saying, killing two birds, one stone. But he uses a lot. Because think about it. Everybody that goes to the club only goes because they're in that environment. You know how it like the way. But if somebody that goes hiking and goes to a club, you're gonna like it's gonna feel awkward. It's gonna be like, yo, I don't belong here. Let me get out of here. So the devil knows how to get you. Like he knows, mind you, he's been on this earth according to the Bible. Not saying it's facts, according to the Bible, for conversation's sake. He's been here before us. Like when he went to Job, or when they had a meeting and they were like, yo, where you was at? He was like, oh, I was from here to there, roaming back and forth. Like he was just here. And then again, I fight with God because I'm like, yo, this is like a huge chess game, but that's here and there.
Yeah, because if God is all knowing, why he asking the devil where he been?
It's because I don't know if you know the devil. Before he was the devil, he was Lucifer. According to the Bible, Lucifer was like, I guess, an archangel as well, and he was very, really like made out of like stones.
No, but the question was, if God is all knowing, why is he asking the devil where he's been?
That's what I'm gonna get at. Because he also made them and the angels, or what are all them people, demon angels.
No, but didn't God already know where he was before the devil answered? Didn't God is all knowing? So why is he asking? Doesn't he already know the devil was traveling to and fro, going to and fro? Doesn't God already know that? So why ask the question?
Yes, but he didn't make us robots. The devil included.
No, we ain't talking about.
I mean, he didn't make them robots because if he knew and then stopped it, then it would have been.
I didn't say stop. I didn't say stop it. I said, why is he asking a question he already knows the answer to? Is the question. He already knew what the devil was doing. Why ask the question?
Yes, Yes, he knows everything, but if he
But anyway, here let's get off that. Let's get off that. The thing is that what I'm wanting you to get to, what I'm wanting to pierce the veil, and it's just not for you, it's for others in my chat, is that you don't even realize that you're making the devil equal to God. Because you say, we all agree that those who talk about God, they say that he's all knowing, all powerful, and present everywhere. You said the devil knows everything, and the devil can also be everywhere. And then you said, well, he's just like God. How about he is God?
No, I didn't say that. He wants to be just like God. But since he realized he couldn't do that, then he's destroying the best thing that he knows that God loves, which is us.
Why is God allowing something that he loves to destroy it? Like if you you had something really precious in your home, something you spent a lot, something you really loved, would you let a known entity or being come along would you lay it down for like your dog to chew up on and to slobber all over and to spit upon, and you cherish this thing? Would you just leave it out for someone to do whatever they wanted to with it? Be honest.
If I had a lot of money and I was a king, probably, because like I don't care about that stuff. It's
so stuff that you care really about, that you love. No, because the question was something that you love and that you cherish. Okay, let's not say a thing. Let's talk about a baby. Let's talk about your child. Would you leave your child to a known predator to have their way with? Yes or no?
Okay.
No. Yes or no. Because you want to make this about money, so I need to bring you down to God's level. Since you're saying God left his precious commodity, the beings he created here, to let a devil run rapshod all over them and do half his way with them, I'm going to pose that question to you. Would you, loving father, have a child and leave them with a known predator? Would you do that? And tell your child to figure it out. You better figure out, you got free will, but this predator can do whatever they want to do to you. They can abuse you physically, sexually, do anything to you. You gonna leave them in there? You just gonna leave the child there and tell them to figure it out? That's what you'll do?
Okay.
As a child, as a father, as a loving father?
Okay.
Would you?
Listen, I apologize if I said something wrong.
You didn't say anything wrong.
Listen, a lot of people have asked me that question, and my response is this, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of parents right now that I could look them in the eye and say, yo, are you a good person? And they'll tell me, yes, no, whatever the case may be. But they'll have kids. I'm like, yo, if you're not a good person, why would you bring your kid here? Why would you have a relationship and have a kid if you know that you're not such a good person? Or a mother that have all these kids and knowing this world is sick and wicked, why will you bring a child innocent in this world knowing there's a possibility that something could happen? Does that make that person parent bad?
So you're gonna yes, it does. It would. Definitely. God is bad. God is your God. The God of Christianity is a bad, bad God. I would not. That's why I'm no longer a Christian, because he's a bad God. He's a horrible God. He is the worst God known to man. I would not. I hate that I even allow my children to even know such a God. I hate that I even knew such a God. I hate that I ever gave my allegiance to such a deity that would create beings and leave the beings here to figure out life for themselves, and leave a devil to do whatever he wants to do to them. Yes.
Basic instruction before leaving Earth. The acronyms for Bible. He didn't just leave us here.
Well,
yes, he did. He left the devil here to do whatever.
If God knowingly knew the devil
is, you know, whatever, quote unquote, king of this world or whatever you want to call it. And he put us on this earth knowing that would happen because God is supposed to be omniscient. God is supposed to know everything. Then he did know what was going to happen. So that's like leaving your child in a cage with a lion and a tiger and expecting not to get eaten. That's not, if God's ways are so much higher than our ways, then why would God think that is okay? If we as humans can understand and see that is dangerous, you would not put your own child in harm's way, or something or someone that you care about in harm's way.
Yeah, you do everything you can to protect your child. You do everything you can to make sure that they don't fall into the hands of the quote unquote evil one. You know, that's a problem with religion. Religion excuses bad behavior instead of telling you to change it. It gives you no accountability to make this world a better place. It says, well, it's just the way it is. We just got evil people. We just got bad people. We just have a devil to contend with. If religion would remind you that actually you have the power to make heaven now, to change the way you think, to create the reality you want, which is what that Bible tells you, you would. And see, that's what we're doing. We don't contend with devils and Satans and demons. Oh my, that's a Abrahamic faith type thing, and it's really only 2 out of the 3 Abrahamic faiths, because Judaism not so much, Islam, Christianity oh so much. Y'all love y'all devils and demons and Satans. Oh my, y'all love them. Y'all love to talk about them. How powerful it is.
Okay, Miss, respectfully, and me included, we were not supposed to exist. If you're not Jewish, like we were not chosen. Whether we like that or not, we were not supposed to exist.
That's what your religion tells you. I don't subscribe to your interpretation of the scripture. What you mean supposed to? What do you mean supposed to? If we weren't supposed to, then why do we?
That's why there was a rescue mission and the Jesus story and et cetera, et cetera.
No, if your God didn't want it to happen, then it wouldn't happen, right? Are you saying our will is above God's will?
Then we will be robots and there will be
no. The question is my will above God's will?
We have free choice.
Is my will above God's will? That's a yes or no answer.
If you're in the book, because only if you're in the book of life.
Whose will is always being done?
His.
Okay.
His world is.
Okay then. Okay. Enough said.
Enough
said. We finally agree upon something. Enough said.
I was gonna say, Kelvin, do you mind if some of the panelists respond to some of your questions? I know one of them had wanted to say something. Then I'll follow after her.
Y'all gonna act as y'all house. I respect.
Only thing I was gonna say is that in Romans, I think Paul talks about how God creates some to be saved and some to not be saved. So God ultimately, according to the Bible, according to Paul, knows who is going to be saved and creates certain people for that purpose. He talks in that passage, they talk about how in Exodus, God hardened Pharaoh's heart because whatever, he knew that Pharaoh wasn't going to release his people or whatever it was, right? So if God is creating this concept that some people are going to be saved and some aren't, and he knows that from before they're ever created, that's not free will. That's not free choice. That is something that is a setup, a system that God set up for that purpose. And you can agree with it or disagree with it, but you can't deny that it's a system if you're taking the Bible in any sort of literally at all. Like, that's what it says in the Bible. So, you know, the concept of like the devil and all this other stuff is moot because God already knew what was going to happen.
That part.
God already set it up. The whole concept of the devil trying to, being king of the world and, hurting people and whatever, putting people in bad situations, whatever that situation is, God set that system up. That was something God didn't have to create that way, but he decided to, according to the Bible, create it that way for the purpose of, creating a savior, a hero to save people that didn't need to be saved from the beginning. Didn't have to be that way. I mean, who do you think put the snake in the garden? Like, he didn't just appear. Didn't he create himself, according to you? So it definitely was, yes, a scheme that Todd set up. It was definitely a scheme that Todd set up because who set the system up? I mean, it was clearly God's plan, right? People love to go in and out of when and when it is and isn't God's plan. Is it God's plan that, you know, babies die and whatever, you know, is it God's plan that bad things happen to good people? And the Bible talks about multiple things about the rain, God letting the rain fall on the just and the unjust, and God, Calvinism, and whether or not people are predetermined to be saved.
Right, predestination.
Yes, thank you. That's the word I was trying to I'm tired.
That's okay.
Sorry. So yeah, it's like, long story short, yeah, God created the system. It was God's system. God is the one who put the snake in the garden. God is the one who created the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. God is the one who created the concept of, whether or not people are going to be saved or not saved. It didn't have to be that way. It was just how he decided to do it, according to the Bible.
According to the religion, not the Bible.
Exactly. To be clear.
And I also, go ahead, Kelvin. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm gonna forget because of my brain. So, Miss, what you're saying, respect, right? Great points, great questions. But I hope this doesn't twist you get mad. So you just said, right? God created the system, the program, right? You're correct. In heaven, wherever they were doing the spiritual realm up there, whatever, they already had something going on. The devil, he was in charge of a certain group. Angels obviously were able to move things because they chose to do the same thing. Now the devil wanted to be like God. The devil had information like the system. He saw how everything was running. He saw how everything, all the praise was going to God. And because in God, I don't know, for whatever reason, God allowed it, he was able to give to the devil, Lucifer, the ability to know how the system is running. How do you think we got technology so fast?
Before we go to technology, I want to go back to what you said. I hear what you're saying, but I need you to ask yourself, how did Lucifer come to be? God created Lucifer, right?
Created, correct. Listen to the word.
Exactly. God created Lucifer. God is supposed to be omniscient. God is supposed to be, he's supposed to know all things.
Right.
And God exists outside of time and space. So God knew, the Bible says God knows the end from the beginning, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. But if God knew the end from the beginning, and usually people talk about that in the terms of, in like in the way that it was written about like Jesus coming back and all that. But if we're taking the scripture literally, and God knows the end from the beginning, God knew that Lucifer was going to do exactly what he did, allegedly. So in that scenario, God knew what was going to happen. He didn't have, he could have prevented all of that. We could just be living in utopia.
Yep.
Okay, now this is what somebody else mentioned earlier, where they were like, oh, he created something, now they're fighting, they're war. And I thought that too until God basically showed me like, yo, that's an offensive like remark. Like the devil's not even a challenge to God. However, I don't know if this makes sense. He made him, he created him, so he can't unalive. This creation is forever. So now this creation has to go, but he can't go because the way God has it. But he had to get out of that spot because he was ruining everyone else. So now he's ruined everything down here. It's a chaos situation that our brains can't even fathom. Like,
you're telling me that God didn't have control over that situation, and God couldn't have changed the situation.
He has control as we speak. It's just that we feel like it's forever. That's where that scripture said, "One day is like 1,000, that's like a day." Because in our
I
mind,
hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, like God didn't have to do any of this. Again, it's all completely unnecessary. Adam and Eve are living in the garden, minding their business. And
no.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Like God, Adam and Eve were in the garden, minding their business, doing whatever they were doing. I don't even think they were even working. They weren't even cultivating the land. It was just all there, right? If you're taking it literally. And then all of a sudden, a snake comes up. There's a tree of knowledge of good and evil. There's a tree of life. There's all this shit that they just got put in their way. They were minding their business. And all of a sudden, now they got to deal with obstacles and decisions and things that they were not equipped for. And who set that system up? Is my question to you. Like that was clearly God.
Okay, but the system that God had was beautiful. So, for example, they never had to work for food. The food was like grown in there. Like, they basically managed the land. All he had to do was manage it. He was a manager, right? Adam. So animals come, he does that, blah blah blah. Now, Adam, I guess, is bored. I don't know the situation. No, he's not compatible with women, with animals. So they make the woman out of the rib, blah blah blah. Now, this is the part where it changed. Like, I used to say, "Wow, I blame women because they the one that brought us down." You know that, but it's not true. The snake, the devil. This all together. The devil manipulated. If you read the scripture correctly, he manipulated, twisted the words, and when she realized, like, oh, like psychology, oh, like this, and that. That's when she like, mind you, Adam was right there too. Scripture says that he was standing right there. So which makes him passive. Now psychology has taught me that a passive person. Because me, if you read the scriptures before that, Adam was walking with God on a day to day. And if Adam knew, like, yo, don't eat from this tree, but you can eat from every other tree, he should have put his foot down, but he didn't. It is what it is.
I want to, before you go on, because most of us know the story, right? Before you go on, the system, I forgot what I was going to say. Long story short, God set the system up. God set the system up. Adam and Eve were minding their business. God knew what was going to happen, and God allowed it to happen. And God demolished, according to the Bible, multiple generations of people many times in the Bible before getting to the whole Jesus thing. So
every creation he makes, he doesn't make a robot. He makes, like, he's
first. I have to say this though. The issue is this. If the whole concept is I'm going to punish people for the choices they make, and they're going to be called sinners, and their sin is going to be something that can't be wiped out. It's going to be something that can't be taken away from them unless there's a sacrifice. If that is the concept that we're going with, he didn't have to create that system. It didn't have to be that way. He could have just said, well, people are great. I actually like them. They're like my little pets, and they live their own lives, and they kind of, lollygag and do whatever they want to do. He could have done that, and he didn't. He decided not to do that, allegedly, according to this religion. You have to atone for the mistakes that you make. But God, if God is all powerful and all knowing, God knew that was going to happen. God didn't have to create us this way. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get at that. This concept of a devil, I personally don't believe is real, right? And many of us don't believe it's real because it's all in the mind anyway. Like Toy is saying, the Bible is psychological. And that's what Toy is saying. You cannot take the Bible literally, because if you do take it literally, then there are all these contradictions pop up. It's not something that can be read chronologically. It's not something that can be read, with any consistency, hardly at all.
It's not meant to be, though. It's not
exactly.
meant to be.
We agree on that. So if we agree that it's not meant to be literal, we can't pick and choose when it's literal and when it's not. Either it's literal or it's not.
But okay, and this is where, please, everybody here in the panel, everyone that understands, I guess, don't get offended, because I know a lot of people that don't believe in God be like, don't tell me this. But I believe that, I don't care if you're young, I don't care if you're old, whatever the case may be, it's 66 books. It's not that hard to read, right? I've read James Patterson, Stephen King, way longer chapters. 66, not that hard. However, the revelation, the wisdom, the experience, that I believe is only God-given. So if you understand something, that is because you're kind of in heaven, but
yeah, that's what Toy is ultimately saying, is that the Bible is full of wisdom. The Bible is, something that you can take in your life,
not everyone
outside of religion. But that doesn't mean it's literal. So when she's talking about that, the Bible being psychological, it's all in your mind. The Bible helps you understand yourself as a human, because it has truths in it that are applicable to most people, right? So that's what she's trying to get at. When we start talking about the devil and all this and all that, then you get off track, because it's like she was saying, in the Bible, as I may think is so easy. So if God is so powerful and you follow God, then why is the devil even a point of contention? Why is the devil even something you're concerned about?
Misery loves company. He wants to bring us down. He has sentenced himself, and yet the devil, Lucifer, for every action there's a reaction. Lucifer was wise enough and smart enough to know the situation. To this day, I sometimes ask, like, yo, the devil don't wake up one day and be like, yo, I'm tired. Well, he don't sleep, but My point is saying, like, you don't just say one day, like, yo,
You
I'm
made
tired
the
of
devil
this.
this character in your mind, and that's why you're so bothered by it.
Nah, it ain't in my mind. It's real, bro.
It is, no, it is real in your mind. It's real in your mind, but that doesn't make it real in everyone else's mind. What it becomes real to you and becomes a character to you, and therefore you can make sense of your life through that lens.
Respectfully, y'all were the one talking about the thought process, right? And then isn't a
Yeah,
thought
it's
comes
in your
yes, and
mind,
then
your
comes
thought.
action?
Right. Wait, little Ascension, what did you want to say?
Okay, I just wanted to put this in here, right? So, just to be fair to Kelvin, right? Satanism is an actual religion. It's a deity that people give offerings to, sacrifices to, etc. And as a result of that, because a lot of people say, well, he's the God of this world, etc., you know, they get their manifestations delivered or whatever the case may be. So I understand both sides, right? Just to be, I guess, no pun intended, devil's advocate, right?
Mm-hmm.
But just going back to what you were saying, Kelvin, because I know we're going a little bit far from the initial conversation, your initial statement. One thing I want to just give some wisdom to you on is I heard you say that we're not chosen, we're not God's chosen people. Earlier in this dialogue,
Wait, I just want to say something. No, you misunderstood me because I don't want you to. No. I believe right now, right here, all of us here, we're all chosen. Now, for every action is a reaction. Before we unalive, that's on you. But right now, this second, if God comes and ends all this, I believe all of us right here, right this second, we're in heaven. Even the people listening, because I believe this is God's giving, God's doing. We could be anywhere doing something else, but somehow, some way, that's just my thoughts.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. What I'm getting at is though you were talking about the Jews, right?
Oh, that's
so.
right.
Yes. So you were talking about that part. So and I hear what you're saying, but one of the things that I wanted to mention to you was that anytime there is a situation where God or a God, even in this reality, if someone has a child and say, okay, I have 3 children, but this one is my chosen one. You see what I'm saying? In this particular context, right, or in this day and age, we would think, okay, well, mom or dad may be a little bit manipulative or narcissistic, or there's something going on to where they would say, well, that child is better than this child, or this child is the one that's going to carry the family out of poverty, or whatever the case may be, or is going to be the one that's going to save the world, etc. Those kinds of dynamics are very unhealthy and manipulative. And the other thing I want to mention to you too, because we talked about this, about the architects or the revisers or editors of the Bible. We talked earlier about how King James was a demonologist, was an occultist. And we mentioned that just by being an occultist, it's not a bad thing. It's just somebody that's aware of hidden knowledge and studies hidden knowledge. Okay. And one of the things that has to be, that I have to, I guess, hit the hammer on the nail with is that you gotta do some research on the Talmud. Okay, that's one book.
The what?
The Talmud. It's called the Talmud. Somebody can put it in the chat.
The writings that
No. I'm not even wasting time. Respectfully, I wouldn't even read it. But I'm listening. I'm hearing you.
Okay, all right. I'm telling you to look into it, because you mentioned that God had chose a people. If that is their book that they operate out of and pull strings from, like that's the book they get the authority from to do the things that they do, I would encourage you to read that book, because it'll give you some insight as to how and which some people from that group, and I'll mention the scripture, Revelations 3 and 9. Okay, go back to that scripture, and then you read the Talmud, and you'll see, oh, okay, some of them have been manipulating. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of us on this panel, we've had these debates before. We sit in them. I don't think I'll ever get tired of having or listening to these conversations because of the fact that people just don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes with the manipulation, the the revising of books, the destroying of knowledge. Same thing goes for the Vatican. These are the same people who parade as Catholics, parade as followers of Christ, but in the background, as stated in Revelations 3 and 9, those who are of the synagogue of Satan. And I'll leave it at that.
So anybody else want to say something? I don't want to bull hog. I don't know. I feel like it turned into intervention here for me. I don't know what
Well, you pose the question to the panel.
Well, no, we're going to go to the next guest, Key. Hello, friend. How are you? We would have went to the next guest, but she dropped down. She's going to be next. I guess she didn't want to wait. It's like, I gotta go. Hey, Key. How are you?
Hey T. Hey everybody. Hey Latoxi. I was actually coming up to talk to Calvin too, but I know he doesn't want that. But I was just
I feel like I don't want this to like turn on me and then people think that the hosts get mad. It happened before, that's why I don't know.
no.
Well, hey, you've been up here a long time. It hasn't happened yet, so I think you're going to be okay.
And I was actually remembering a couple years ago that I used to think the same thing as you. And so it was funny because I stopped what I was doing. I was doing laundry and I'm like, oh my God, when you were talking about how the devil sees everything that you do, and the devil, wants to infiltrate and sneak in your mind. And it just made me realize like, wow, just 2 years ago, I used to literally say the same exact thing. And then now I'm realizing like, oh, there is one that sees everything you do, that sees everything. And that's been there from the very beginning and that knows actually everything you're thinking. And they don't know just some of what you've been through, like as a baby, or some of what you've been through as a teen, or some of the details about your life. No, they know and see it all. And guess who that person is? It's you. It's you. You have been there from the very beginning. You are literally your own devil. And when that I know y'all was like, where's she going with it?
I knew where you was going with it.
But it's literally you. And when that realization, when you realize like there's nothing outside of you, it's your negative thinking and it's all coming from you. And so when Latoxic and T and they're like the Bible, they're trying to share with you, the Bible is referring to your states of mind. It's not referring to a devil with horns, right? Because that's taking it literal. It's mind science. So the one who is manipulating and twisting, it's coming from your mind. It's your thoughts that's based on your conditioning and your programming. And it all comes from what you think. And that's why when the Bible instructs you to renew your mind, that's why it's telling you that. But I know you're not there yet. But I just wanted to share because 2 years ago, I used to think the same thing. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Yep. Almost 20 years ago, I used to think the same way too. We've all been there. That's why this is a deconstructing from Christianity platform, because we all used to think the way Calvin thinks. So that's why we can't be mad at you. We can't be offended by anything you say because we've heard it all before. We used to tell ourselves these very same things. We used to try to twist our mind into a pretzel to understand why God would do this. Oh, and we just come to the realization, well, we just will never know. God just has his own purpose and plan. Who can know the mind of God? But then Paul says, but you have the mind of Christ. But we can't question God. His ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts. As high as the heaven is from the earth, so is his ways above our ways. And we just like, but when you bring it down to just like our own human mindset, we wouldn't do half the ish this God in the Bible does, who claims to be all loving, all forgiving, full of grace and mercy, always jealous and full of wrath, and ready to smite someone for touching, a thing, or just looking, or because they don't know him they have to be destroyed. You don't know, they don't serve him, don't know who he is, don't know a thing about him, but he wants to give his people some land. And since he want to give his Israelites, his children, some land, and there's some other people inhabiting it, oh, they gotta go. Gotta slay everything. If you take the Bible literal. I remember watching one TikTok creator, and she said that they were, different people were coming to her saying, well, what if God made himself known to you? What if God would you believe that he was real? So yeah, I believe he was real, but I wouldn't serve him. Because what the hell? He's not the type of God you would want to serve. Yes, now you understand that this being is in actuality is actually real, does not deserve my loyalty or my worship. Just created this land, created this world, and left his arch nemesis to run roughshod all over his creation, and gonna tell me you love him and you left me at the hand of a predator? You left me at the hand of an evil being to do whatever he wanted to do? You want me to be a Job? That some being just gonna come and slay my family, take everything I own, cause my body to be full of sores and illness, and the only thing you couldn't do, no, take my life. That's the one thing you should have taken. After you take everything else, you want to prove, you want me to be a pawn in your betting scheme, so you could say that, oh, what a good and righteous servant I have. I let the devil do all it wanted to, but you still remain faithful. Get the fuck, get your no, no. Keep it moving. No, thank you.
Can I ask you a question? And
Like what?
we're speaking a hypothetical scenario, right? Let's say you have a crib, hypothetically, right? It's a 4-floor house. You have kids, right? And let's say your kids have friends. Now you have rules in your house, right? You say, yo, listen, nobody go upstairs. Everybody can stay on the first floor. You play, do all this right here. Do not. That's it. These are your rules, right? Anything underneath that is fair game, is go. Let's say these people start breaking your rules. What will you do in your house? Hypothetically, they're kids. They're your kids' friends, and they're breaking your rules, which you already stated.
That's not a proper analogy, because humans are supposed to be all God's children. All humans are supposed to be God's children. So that's not a proper analogy, because God created.
Well, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to threaten to burn them for eternity because they didn't obey some rules. I'm not going to set them, create a pot and put it in the backyard and get boiling hot water or coals and throw them in it. That's something that's not going to happen. You can guarantee the only thing that they may be told is to go home. That's about it. They may be told to go back to their place and go and run crazy in their parents' home. That's about it. They get to go, they get to live to see another day. They don't get threatened, they don't get tormented. They just get to go back home to their loved ones. How about that?
Okay, I'm lost now. I don't even know what just happened. So, okay, good night, everybody. Yeah, peace.
We didn't yell at him.
Because like what? What's not going to happen? They're not going to be set aflame. They're not going to set on fire for disobeying the rules of the house. They just get to go back home. They get to go play outside. Y'all want to play rough house? Go play outside. Go play rough house outside. Just don't play rough house in my home. That's about it. That's about all you can really do. Like, what you thought was like what?
Do you mind if I do some housekeeping really quickly?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, y'all. Great job with the likes, y'all. If we can get to 100K the easy way, that would be amazing. I know there's there's one guy who I had muted. So just so you know, this is not a debate live. So if you want to come up, be respectful and be chill, great. But please don't make us drop you. Welcome to everybody else.
Yes.
Okay, wait, can I speak? Can I speak right now?
Yes, 1 second, Metro. I'm coming to you next. 1 second. Yes, for an all-knowing God, he doesn't seem to know much. or it's just, or like everyone said, he's setting us up to destroy us. Cause like what? So like I said, the God of Christianity is a bloodthirsty, narcissistic deity. He loved to go around slaying folks. Just, and before he started, he slayed. And then what's so crazy is that the other beings that he slayed, he did the very thing that he told them not to do. He supposedly didn't like human sacrifice, but then created a human that was supposed to be sacrificed on behalf of other humans. Make it make sense. It doesn't. All right, Metro Benny, you can unmute. Hello. Welcome.
Oh yeah, so how's it going? I just wanted to, I guess, rebuttal off some of the stuff that you were saying. I'll just start off what you just said. The whole sacrificing concept. Sacrificing is prominent in the Bible. It doesn't say not to sacrifice. The whole point of the Messiah was he was the sacrificial lamb. But before in the Old Testament, you would have to take a pure lamb. For instance, Cain and Abel.
I'm going to stop you really quickly because we literally just had this whole I don't know how long we've been in here. We just had a whole conversation about this.
Yeah. Okay. So what am I mainly? So I'm not debating you guys' argument. So then what is?
You are debating the argument, though. That's what you.
I'm asking like that's not what I'm supposed to do. So then what do I just answer the prompt? Or
it's really this live I have put in the comments. This is a deconstruction live, so this is primarily for people who are trying to deconstruct from Christianity or want to deconstruct or have deconstructed from religion. So this other person came up, Calvin came up, and he was very, very respectful. Did not come with like a strong debate type tone, and that's how we ended up several minutes later in this situation now.
Right. He was asking questions. He wanted to know our perspective. You're coming with a different vibe. It's like you want to proselytize. We're ex-Christians, most people on this platform. Now we probably do have some believers here in the chat. I don't know who's all in the chat, but for everyone that's on the panel are ex-Christians. So we already know the story of Jesus and the story of the sacrifice, and all. We're privy to that. And so we don't need to be told like what the Christian religion accepts is true concerning the Bible. We already know that. We used to be Christians. We already know that. So unless you want to ask our perspective about like why we're no longer Christians, what do I mean by my prompts? We can have that discussion.
Yeah, so that'll go into. I actually do have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So before you left the faith, do you feel like you gained every piece of evidence or type of information you could have before you left? Like, do you think you had a whole concept of who God was before you left the faith?
I had a concept of who Christian God was. Yeah.
Okay, so you feel like the Bible in its wholeness, you feel like you completely digested everything as it should be, and your conclusion was that you should lead a faith.
Yes, I understand that the Bible is not a Christian book. It's not a religious book. It's a psychological one.
Okay. All right. Well, because I don't want to turn this into a debate and just try to make it seem like I'm telling you things that you don't know.
Right.
But I do feel like you could dig deeper to find more things if you wanted to that could change your mind possibly.
Well, why would I need to change? Why would I want to change my mind? Because before I started and you came after me, before you started, you came after me. You heard me. One of the reasons I take issue with Christianity is that they make God out to be a bloodthirsty God, that he requires sacrifice of animals and then humans. He requires that. He's bloodthirsty. And he loves to slay. He loves to unalive even though he tells you not to. But he'll do it at the drop of a dime. The flick of a Pick up a penny. He'll take you up out of here. But what's so amazing is that he's so quick to destroy the creation he loved, yet he keeps the devil around.
Yeah.
And he allows the devil to trick, tempt, deceive his creation.
Yeah.
It reads like a comic book. It reads like a comic book. Cause like you got the Superman is Jesus Christ, and Lex Luthor is Satan. And you have to keep them both around, or else the story falls on its face. Because once you remove the character, there's no need for a superhero. There's no need for a savior. Once you remove the arch nemesis, which is the devil, Satan, and his demons, you no longer need a savior. Because what you need saving from? There's no one there to tempt you. There's no one there to deceive you. There's no one there to keep you from obeying God.
Yeah, well, I think one thing that you could understand if you would like to is that so when you talk about, I don't know if we can see that word in your live, but HE double hockey sticks. I don't know if that's.
Oh yeah, we say hell all the time. Yeah, I say hell.
So hell is nothing but the absence of God. So when
can God be absent from anywhere?
So when you said why would God?
That's right. I'm pausing you because you didn't respond to what Toya just said. Like she literally laid out for you a very key point, but instead you're going to a completely different point, and we need to go back to, if you're going to have a conversation, it needs to be a conversation. You're not just going to say your point. You need to respond to what she was saying.
Okay, so as far as the you believe God is just like a slayer of like people and animals and things of that nature. What I try to tell people is that like when you read the Bible and you're trying to digest all the information, you got to take certain things into consideration as far as like the time period, and also just think about really what's going on. I think a lot of people go straight to their emotions when they read something about the Bible and read it as if it was written yesterday or the day before yesterday.
But wait
a minute, does God change?
Right, the Bible says that
does God change? If it was right 2,000, 4,000, 6,000 years ago, it should be right today, right? Because he doesn't change. He's a God. I'm the God that changes not.
The world changes.
No, but God.
So there's two factors. God would be the unchanging factor. The changing factor is the world.
No, God created the world. So if you made it to be to change, and the Bible's irrelevant.
I mean, to come to that conclusion, like I said, I think you have like a radical way of thinking where you kind of just throw things out when you hear something that you don't like.
No, you're not responding.
And I think a lot of people think like that. But it's just one thing, like, because you didn't want to debate. I could really go back and forth with pretty much everything you're saying, but apparently
you really can't. We've already done this a million times.
No, you can't, because when I give you things, you don't answer it. You just go back to the Christian selling point. It's either I'm taking stuff out of context, I'm throwing away stuff I don't agree with, but you have yet to talk about the points that I brought forth.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell by what you're saying that you actually probably haven't got a full concept of.
No.
One second. We have two other people before you.
Yeah, so I could tell by what you're saying that you don't have a full concept of what the Bible is and what it entails.
Oh, the Bible is not a history book. That's the full context is that we don't see the Bible from the same perspective. You see it as a history book. I know it's a psychology book. That's the difference. You think it's a history of promise of a savior that was to come. I know that the savior I am the savior that was to come. I am.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Have you heard of Jesus Shroud or Yeshua Shroud?
Don't even go to the shroud, because I'm about to. We can do that in 2 seconds. Don't even do that. Don't go to the shroud. The shroud is not a real thing. It is artwork.
Have you heard of it? I'm only asking, have you heard of it?
We've all heard of the shroud.
Have you looked into it?
Of course, I'm just about to tell you, like I just said, you don't want to go down this road, because I can demolish the concept of the shroud being real in about 2 seconds. So don't do that. Let's not go there, because it's not real. It's not a real thing. It's artwork.
You've been correct for a lot of things that you already said. So I want to hear what you. what you looked up,
Is it gonna matter to you?
and how
Is
you're
it gonna
going to
change your
debunk it.
opinion?
No, I want to know, where did your mind go to debunk it? Like, what did you see to make
The
you
shroud
feel
is artwork that is dated back to the 13th and 14th century. It's not a real thing. It's not a real thing. It's artwork.
So you just see it as the artwork. You don't. It's.
I know it's artwork.
So
You're trying to tell me that a piece of cloth has lasted 2,000 years? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Okay, there you go. So you're getting deeper into it. But I'm trying to hear, if you actually looked it up, you should have more to say than that. All you said.
We can go there, but like I said, that's not what this live is about. If you're not interested in changing your opinion or not interested in having a conversation, there's no point in me wasting my breath.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You've kind of been doing that this whole time.
Next they're gonna tell us about the blood that has lasted since that they found since 1980s. Next is gonna be, oh, Jesus' blood survived 2,000 years. I'm like, y'all been over backwards to make this thing real, but hey.
But Metro, not to interject, not to be disrespectful, but you're not what the panelists are saying and what the hosts are saying and the moderator is saying is that your conversation is not relevant to the target audience at hand, and it's not relevant to the topic, and they're being respectful.
Divination. It seems like it from what I'm hearing. So.
Okay, we're gonna go. We're just gonna go to the next guest.
What are you talking about? I've forgotten more about the, but don't even go there.
Right. Hey, Teddy. And then after Teddy is a real kind of vibe. Hey, Teddy, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thank you.
Good. Look, I'm never going to be long. I just always, you notice I'll be listening to y'all then. Oh, the more I listen, I just want to have to say something back that I can't put in the chat. But I'm going to just sum it up. I got to sum it up. I'm a strong believer, and I'm going to interject for those who may have never heard me before, maybe like the gentleman that's, came up, heard my piece on the Christianity as long as I had been in it. I have never, and I have studied everything I knew to study. It doesn't, all like he's saying, he don't believe people study the Bible. Yes, it's not as deep as they want to make it seem. They actually make the whole thing, to me, a lot deeper than it really is. The deepest part about it is to dissect it and understand it for what it really is, than to keep taking it literal. But I want to say, like, I listen to, this is of course my favorite family, but I do listen to other deconstruction platforms sometimes. And one thing I come up with is that the majority of the Christians that I hear, it seems to me the biggest thing, y'all, is that they really feel they have to have a savior. Somewhere they have been indoctrinated into a belief that they must be saved from something evil, that they came into this world to have to be saved. I mean, and then see how I start talking? I can't even talk about it long. That's just, I just can't. I try. It's like, once you get the light of the truth, that sounds so ridiculous to you. And it is ridiculous. And especially when you begin to practice what you understand the Bible is really telling you. You practice that you yourself, with your thoughts, and your actions and your deeds, are the maker of your heaven and your hell. It's not as deep as it seems. They have just, indoctrinated people for different purposes. And one of the main purposes is to control. That's just a fact. So I just kind of wanted to interject that after listening to everybody, and to tell you hello, because I haven't seen you since you've been gone, and glad that you're back. But that's the bottom line. I really think they need a savior, and they don't realize that they don't need a savior. They don't realize that. They don't realize that the heaven and hell is right here. Yep. It's right here.
Yep.
So that's pretty much it. Yep.
That's it. Thank you, and hello.
You are welcome.
Yes. That's it. Okay, a real kind of vibe. You can unmute.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Hello, how are you?
I'm just doing well. Thank you so much. Okay, so if I could get maybe a little bit better background, because what the gentleman was talking about versus what the prompt was, like I don't, maybe I'm not quite getting the supposition or the premise of what it is we're actually discussing. Is it that Christianity is the premise that Christianity is a book of psychology? Is that the premise?
Well, we're deconstructing from Christianity. So most people in this live are ex-Christians. And we've come to the realization that the Bible is not a history book. It is a psychology book. It is mind science. It's also, which means it is a manifestation book. It is telling you all is mind. Everything proceeds from your thought.
Okay. So I am a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my question is, and this is something I'm not going to sit here and say I'm extremely well versed in when it comes to deconstructionists.
Mm-hmm.
So please forgive me for my ignorance in terms of your specific thought or ideology. But what makes you think that? I'm not trying to be combative. I just don't know. What makes you think that there is no historical value in the Bible?
Not that there's no historical value, because the historicity of the Bible is that it is psychological. It's not something that takes. It's not something that's that has to do with people that actually existed in time and space, and that the events in the Bible are something that specifically happened in like a 4000 AD or 300 AD. Though that's not what the Bible is saying.
You don't believe that there were historical figures in the Bible?
Correct.
There are historical figures in the Bible, just like Harry Potter has historical figures in Harry Potter.
I mean, it's because they use historical names, right? Yeah, they may use historical names, they may use historical landmarks, but that doesn't mean that it's true. Like she just said, you could say that about Spider-Man. They use historical landmarks, but you don't. But you know, it's a comic book.
So you don't believe there really was a person named Yeshua who walked the earth and was crucified, regardless of whether he's Messiah? You don't believe that that person even existed?
It's not even required for me to, because what does that do for me? There are a lot of people that were unalived in that manner, and what does that mean?
If you're saying that, what you're saying is that these are just characters, not real people.
Mm-hmm.
So if there are real people being discussed, then there has to be some validity to the conversation. Right?
Use that.
I'm not sitting here talking about belief in Messiah,
let me pause you,
but I am talking about.
Wait a minute, hold on, Toxic. Hold on, Toxic. Go ahead. What you say?
I'm not talking about belief that Yeshua was Messiah, but I am talking about if the Bible does have real people that really existed and events really took place.
Okay. Have you ever
the context of Scripture?
Right. Did you use a concordance to study the Bible?
Of course.
Okay, so you know that every person in the Bible, they have their name has a definition. It means something, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Take the definition, take the meaning that those names mean, and they just represent states of consciousness.
I don't know how that has anything to do with it being historically accurate that a person existed.
The Bible itself is not historically accurate, but Toya is going one step beyond that to say that.
No, I'm asking something very simple. If somebody in the Scriptures actually existed, I'm not saying you need to believe the story or all the things that happened.
That's already been answered.
But it's not asked and answered because there have been many people, like for example, David really existed. We have coins from the period.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Not from David's time period. No, we do not.
Yes, there is. Oh my gosh, there is.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you because I
think
there is.
They have found coins.
I'm pausing you because I'm trying to.
But I guess here's my thing though. Okay, they have coins from that time period. They have shrouds. They say this was from this specific time period. We found debris or parts of the ark, or we found parts of the Ark of the Covenant, and we found this and we found that. How does that change your life? Because here's the thing, the Bible is all about transformation of the mind. So let's say those people did exist in time and space. I'm just going to give you deference to that. I'm going to defer to you on that. They actually existed in time and space, even though I know personally they didn't, but let's just say that they did. How does that make your life different? Because the whole purpose of this Bible is to make your life different. How does it make it different knowing that?
Are you asking me the question?
Yes.
Okay, well, then it's a matter of approach. So if I'm looking at a historical document where people really existed, certain things took place, other things require faith, which is what the Bible says. Not everything is taken on just merit. Certain things require faith. So if I'm looking at it from the perspective of, let's say from your perspective of this is just a book where it's supposed to make me better, nothing about it's really real, it's just stories. That's a different way to look at something. If something actually took place, these people actually existed, these events actually happened. Now, some of it requires faith. That's two different ways to look at a situation, which requires two different postures and postulations of thought. So it does make a difference, 100%.
How?
Because if the case is that a lot of the Bible has truthful documentation, then I have to take certain things on their face. And if that be the case, like, let's say, for example, the story of the Exodus. Well, we know from historical fact in documentations, including writings on pieces of stone, that there was an actual Exodus. Now, if it actually took place,
right there, because that is not true.
it is
That is not
but,
true.
But
There is
ma'am,
no,
you just
no
said, but
I'm
ma'am, hold
pausing
on.
you because I let you speak.
But you're not,
Hold on.
and you're not answering the question. You're trying to give me
But
historicity.
I am.
But no, you're not. Because here's the thing. Because here's the thing. You can tell me how this, in a practical way, transformed your life. And no, you're not. You're telling me, well, if this took place, and I'm going to have historical.
Let me give you an example. Well, no. I'll tell you why it matters. If, let's say, a man by the name of John lived in a town called, I don't know, Fort Worth, Texas. And John in Fort Worth, Texas did some incredible things. But somebody from Columbia, Ohio only heard of John and thought that John was a myth. It only took lessons from John. But John really doesn't matter because John really doesn't exist. So I'm not really going to take everything that John said. However, somebody else, let's say from Boise, Idaho says, you know what? I know John really existed. Somebody that I trust and that I love met John. I'm actually going to take everything he says very seriously. It's two perspectives on how to look at the same subject, which changes.
Here's the thing. All you did, you wanted to get your point across. I get it. Because all you did, instead of using the Bible, you made up these made up scenarios because you just want to get your point across about how we're viewing it from two different perspectives. Hold on, because we already know this. I know that you see it as a history book and I don't. You don't need to give an example of how we already know this. We already know that we're seeing the Bible from two different perspectives. I'm seeing it from a psychology book. You're seeing it as a history book. I'm saying now that you're viewing it as a history book, how does it make your life better? Because I can tell you, me viewing it from a psychology book, how it makes my life better. I can tell you how I use this Bible to transform my thinking and how my life is better because of it. I need you to tell me, by you seeing it as a history book, how it makes your life better because of it. I have yet to hear the answer. Is this a difficult question to answer? Like you can't say it without giving me this background story? Okay, that's all. That's all.
I mean, it's completely and totally changed my life.
You really listen to that man come up here and say that. I'll just come up here and say all this bullshit. Just get to the point.
She's asked me a very specific question. I'm going to give you a very specific answer. Of course, it's changed my life. It's changed everything about my life. Everything I have, I can attribute to my life being transformed from the inside out by believing in Jesus. I know for a fact that me and him have a personal, a one-on-one relationship. It's not even a question. I have things, and I'm not talking about monetary things. I have a peace that I never had before, love that I could never carry before. I have so much in my life, 2 amazing kids that would have never happened without the leading and the prompting of my Lord and my Savior. So yeah, I have very real and tangible ways that it has changed my life.
Okay.
Now,
And I
I'm
can
not
say the
trying to force-
same thing from leaving Christianity. I have peace. I have love. I actually have more money. I actually have better health. I actually have
And from
better
my perspective-
relationships from not from walking away from
And from my
Christianity. Here's the
perspective-
thing. We don't want to convert you. We say if loving Jesus with all your heart, with all your mind, all that's within you, and it does your heart well, it makes life more great for you, then why would you fix what ain't broke? But see, here's the thing, with my experience with Christianity, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. There was always this fear. There was always questioning, were you being pleasing to God? Why you gotta fight devils and worry about being demon possessed, or worry about the devil coming to thwart your plans of whatever you're deciding to do within life? Guess what? I don't have that fear anymore. I don't have to contest or contend with devils and demons and Satan on mine. I don't have to no longer give 10% of my hard work or how I earn money to a man or to a church or to some prophet that come along and want to say that God thus said the Lord, give me some of your money because the Lord is going to bless you if you do so, because the Lord loves sacrifice over obedience. Loves obedience over sacrifice, even though they want you to do both. They both want you to sacrifice and be obedient to them saying thus saith the Lord. I don't have to worry, and I don't have to worry about using discernment to see, are they really of God? Are they really speaking of God? I ain't got to do it. I ain't got to mess with the bullshit no more. I can just live my life how I want to live it, and it's better because of it. And I know that this Bible is telling me how to transform my thinking. The Bible tells me that. The Bible tells me that as I think, so am I. It tells me that in the beginning was the Word, not a man born 2,000 years ago, but the Word, an idea, an intention, a belief, an assumption. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and then the Word was God, and then the Word becomes a physical expression, which is flesh. And all things that were made by the Word, and there was nothing that was not made by the Word, which is my intention, which is my idea, which is my assumption. That's what that Bible is telling me. But you can believe it's a history book if it works for you.
No, I think you made a lot of suppositions in your statement that it's about you. Though I would also say that
it is about
it
me.
only speaks to. Okay, fine. I'm glad you think.
It's about you too. It just ain't about me. It's about every being born of woman. It's about every being born of woman. It's about you too.
I think also that it speaks to kind of my point that there's validity and power that is supernatural in the book, which speaks to something that is far greater than you or I. That if even without believing in its Savior and not believing in its power as a life-changing element in the earth, it still has changed you by using its principles. I still would say that you
don't need to believe in Jesus to experience the power. That's exactly the point of what we've been talking about.
But hold on, but that's actually what the Bible teaches.
No,
we know.
Actually, what the Bible
we know. It's where we know. It teaches principles. It teaches principles, right? We agree.
Regardless of whether you believe or whether you don't, the principles matter. And however, my supposition would say, what I've read from the scriptures, that even though the principles matter and the principles apply, regardless of whether you believe in them or not, there still comes a time and a place where the question of, did you believe in my son comes. Now, if I as somebody just came on here.
I'm pausing you right now because we're not about to go. We already know. I know it's Easter and the preachers done got y'all hyped up.
Resurrection Sunday, I have risen. Resurrection Sunday, have we all risen? Yes, we've risen, as Magnetic reminded us. Today is Resurrection Sunday. We resurrected. We have risen to the truth of our being. Yes.
What you are saying is literally what is the first line on this thing, which is the Bible is psychological. That's exactly what she's trying to say. That's exactly the point of the lie.
That is a principle. It's not necessarily
Or
psychological.
whatever.
It's an element.
Semantics. Oh, who cares?
No,
The
it's
point
no,
is
it's a
that
big
ultimately
difference.
you came up to
Big
debate. You listened to that man before you get chewed out, and you still decided you went up here and you would still want some, and that's an issue for me because why are you doing this? You don't want to be here.
Well, it's not that I don't want to be here. I would love to have an honest intellectual conversation.
You want to
But
get
this-
honest and intellectual? We can do that. I don't think you
Sure.
really want that, but if you wanted to
Well,
go down that road, we can do that. But that's
I
not
think-
what this live
I
is really
think I
about.
think that there's a lot of things. Okay, and then I don't mind bowing out. There's
That's
just
what we had the whole
I was
conversation with the
hoping
man
to
before
just
you
have.
out. It's for people who are deconstructing.
Oh, this is for people deconstructing. Okay.
That's what the man.
Okay. Well then,
had that conversation.
so then there's really no point in anybody who believes being on here. This is just for deconstruction.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought this was a debate.
No, we got
But,
into it
I
because
apologize.
the previous person before you came up and decided he wanted to debate. He didn't listen to the person before him who came up and actually had some actual questions. So if you want to have actual questions, Toya, I'm sure would be happy to answer them. But if we're going to debate, talking about historicity is not the direction you want to go.
And the thing is, they're not debating. Here's the thing. This is the thing. Y'all, you. Here's the thing. You say Here's the thing. You're saying you want to debate, but actually you want to proselytize. You want to show us how we're wrong in our thinking, and we need to come to Christ and accept Christ as our Lord and Savior. That's what you.
Not what I said.
Yeah, because you did, because before my mom interrupted you, you said those principles will work, but at the end of the day, it's going to come to a point where did you believe in my son? That is proselytizing. That is converging. You're trying to get converts.
That's what the Bible teaches. I'm not sitting here trying to tell you.
But here's the thing: we said we were ex-Christians. Don't you think we know that already? What part are you not getting? That we were ex-Christians, so we know the script. We know what you're going to say before you even say it. We've been there. We've done that. I used to be a Sunday school teacher. I already know this. I used to be a Sunday school teacher.
I have spent the past 20 years teaching and studying both, not just world religions, but specifically the historicity of and validity of the scriptures. And when I tell you, so many things you said are not historically accurate.
Well, no, I don't know where you learned. I don't know if you went to like Moody Bible Institute, some bullshit, Bible community
No, I
college.
didn't go to Moody.
But regardless, what you're
Go to Bible Community College.
I don't even want to. We can get into historicity if you want
Sir,
to.
you can't save us. You can't lead us to the cross.
I'm trying to lead.
Save us. We gone. We too far gone.
I am not in any way trying to. You guys clearly don't want to have
about the
that
Gospels. Matthew and Luke don't even agree on the Jesus birth story.
Okay.
That's an anachronism right there. That's an anachronism right there.
It's not an anachronism. It actually.
It's a huge anachronism, in fact.
It's not because it actually speaks to its
again,
validity.
like I said, we can go down that road of anachronisms.
We can.
And talk about how the Bible is mostly historically inaccurate, but
it's not.
It is.
I don't really think you have a grasp.
No, you don't have a grasp.
It's always we don't understand because we don't believe. How is it? Because what about the Muslims? They don't agree with you either. What about Judaism? They don't agree with you either. What about Buddhism? They don't agree with you either. What about Hinduism? We're not the only ones that's anti-Christianity.
We're talking about
Has anyone asked him to go ask a snake?
Ask a snake what?
Yeah, snakes can talk according to what you believe, so go ask a snake to legitimize everything.
You're taking that literally. It was never. It was.
Let me pause this really quickly because you literally just said that the Bible is historically accurate. Is the Bible historically accurate or is it not? Because you cannot have it both ways.
But it also distinguishes. It also distinguishes.
Hold on,
it also distinguishes when it's being
if the Bible is historically accurate, then it's historically accurate. If it's not historically accurate, you have to agree that it is not to be taken literally.
Not the Bible is fiction and true.
This is okay.
Is
all
it
right.
fiction
So what I have
though?
learned here is that this is not a debate, and I apologize for coming on because I thought this would have been an honest
That snake question got you.
No, it's not. It's an alliteration.
That snake question got you leaving.
No, it's not.
Can snakes talk and could they ever?
An alliteration, and it's not literal. It's meant to tell a story because the Bible also has stories.
Exactly.
The book, the greatest story ever told. The greatest story ever Totally. But you want to take that story as true.
I hear you guys.
It's the greatest story ever
You can't
told.
come in our house and change our furniture. We don't want a new couch.
I wasn't.
We don't want a new couch.
And again, I apologize for coming on. I thought it was a debate, and instead it's just a space for deconstructionists. To which I say, okay, I will back away.
What is always this? Cows always make milk. They never make wine or cherry soda. If a cow
I tried to warn you about going down that road of historicity because there's so many things that happen in the Bible. Hold on, let me speak. There's so many things that happen in the Bible that are mythicists. It's mythicism, right? There's so many things that happen that are supernatural in the Bible. You cannot take it literally.
Yeah, and it's not mysticism. I mean, there are mystics.
At the very minimum, it's spiritual. At the very minimum, it's spiritual, right? So if you're gonna take it and tell me, well, the Bible is actually historically accurate, well, I would say, well, how
90K.
Like
it is absolutely the case.
You can choose when it's gonna be literal and when it's not, and that's my point.
Well, I don't pick and choose. It's the Bible says when it's when it's literal, and the Bible says
the Bible takes all of the stories in it as
the Bible
literal.
says, and this happened.
Hold on,
at this time frame with this king.
Hold on,
and then it also says, and then here is a story.
You literally just told me that the Exodus was real. When we know, and Jewish people know, that the Exodus is myth. That is not a real thing. There's no historical evidence. Even in Egypt, where they're supposed to have come from, and the Egyptians took very, very good records, right? There's no historical evidence of a mass exodus of Israelites from Egypt. That's not a real thing. And I know that, Christianity stories like all depend on that type of thing. But I think if you want to decide when to pick and choose, all you Christians need to be in agreement, because I don't think y'all in agreement. Some of y'all take the Bible actually very literally, down to the snake talking. And that is not
I think that there are many different worldviews, and I'm not gonna just go down this road. You don't want to listen, and that's okay.
No, you don't want to go down this road because you don't want it with me. That's the real. We can go. Like I said, we can go from Genesis to Revelation.
Trust me, that ain't it.
Trust it is it.
That ain't it.
You don't want us to listen. You want us to be converted.
This is like 19 against 1 with 14 different questions.
You came up here.
So I'm gonna go.
You wanted to smoke, right? You came up here. You wanted to smoke. And this is what we got. What do you think was going to happen?
Instructions before you jumped in. You didn't do that. That's your fault, sir.
All right, we're gonna go to Siona. Hey, Siona, dear Mia. Mia at the Siona. Hey, Siona.
Hey, you guys. I just was cracking up. I was so tickled. I almost asked him, have you heard of the book of Siona? Chapter 1, verse 1.
I know, right?
It's right after the book of Enoch. All right, moving forward. I wanted your opinion on this. I went down, I've been doing some studying lately, pulled out some dusty neurology books, and I was studying some neurochemicals. But hey, I have a question. What do you think the correlation is between our nervous system, our identities, and our reality? Do you think our nervous system is running the show?
That would be from a scientific point of view, right? And the only science I deal with is is psychology.
Well, I'm thinking of along the aspects of cognitive neurology. So you know how like our nervous system responds to what we identify with, like it's going to appear like just kind of like our RAS, like our reticular activating system, like what we focus on, and then also like our discernment or our gut feeling or our intuition. That is part of our nervous system, like our neuroception. That what happens before thought or emotion or the charge of the emotion, like when we get those spidey senses. So
right. So when people talk about the dysregulation of the nervous system, right? Mm-hmm. When I hear people talk about that, to me, you're trying to integrate how you're feeling into your manifestation. And many people on my platform know Your feelings don't fucking matter. I don't care what your body's feeling. You are the operant power. You trump it. You always trump it. So you could just tell your body to chill out, to relax. Nervous system, get on one accord.
Right.
Stop tripping.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Because here's the thing. What does that... We're being told it's nervous system dysregulation. That's what we're being told. And this is something I've been hearing like in the last 6 months. When I studied Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy, listening to Florence Scovel Shinn, listening to Reverend Ike, no one talked about a nervous system. It ain't new. The nervous system not new. It's not new to science. It's not new to the medical community. How come they never talked about that?
Right.
They never did. This new age, and when I say new age, this new way of always trying to self-diagnose. Because first it was spiritual psychosis. Well, not first, but these are the things I've heard since I really started getting on TikTok and being on YouTube. Because when I was on YouTube, I was only really listening to Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy. And then I got introduced to Reverend Ike and Bill Donahue and them. And then, of course, you start listening to people that start their own new YouTube channel because you're trying to look for people that's present day, people that hasn't transitioned. And then when you start listening to present day teachers of this, then you get into all the self-diagnosis. Now it's NPCs, it's low vibrational, it's energy vampires, it's spiritual psychosis, it's trauma, healing the trauma. You got to go on a healing journey, and it's all of these things. And now it's nervous system regulation. It's like we keep looking for reasons not to decide. Keep looking for reasons not to make a decision. Well, it's because of my past, because, my nervous system's out of whack. So I can't get the thing I want. Well, I was traumatized as a Christian, so I got to go on a healing journey. Well, as a child, my uncle did this to me. And I'm not saying these things didn't happen. I'm not saying that. What I do know is that forgiveness, repentance, and love is what's required. Absolutely. As a transformation of the mind.
I love that. And then also, when I came in, you were talking about how narcissism, you're talking about narcissism and pretty much how that is, what did you say about narcissism before? I don't want to put words in your mouth. And it stood out to me for a reason, because I've been also thinking like, oh my gosh, what if everything that we consider bad or evil or whatever it is our own narcissistic tendencies that we have to overcome. It's really the shadows of ourselves.
Right, because I usually ask, define narcissism. What does that mean when you use that term? What are you saying about the other person?
For the longest, I thought it was like an individual, and it's not. It's not at all. I believe that narcissism is a part of ourselves that has been suppressed, that has been in the shadows, created from just like unfinished or unprocessed loops that fragmented ourselves. It's ourselves, just fragmented bits of ourselves.
I think we just complicated too much. I'm all about simple. Have you made a decision? Have you made a decision? And how do you know if you made a decision when there's no plan B? When there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it? When you make a decision and you're still talking about the possibility of it's not happening, you haven't made a decision. Whatever your reason is, whatever reason you want to give, you want to say it's your nervous system, you want to say my gut, you want to say my intuitive, you want to say, my healing isn't complete, you want to say, well, the NPC, the energy vampire, well, they did it, they said it, they keep doing it, they keep saying it. If you want to keep giving, okay, you're right. Everything you're saying, you're right, because you're the creator. You're right. So if your nervous system needs to be regulated before your manifestation comes, guess what? You're right. You're not
I
wrong.
see that. Yeah. It makes total sense. And now when I hear people speak about narcissism and how they're like, oh, these are just bad people, especially licensed therapists, like licensed
Mm-hmm.
mental health professionals. Uh, even when I see them like on panels and speaking about narcissism, they describe it as it's something external from the person experiencing how it was just some weird phenomenon that just happened. It wasn't your fault. It was just an entity that was just lurking and you just randomly bumped into it. My mind is blown when I hear these things now.
Yeah, because usually when I hear people say, "Oh, I dated a narcissist," or "I know what narcissist is," and my question is always, please describe that to me. Who are you describing? What are the what's the word I'm looking for? The not example, the symptoms. What are the symptoms of a narcissist? Explain that to me. Like, give me what the symptoms. How do you know that a person is a narcissist? What does that look like? And a lot of times it's like, oh, well, they're self-absorbed, they're unempathetic, they don't have. Oh, so you want to change them. You want them to care more about your feelings than you want them to care about their own. Does that happen? Can we change other people? Is that something that's not something we don't talk about changing others? We talk about changing self, right? Because if you're thinking that they're narcissistic, unempathetic, and they're only and selfish, who's creating it? Because who's thinking it? You are. You are the one assigning them these, because you're judging it as so, right? You're judging them as unempathetic, selfish, narcissistic, energy vampires. You're assigning, you're labeling it as such. Because the moment you decide that they're not, they won't be.
I don't know about that, child. I want to respond, but I'll wait. I'll let you finish your thought.
Well, it's Sienna's turn, so are you still there?
I'm here. My DoorDash came up.
Oh, okay, DoorDash. All right.
Come back to me. I'm gonna put away these groceries.
Okay. Key says a narcissist, a person who you are too weak to walk away from. Is you. You're the problem.
I'll just be brief when I speak about that. I used to be married to, I used to be married before, really quickly. And long story short, I thought we ended up getting divorced. I thought, oh, he's a narcissist. Like, oh my God, he's a narcissist. And da, 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 da. And I realized I just let that man walk over me. He did it because I allowed it. And it was not anything that could not have been fixed in terms of the behavior. I just had to decide that I wasn't going to deal with that behavior, whether that was through being with him or not being with him. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Okay, Ascension, hold on. We're going to go to Mia, then we'll come to you, then back to Sienna. Go ahead, Mia. Hey, Mia Slay all day. How do you do? Mia Slay forever.
I'm loving the discussion because I fight a tough battle every day because I'm a mental health therapist, a licensed therapist. And, I fight a battle because I'm also deconstructing. And, I'm deep in the psychology field. I'm a psychologist. So I love the whole knowing that everything is mental because I believe that. But it's also tough in my field because, there's a literal
Oh, you breaking up, Mia.
Actually describes these are all just made up subjective.
You're breaking up.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
You have a little signal.
It's probably because I'm driving. I'll come back when I'm at home.
Okay.
I'm almost home. So someone else can take my turn and I'll come back when I'm in my home Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ascension.
Okay. I just want to give my 2 cents. As somebody that has has had exposure to it, right? Being this is somebody that's an intimate family member who had a role in raising me, etc. I'm all about, you're the author over your own life, etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes down to someone that has like a personality disorder, just because I think that they don't have it now doesn't mean that they may not exhibit that behavior. Because just like what you said, or you asked the question, well, how do you know if they're a narcissist, right? I will respond, well, I can show you in the DSM-5, I can give you all the examples of everything that I've experienced with other people that I've experienced or other people that I know have experienced from this person, and they'll fit it like a glove. I'll tell you my experiences in therapy. I'll tell you what my therapist has said. I've even gone to the group therapy. I'll give the accounts on the people who had their uh, uh, thoughts on the matter with their mothers and fathers being narcissists or what's it called, diagnosis, that, etc. Right? But just because, again, we're the authors of our own reality, just because we may think that, okay, I control my reality, they're not a narcissist anymore, that they may change it or start to respond to us differently. I think in that manner, just so that people don't expose themselves to more harm, one has to make the decision that because it is a personality disorder, that one has to take accountability for exposing themselves to harm. Either you're going to go no contact or do whatever you need to do, or you put yourself in that situation. You see what I'm saying? I also think that a lot of people, especially in recent years, use the term very loosely, and it's almost like it causes like one to to abuse the term more loosely, so that people who are actually suffering with this personality disorder and their family members or friends or whoever, like that circle that has been exposed to that, I think it downplays their experience. You see what I'm saying? And so I do feel like a lot of people overuse it, so that when people say, okay, well, I dated a narcissist, did you really, or did you date somebody manipulative? Did you date somebody that didn't know themselves? Or did you date, or are you not taking accountability for the fact that you put yourself in this situation? You see what I'm saying? Versus someone who is really struggling with like mental illness. Like, I'll give an example. Somebody like Precious Mama on Precious. Like that Mariah Carey scene when she was sitting in the social worker office, like, wow, that was a ride listening to this. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I meant by like, okay, I may have to chime in on this because I have some experience. I mean, I'm not a clinical social worker. I do have a social work degree. That's one of the reasons why I did go to school, because I said if I don't get a hold of what's going on, I could be vulnerable, right? So I just wanted to share my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Now I'm not dismissing the fact that our like the guy was saying, because I say the Bible is a psychological book, and then he's talking about like how the psychological system deems different mental, what they like to call disorders, because people have been traumatized and conditioned and programmed and raised, whether it's religion or whatever traumatized them to make them think a certain way, right? Because babies don't come out like this. This is something that is programmed into us, and how we deal with people that is in our life. And some people use it as a defense mechanism. And so society calls it a disorder, right? And so if you have been traumatized and told from birth that you are nothing, that you are less than, that you are ugly, and that you'll never amount to anything, because look at your parents, look at your grandparents, look at your father, look at your whatever it is, and that's all that's beat into them. that's beat into them from birth. And then now they don't know how to, not everybody is capable of being able to handle that type of mental abuse. And so they get deemed with a disorder when yet they were abused themselves. And so it's just a system of a loop of passing down this trauma from one generation to the next generation to the next generation to the next generation. I'm not saying those people don't exist, just like we talk about anxiety being a disorder, depression being a clinical depression, right? Clinical anxiety. They all fall under that same mental disorder, mental health, right? But where does mental health steal from? From the mind, from people being conditioned to think a certain way and be told that they're less than. These people are not experiencing love. There's no love there. And so if they're not getting love, they definitely don't know how to give love. They don't even know what it looks like. And so we all have been traumatized through our educational systems, whether they were institutional, parental. They're all institutional. I mean, academic, religious, government, all of these institutions traumatized us, and everyone expresses it in a different way. And some people go through extreme cases because some people experience some extreme things. Not everybody experienced being abandoned and neglected and beat incessantly, incessantly, physically and mentally and emotionally. The mind, we're here to be treated with love, but when we're not treated with love, when we treat it in fear and manipulation and control and coercion, yes, we're not saying that those things don't exist. But do we take time to extend grace to people that do have these things and decide to because we just don't understand how powerful we are as gods, that we really can transform someone's reality just from thinking differently and treating them differently and not accepting what they're expressing. We lean into the disorder instead of leaning into love and understanding and grace. Is everybody built for that? No. We know everyone's not built for it. We know not everyone's built for it. But we create these monsters by telling them they're monsters. Keep telling somebody a monster, then wonder why they behave as a monster. Yeah, I'm not saying, but we don't have to stay in the situation though, right? You can love from afar. No one's saying that you should stay in a situation and be mistreated. Never saying that. Don't stay in a situation that's unsafe for you mentally, physically, and emotionally. Trying to prove how powerful you are. No, you remove yourself from the situation. And forgive yourself for even allowing yourself to be in the situation. Go ahead, Sienna.
I was back.
Oh, okay.
I'm still putting groceries away.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Go ahead, Mia.
Okay. So, yes, I was loving the conversation. It's an ongoing battle that I go through because of just my background being in the profession. I'm a clinical psychologist. I do therapy. I'm licensed and I deal with the field, but I also am a deconstructor, right? Mm-hmm. So I have deconstructed from religion, but I do know that all is mind. So I love psychology, right? So mm-hmm. But and how I have learned to kind of attack these mental disorders, because I have to work with people. I've worked with adults for so many years with every disorder in the DSM you can find. But I agree that society waters down. Everyone calls themselves depressed when they're sad. Everyone calls everybody narcissistic, and they don't even know the DSM real definition of it, but they just use it so loosely. And they identify with it. And we all know that whatever we identify with, well, you got to wear it. And, you know, I know that narcissistic relationships, and I can raise my hand and being affected by those in the past, and trying to kind of understand that it's kind of a tug of war that you place yourself in, and you really have to identify with your role in it. And the segment of the field of psychology that I'm in as a behavior analyst is understanding that our behavior is what controls the world. We are the operant power. And you can't go around trying, you know, although I change behavior for a living, literally, but I know that in the science of behavior modification, you are the only thing that has to change. The environment, the world. You don't change the person. Yes. You change. You have to be the change. You change how you respond. You change how everything. And that's how you change other people's behavior. You change. You change the environment. You manipulate the environment because you are the operant power. So I kind of have taken both roles because it's kind of hard being in the field, but also thinking differently about the control that these disorders have over us. You know, mental health, mental disorder is literally that. It's a disorder of your thinking, right? When anxiety is just you not knowing your power. Yeah, you're fixated on thinking about the past and things you can't control, when you're really just misusing your power and you don't know it. You're using it, you're just using it improperly and exploiting yourself. You're using it because you're using your mind to drift back and forth into the past and the future and trying to do things because you actually do have the control. You're just trying to control the things that you don't like. Or that you have
say that part. Right? You need to say that part louder for the people in the back.
You're focused on things that you don't want. That's what anxiety is. You're focused on your freaking fears. And that's why your ass needs some medicine. But if you used all that same energy to focus on all the things you do want and your desires and just being at peace, you'd be cool. You'd be living in heaven. But you in hell because you just using all that power to focus on what you don't want. So you're showing yourself that you can't float in the past and the future. The past don't matter. The present is the only thing that matters. That's why it's a gift. It's a present. Give it to yourself. Yes. And depression is just worry about things that have already happened that you don't have control over. Let it go. Be frozen. You know? And that's just disordered mind. You're not using your mind in its powerful sense. You know, schizophrenia, you hearing things, you seeing things, that's amazing. That shows you how powerful your mind is. It's just, you don't know how to use it right. And you have this skill in a world that told you you're crazy. Yeah. And you have this skill in a world that told you you're not good enough. Yeah. So your first go-to is something's wrong with you versus utilizing that, right? So it's a very slippery slope and how we deal with people. And, you know, we have to know that your self-concept is what you attract. And unfortunately, that narcissist, that person that's feeding off of us, we have to look inward and understand that we are in control and that we are not just, there's a psychology word called learned helplessness. And learned helplessness is what religion teaches you. That you are just at the whim of the world and everything, you just got to deal with it. Yep. You're not in control. You just got to deal with what happens to you. And everything you learn about race, everything you learn about money builds this whole wall of learned helplessness for you to be a victim of the world and not be empowered. And the last thing I want to say that, you know, when the other guy was up here talking and, you know, how you just come to find this place. And it just had to come to a point of knowing that I've been wanting a savior and ain't nobody coming. And I think I need to hire somebody else. I think I need to hire myself. And I remember there was a time when I was a little girl where I was dealing with meningitis really bad. And I was very sick and my mom thought I was going to die. You know, I was very sick and I had to get spinal taps. And I was very young. And I remember just being terrified and scared about getting the needles. And my mom was in the room with me and I was just praying, saying the Lord's Prayer over and over and over and over.
and apologizing and telling my sister, you can have all my Barbies, I'm so sorry. And now thinking about it, why the hell was I 11 years old apologizing and begging? Why was I so afraid and begging God to spare me and apologizing like what the hell I had to apologize for at 11? I shouldn't have even felt that way. I shouldn't have felt that afraid. And, thinking back at how I responded and how I was just begging God to spare me as an 11-year-old.
Wow.
And that shouldn't be, because I don't beg my mom and daddy to spare me.
Right.
So
that's what we're trained. Like you said, you're trained.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now I don't beg the God that is within me and my shepherd that leads and protects me anymore. I don't fear that he don't. I don't need to go begging him to make sure I'm good. But as a child, I felt like I had to do that. And there ain't no religion that make you really feel like you ain't protected. And he's supposed to be the father, and if anything that a father represents is security. So I shouldn't have to go beg my security. I should already feel secure, right?
Yes.
So there you go. So those are the type of things that make me feel comfortable in my deconstruction path, and how I had to learn that I could never really feel like I could be okay in a world that told me that I wasn't good enough to be okay. So that's really what I want to share. And I love the whole talk about the psychological stuff, because it is a very slippery slope. And, you don't want people to feel dismissed who may have these diagnoses or deal with it or have dealt with it or dealt people, but just feel empowered and know that, it's called a mental disorder. That means, but you can be renewed of your mind, right?
Yes.
So just be renewed and know that you are in control of your mind, and you are in control of anybody that is in your life. If you got a villain in your life, write the villain out the story.
Yes, that's it.
No villains.
No villains.
Okay. We only do love stories over here.
All right.
So that's all I wanted to add. I'm going to land my plane.
That's it. Thank you.
I want to speak on as a person that actually used to identify as a narcissist and a bipolar, schizophrenic, and depression. I showed up differently to everybody in a different person. Like some people probably said that I was a narcissist. Some people probably said, "Oh yeah, she bipolar." Or some people see me as the sweetest person on earth. It was not purposely done. So if you ever dealt with a narcissist or someone like that, it's not you. It's not like a personal thing. It's not. Well, of course they're gonna show up the way you think it is, but what I'm saying, as a person that actually used to identify as it, yes, it was me battling me, not the person that see me as that person.
Right.
So I want y'all to know that. And I will say, I wish people would have gave me so much grace, but people counseled me out, and they brought other things on me, like wanted me to unalive myself. But that's another story. Yeah. But anyways, that's not my story no more.
Thank you. That's it.
I want you guys to know, because I had situations where I showed up as that person in front of my kids, and they loved me still. They still gave me so much love. And so to them, they didn't think of me as that person. It was just one of those spells. I went through it. I used to identify as it. So you have those people in your life, give them grace, and use your power so they can show up different in your life. Yep. Please use that power, because it's gonna make them feel better if they show up like you want them to show up.
Beautiful.
I just wanted to
That's it. Beautiful. Thank you for that perspective. Yep. Because it's one thing to talk about it from a third person, second person, but to talk about it from first person, right? And to know that all is mind. And if we treated people as though they were God, as KRS-One would say, they would try to live up to that. But we treat people like they're monsters and sinners and less than, and wonder why they live up to that. Hello, the artist. You can unmute.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, great, great. How are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm good. I wanted to touch on that a little bit because when it comes to not even just like the narcissist individuals, but the last time we talked, I had a shit show, okay, and it was everything that I needed and hated at the same time, because what you're saying was exactly what I had to do, which was to like I had to go within my stillness and tell myself, like, straight up, like, this isn't even another person's doing. You get what I'm saying? Like the way that the panel was eating on me and really giving me all of the things. It was like you think you know it until you have to do it. You get what I'm saying? Until you're put in those positions where you really have to apply this thing. And it's easy when you're manifesting little stuff or you're creating realities that seem minute, but when it matters of the heart or matters of personality or things of that nature, it can be easy too. And I wanted to just share that with y'all. Like, it was so much easier. Like the situation, and I'm not gonna go into it, but it had changed so drastically that I immediately started talking to myself and was like, nah, because you're right. I am her. Like I'm deserving. I'm a good person. People enjoy my energy. I'm life. I'm not this. I'm not that. And I'm gonna just say, in a matter of 24 hours, I was getting apologies. I was getting, someone that individual coming to me and was just like, you know what, I was wrong for how I did that. I overreacted, this and then the other. And mind you, I was just like, all right, whatever. I just got to work on me. This is me. In my heart of hearts, I was like, I really have to, this is a me thing. And I had to own that and take accountability for that. And, to this day, it's like the energy is so different just by me taking ownership of myself and telling myself what I deserve and allowing that energy to kind of come back up into my reality. So the way that I wanted it to. So yeah, I just wanted to, to give love, show love, share love, and also receive love, because that's exactly what I asked for, So I appreciate y'all for, taking that time with me.
Most certainly. We'll do it again and again and again. That's what we're here for. we just have to remember, right, that it's all about focusing on the wanted and not the unwanted, right? Because a lot of times when you're in it, when you're having that experience of actually having to apply this truth, and when you get caught up in the circumstance, you want to repeat the circumstance. And so I'm here to facilitate, to remind you, don't give so much energy to the circumstance. And so I have to be more aware of when to cut the conversation off at the head and not allow you to give power to the circumstance, right? Because everyone is a mirror. Everyone is a mirror. And so circumstances are just that, circumstances. They have no power in and of themselves. They only have the power that you give it. And why would you give power to the circumstance? Why would you give power to the illusion, to the projection? The only reality is the mind. Consciousness is the only reality. The only thing that's real is what you're imagining. And then you see it on your 3D, your screen of space, as Dr. Joseph Murphy would say. The screen of space, the circumstances, you see it. A lot of times we don't like what we see, and we want to break the mirror. We want to beat the mirror up. And all we got to do is give grace to the onlooker. Give grace to the onlooker. Who's the onlooker? You. You're the one perceiving the circumstance. Give yourself grace. Don't beat yourself up. Just what? Change the way you're thinking. Change your assumptions. It's so simple, and we like the simple cannot be that easy, but it is. We want to make the simple difficult when it's unnecessary. the simple really is easy. It's as simple and as easy as just deciding to think differently, to assume the better. Like, why would I cut my nose off to spite my face? A lot of us do that, right? We're going to cut our nose off to spite our face. Really? Are you walking around with a missing nose? Mm-mm. Grace, forgiveness, love, and repentance. Your fourfold ministry. Right? Just repent, for the kingdom of your good is at hand. Me too, Mia. Me too. The kingdom, all you gotta do is repent, because the kingdom of your good is now at hand. It's right there. It's right in your hands. It's right in your hands. Just gotta change the way you think. Stop thinking the worst. Stop allowing emotions to, I know, we're here to have the human experience. So yes, once you have the human experience of feeling disappointed, feeling nervous, feeling, overlooked, once you have those emotional feelings, okay, why am I experiencing this? Because I want to know what it felt like to be disappointed. So I created this reality of disappointment, because who created it? It didn't happen out of nowhere. And just remind yourself, I created it because I wanted to experience what that felt like. Like, I really never, like, I heard about disappointment. I don't really, but now I truly know what it means to be really disappointed in a quote unquote seeming other. I really know what that feels like. I don't feel like that again. Go ahead.
Can I tell you something too? You know what's crazy is I can pinpoint when I created that experience. Mentally. I mean, that's why I sat in that stillness for maybe about 2-3 days, and I just was not on social media. I turned my phone off and everything, because I'm like, yo, this is deeper than that situation. This is me having to do some real inner work in regards to remembering what and how I did that thing. So I'm sitting with it or whatever. I have many conversations with myself in the AM and stuff like that. But I was in full conversation mode, for a couple of days. And I was just talking to myself and just giving myself encouragement. And then I remembered, I was like, oh, me starting that, I had just started my, my TikTok or whatever. And I had that moment where I'm like, well, what if people don't receive me? What if I'm not doing it right? What if they don't like that was the moment when I entered that, when fear and doubt and pushing away of energy entered the chat. I knew that. I didn't know that at the time, but I knew that at that moment when I was thinking back on it. I'm like, that was the insecurity. That was the fear. That was, will people accept me? That was, am I good enough? Type of thing. You know what I'm saying? So trust me when I tell you.
Yeah, and we've all been there.
I didn't like it in the moment.
Right. Everybody's been there. Everybody's had that seed of doubt, that seed of insecurity, and for a lot of us, it did play out. But the beauty of this life, there's the mercy seat of God, the mercy seat of good, right? You get to change it. You don't have to accept the outcome. You get to rearrange it. You get to recreate it. You get to revise it and say what you wanted to happen, not what did happen.
But that's how powerful we are. Yep. I mean, I really had to give myself props, almost like it happened quickly, on both sides of things, So just reminded myself to be mindful, be mindful of what it is that I'm not just saying out loud, but within. Because if I'm going to do this work, I am doing this work, and I know what this work brings about in regards to being intentional about, what you say and how you are the creator of your own life.
And just lighten up, right? Yeah. Even that, it's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of a new one. It's right. It's just like, it's no big deal when you really look at it in hindsight being 2020. You'd be like, man, I'm tickled pink. I tickle myself. Like, I really did. Like, you gotta laugh at yourself, because if not, you would drive yourself crazy. You gotta find the humor in it all, right? Like, my human self really did that. I bought all into that human self. Like you something else. You a trip, you know. Like you gotta find you know, you gotta lighten up.
Yes, speaking of humor, Prosperous, I have a question because I guess the versions of my senior citizens been attacking me.
You said the senior citizen's been attacking you.
The senior citizen ladies. You know, they're like, you know, curious of why I am not married.
Oh.
And the senior, the black senior citizen women ladies, it was a good 4 or 5 of them. They was coming for me. I said, dang, I know y'all aspects of me, but wow, let me see myself clearly, right? Because they were coming for me like, you're not married. Do you understand the importance of a marriage? I said, enlighten me. They said, well, the man is the head and you are the neck. You got to remember, you are the neck, young lady. There is a patriarchal system and it's designed because first the Lord, then the man, then first the father, then the man, then the woman and the children. You can't do things where you are at the top of the head, where you're the head. You are not God, young lady. The senior citizens came for me today, y'all.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
So I was just saying,
but you were telling us before that the man was your protector. You still have that energy. It's all just being reflected back to you.
I shed it.
Nah, it's just being reflected back to you. And it shows itself in many different. It expresses itself in many ways because you just came to that realization like a couple of lives ago, right? Because how have you really dealt with that? The man is there as a reflection of you, not someone to lead and guide you. Right. And here's the thing, it's nothing wrong if that's what you think. Here's the thing, but there's nothing wrong if that's what you think. Just know that when you operate from that mindset, you don't get to say how they're going to come and lead now, right? So now they may try to tell you got to work for them.
Well, I haven't been attracting any more pimps lately, and I haven't, been looking for a savior. So I'm just trying to figure out.
Right.
Now,
but
different level.
But it's just like I always give the analogy. It's like a chicken with his head cut off. A chicken with his head cut off, has no life, but it appears to, right? A chicken running around with his head cut off. Well, if it's been cut off at the neck, it no longer has life, but it's running around as though it does still have life. So even though you've changed that reality inwardly, the 3D is a time lapse, right? It has to catch up to your new reality. So how do you make sure that you are not resurrecting? Hello, Resurrecting Sunday. That you're not resurrecting the old state. You cannot give attention to it.
Okay, you just hit something for me. Explain the time lapse and how to bring my physical version online, so if there's no delay.
Don't react to it. So how did you respond to these women saying, girl, you need a man, that the man is the head and you the neck and it's a patriarchal society? Like, what was your feelings about that? It was like, oh, that's old news. I used to think that way. I don't think that way.
I start laughing, and then I literally start laughing. Then one of them said I was disrespectful. I was like, oh man, I'm so sorry, ma'am. I'm not trying to disrespect you, but this is funny. But so, and it was downstairs. There's a restaurant in my building, and I was ordering some stuff, and they were giving me this conversation, and I should have walked away from it, but yeah, I let them talk.
I mean, as long as you weren't bothered by it, was there an emotional reaction to it? Like, were you bothered by it? Were you like, well, then it doesn't matter then. It was just the old story playing. Who cares, right? Oh, that's old story. Okay. That's just old story. I don't even think that way no more. That's it.
Okay, well, can you also talk about that lapse, though? I'd love to hear more about that, how that happens and what we can do to integrate that.
Well, the lapse is, so I was saying this earlier, a lot of people complain about the lack of instant manifestations, right? And I say, but you're actually glad you don't have an instant manifestation, because we all think some fucked up shit sometime, right? Like, we have some thoughts and we're glad that the thing doesn't happen the moment we were thinking it. We only want the good stuff to instantly manifest, but we know we don't always think good things. We know we don't. So we're glad for the lapse of time, that time gap between me thinking it and then me seeing it. And so when you're thinking the new state, how you quote unquote speed up, but again, there's no time in consciousness. There's no such thing as time. Time only appears to be slow because, again, that's subjective, right? Everything time is subjective. But what you're seeing, if you're not seeing the new thing that you've created, is only because it hasn't what? Flourished. You just planted the seed. Now, some seeds grow up overnight, mushroom. Then some things take a little longer, plants and trees, and right, like you plant a rose bush, you know you don't expect to see it tomorrow. But we know mushrooms can grow overnight. That's what they tell us. They grow overnight. But how tall does a mushroom grow and how long does it last?
Right.
You want the thing to be firmly planted within you. You want to be the person that doesn't need a man. Not just say you're the person who doesn't need a man. Not to say that you won't have a husband, but have you truly changed the reason why you want that relationship? Because it has to be more than it just not being a protector. Like, what does that mean to be married? See, it's not enough not to say negative things. You also have to say good things. People focus on not being negative, but don't focus on being positive. The script says, let every man not speak ill of his neighbor. Well, you also want to speak good of the neighbor. It's not enough not to be negative. You also want to go ahead.
How do you view a marriage?
How do I view marriage?
Yeah.
As we're a partnership. Like my husband and I, we go together like hand in a glove. Like we really fit. Like he does his thing, I do my thing. And I'm not saying so in the beginning, before I got married the second time, I went in saying no nagging, not carrying no baggage, right? I wanted to be different in this relationship. Now, when I first got married, some insecurities still were still there. They still were lying dormant. And I didn't realize they were there until certain situations happened, right? Then I was like, okay. And it was causing a little friction in the marriage. But knowing the law of mind, I knew that it wasn't anything I needed my husband to do for me to feel secure. It was I had to change the way I was thinking. There was things I had to do inwardly, right? And I had to see, like, even though you're saying like you're enough and you're that girl and you're telling yourself all of that, now to actually implement it and apply it and feel safe in the marriage and secure in the marriage, that was the work I had to do mentally. And even if situations presented themselves where I still reacted from an insecurity, I changed it. I would replay it in my mind and create a different experience. I love revision. That's why I talk about revision all the time, because I do it. I always apply it. I always apply revision. I don't think marriage is a cookie cutter. I think you have to decide what works for you. Is my marriage a traditional? It's more traditional. It's more 1950s type relationship. I'm a stay-at-home wife. My money is my money. His money is our money. He has his bank account. I have my bank account, and we have shared bank accounts. But he, for the most part, takes care of the family financially. However, I am the one that balances the books. So even though he makes the money, I fry it in the pan and I distribute it. I'm the one who mostly grocery shops. Not that he doesn't, but who mostly grocery shops. I'm the one who mostly cooks. Not that he doesn't, he does. Um, like our different responsibilities is like it kind of just happened, but I will say it kind of happened like what most people would think traditionally. Like I wash the clothes, and he would, he mows the lawn. Of course we got adult children too, and they help out with chores within the home. But if it was just me and him, and we had no one else here, he would either be paying someone to do the landscaping and everything, and he would be the one that mopped and threw out the garbage, and then I would be the one that cooked and and cleaned. And like I always laugh and say, my husband has never cleaned a bathroom since we've been together. But I've also never thrown away garbage. I've never mowed a lawn. I've never shoveled snow. Right? He now fills up my gas tank. He washes my car. Like, yeah, the
That's
bookkeeper.
cute. I like that. So besides the household chores, how do you guys meet each other's needs where it's just at ease?
Yeah, it's just at ease. I mean, I don't get too much into like the intimate stuff, but everything is easy. Yeah, everything is easy. I mean, like I talked about, he makes sure that I have my favorite drink, my favorite snacks, right? I shop for him. I buy his clothes, his shoes. I basically dress my husband for the most part, yeah, because he's more of a blue collar type guy. So he's more with his hands. He works on construction equipment, and he builds things with wood. So yeah, I mean, it's just real easy. It's almost hard to explain when it's so easy. Emotional.
What about emotional needs? Yeah.
Emotional.
Are those things that we working within ourselves or in a partnership?
So give me an example. What do you mean by emotional needs? Because to me, the emotional needs come when you feel safe and secure within yourself, right? I don't need my husband to do anything to make me feel happy. The happiness is from within me. And so we come together and we laugh and we talk and we enjoy one another. And that's easy. Conversation, communication is easy. I don't have a hard time expressing myself. He doesn't have a hard time expressing himself. When I used to work, he used to like leave me love notes and stuff like that. That's when I used to go to work, and sometimes I would find stuff in like my purse or something, and he would leave little love messages and stuff like that. But now I've been stay-at-home wife for like about 5 years, so probably don't get that as much as I used to. And sometimes he'll send flowers just because, and but like I said, we are an open book, so the communication, that's how we knew that we were meant for each other, because that was there from the beginning. Us being easy to be ourselves, and we didn't have to like put on airs or pretend to be something that we weren't.
Or adopt whatever they're doing.
Right.
Do your own thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I'm really into football. He'll watch it sometime. He's been to games with me, but he's not a big football person. But he'll listen to me talk about it. He comes home, he shares his day with me. I don't know nothing about construction equipment, he fish, he's a fisher. I'll go with him fishing, and I never thought that I would do. He likes camping. I never thought that I would like that because I'm not a outdoorsy person, but I've gone camping with him, roughed it for real, like real rough, like no running water type camping we done.
like in a tent outside?
Yes. But you find yourself doing things that you probably wouldn't think that you would do just because you like being with the person, and he's going to take care of me. My husband is going to take care of me. Like he's going to make sure that everything is like, that I'm not like, that I'm comfortable. He's always going to make sure that I'm comfortable, whatever setting that we're in. He got me. Yep. He said, I need a cabin. We talking about going, camping this year, but we're talking about doing it in a more upscale cabin this time. But it was cool. He cooked. He did all the breakfast. He cooked the breakfast over the open flame with the skillet and everything. But yeah, my husband takes really good care of me. Very, very considerate. Very, very considerate. Looks out for me. Make sure I'm always good. Always. He thinks of me. Like it was this couple on TikTok, and they were saying, what the husband does for the husband talked about what the wife did for him, and then she talked about what he did for her. And I commented under hers, I was like, oh my goodness, y'all are just like a younger version of us, because everything that she did for him, I do for my husband. Everything he did for her, my husband does for me. I think they thought I was talking about looks, because a lot of people was like, oh my goodness, you all look like I wasn't talking about looks. I was talking about what they do for one another. But I think people thought I was talking about the way we looked. I'm like, no, everybody's their own, whatever. But yeah, I mean, what I know is the person that's for you will love everything about you. They're not going to try to change you. They're going to love everything about you. And yes, well, you may have to communicate some things that maybe they may not be aware of that you also like. That's why communication is key. You tell them, hey, I love when you do this, or could you do less of that, or this is what I really, really love. And if they're for you, they're going to make sure that they give that to you. And it's not going to be because, some ultimatum or something, but just because out of love, because you love you, they're going to reflect that back to you. And you're going to do things that that they love. So yes, I know that he loves certain type of foods, and like my husband's real easy too. So like he's real easy. But I make sure I'm going to the store and making sure he's at work. Hey, you need me to get anything? You thinking of something? You want something that maybe you didn't see in a, and he's coming home. He always calls me, lets me know he's coming home. It's just like I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but not really. But and I know everybody's not the same. Not every relationship is the same. I'm not saying that the things that my husband and I do for one another, that people need to mimic that. No, your person is going to fit you like a glove. You're not going to be a nagger. You're not going to be finding things wrong. You're not going to, because it's been over 11 years, right? And so it's not the things I like. Year one is the things I still like. Some people are like, oh, well, that gets thin the longer you're with someone, or the longer you're with someone, the things that you thought were cute, they're going to bug you later. Not so. Not when you're in love. The love doesn't wear off. It doesn't wear off. You just find more things to want to share. Like we travel by, I know people that are married, they would never travel by themselves. We don't have a married couple to travel with. We travel by ourselves. We go everywhere together. We have a great time.
Yeah, I love that. That's beautiful. It sounds very balanced and easy.
Yep. And like he said, because he's in here and do it without manipulation. Right. Now, I'm not doing the things I do. It's not like, oh, I'm going to do this so because I need to ask him to do something. I'm trying to get him to. No, it's like we are very straight up, no chaser. There is no ulterior motives for what we do for one another. We do it simply because of who we are. Because of who we are. I don't do things to try to get him to do some things for me, and he doesn't do things for me to try to get me to do something for him. Right, that's it. It's not transactional. Yes, we are best friends. Yep. That's how I know marriage can be easy, because I've had to struggle marriage. I know what that looks like. And I have effortless marriage. So I know the effortless marriage is possible because I'm living it. And again, I'm not saying that we don't have, there won't be some bumps in the road, but because we're able to stay married and can talk well of each other, it's because we were able to work it out and talk through it. Communication is so key. You got to be willing to be honest and open with your partner because you're really just talking to you anyway, right? They're just mimicking and reflecting you. So it's a beautiful thing. Marriage is a beautiful thing. It really is. It really is. When you can have expectations, just don't go in expecting to change people though. Like getting into a relationship just to see everything wrong with the person and wanting them to be different, then why are you with them? Aren't you going to marry somebody that you actually like? You like them, you like the way they smell, you like the way they cook, or you like the way they're goofy, or they're full of humor, or they make you laugh. Like you like those things. I hope that's why people get married, because they, but again, like I said, I had the marriage where I ain't gonna say I necessarily liked the first one, but you be infatuated, and you, the fear of being alone, and the fear whatever was going on with that time period, you know. Hindsight 2020, I would have definitely chose someone different. Yeah, sounds like the church, that part. Yep, yep. But when I was out of church, I no longer had those fears. I was not operating in fear when I got married the second time. I didn't have a fear of being alone. I had 3 children, and how many children I had did not play a role in if I thought I would get someone who would love me and love my children. That never entered my mind either.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that religion and a lot of our indoctrination in religion breeds our past fixations? And I can kind of answer my own question because I've directly observed it from the people that come in this room. But if there's like a fixation on fixing other people, or a fixation on pinpointing things in other people that isn't good enough.
Yep.
Versus being attracted to the good in people.
I know, right?
You know?
Yeah.
And I think that is a problem for like a lot of people in our past, you know, in relationships and all things. It's just like, we don't think that everyone is God. So we think that everyone has this bad side. We think that everyone has these deep, dark, you're not really good, you don't really love me, you're not this. So we kind of already have that in the back of our mind, that we need to find out who you really are.
Right, because you already have this undertone of a demon, a devil, a Satan on my right. Yeah. So, your person got the devil, or their demon person, or they're acting like a witch, or like you use these type of terminologies against one another, and you never feel, like you said, good enough or worthy enough.
Because anytime you think someone else couldn't be good, you have to think that about yourself.
Yep. Yep. Those Jedi mind tricks is what I call them. Yep, always making you feel less than, always making you feel unworthy, right? And the whole dynamic of the man being the head, that plays a lot on a woman's psyche, right? Of thinking that, well, it's the man that has to choose me. Not that we're choosing each other. It's the man that's choosing. Because when a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing, right? So it's all and the man gets to determine what's what and how the relationship is going to go. It's all up to the man, and the woman is just a damsel in distress looking to be saved by the man that's going to come up on his white horse and save and put her life right in order. Man, that's that.
Savior complex.
There you go. That's it. The savior complex. The man is gonna come in. He's gonna save you from yourself. He's gonna save you. It's wild. And normally
some of these bills. I just need someone to save me.
And normally you're gonna be disappointed. If you're looking for a savior and a man, you're gonna be severely disappointed. Because nobody can save you. So if that's your reason for getting married, because you think once you get married, everything in life is going to go smoothly, you're going to be disappointed.
It's exactly like having kids, right? Like, if you don't want to be, if you're like,
Don't want to be alone, right?
Yeah,
You want somebody. I just need a child. I need somebody to love me unconditionally.
That's totally different than
Oh my God. I cringe whenever I hear people acting like your children are put here to save you or
Yeah,
to make your
yep.
life, give you the love. My children are here to give me the love I never got. Oh, I feel bad for your kids. Your kids gonna be running from you by the time they get 18.
Yeah, it's unfair to the kids, right? They didn't ask to be put in this earth. So,
Oh my goodness.
you have to be careful.
All relationships were meant to be enjoyed, right? Regardless of what type of relationship, whether it's the parent to child or whether it's the siblings or however that relationship goes, and whether it's friendships or it's, you know, the marital relationships or significant other, right? All relationships are just meant to be enjoyed. Like, the reason why you're coming to be with the person, giving your time to this person, is because you should be enjoying them, right? And that's why I had to relearn about being a parent, because how I was raised, my mother didn't enjoy being a mom. And when you are under that great spell and delusion, you don't even realize that you're just carrying on the same beliefs that your parents passed down to you, where children are just there to be seen and not heard. They're there to help clean up the house. They're there to, like, they're just there to be your servant almost until they're of a certain age. And it's like that. It's just crazy how we have been told to view life and to view children as if children don't have feelings, and if they don't have a way that they're seeing the world, and they have goals and options, and how they want to express themselves. And it's like, that's what we're supposed to be curating, that in them, that they should feel safe to be themselves and express themselves in whatever way they feel comfortable with, without them being judged negatively about it.
I think culturally, that's that one thing that culturally, that I think personally, that's just my own belief, that as a Black person, that I believe we kind of fell short, because I always looked at my peers who weren't Black, like, my white friends. And, back in the day, I was like, they can express themselves a bit more.
Yeah.
Have more choice and a little bit more personal freedom. And now looking back, that I kind of like that. And there was nothing really wrong with that, with certain limitations, because I don't think that to raise up a child is not to control a child.
Right.
I believe it's parents' job to make sure your child is safe, secure, and know that they have that relationship to come to, but they should be able to experience life and explore it in a safe way.
Yeah.
But you're not to control their temperament to the point where they can't be themselves. They can't, express and learn about life in a safe way. And I think that sometime in Black culture, we kind of dominate children so much that we pigeonhole them to where they make a whole lot of mistakes. They don't know how to think for themselves, and they succumb to a lot of things that they might not have if they had more time to kind of explore and experience life.
Yeah, the fear mechanism is real, and fear, of course, expresses itself. I'm not going to say that the white tea culture didn't also, because if the white tea culture grew up like what we would call, the trailer park trash, right? That's what they, we were told the hood, and they told the wrong side of the tracks or trailer park, right? They also dealt with, they might have just had different, because I'm not going to say they also weren't traumatized, because they did have some parents that were very abusive towards them too. They had drinking parents that whooped them and beat them too. So I'm not going to say they were excused from that plot in life as well, because money normally has a lot to do with how we are raising our children, right? The money plays a heavy factor in what we allow our children to be expressive of, right? Because when you have money, like my daughter and I were talking about this, like, in my Maya, she was because our grandson on spring break, his mom didn't go. And our youngest daughter, we took them on spring break, and my daughter was like, "Oh, isn't it nice to have grandparents?" It was thinking like, yeah, but my grandparents, that my grandmother was a Jehovah's Witness, so that means I didn't get birthday money. I didn't get Christmas, right? Got no presents from my, not to say they never bought me anything, but it wasn't going to be no every year, here's something for your birthday or here's something for Christmas. That didn't happen. Like my grandfather did buy me my prom dress, and they did, they did take me school to buy school clothes a couple of times, but they weren't like regular part of our life where they spent a whole lot of time with us and did things with us outside of coming over to their home and maybe spend a night or whatever. And then my daughter's so my oldest daughter's parents, and even my younger, their fathers are not in their life, so they only got my mother as a grandparent. And then my mother and my stepfather, they didn't have a whole lot. So my daughter, she didn't go on trips with them, but they did make sure birthdays and Christmases, they did do that. So it was like, and then now me as a grandparent, I actually have a little bit more money than the previous ones. And so I'm actually taking my grandchild on vacations and stuff. And, he's getting to see, go outside of his, neighborhood or what have you. But it's just showing like how just three different generations, how those things has changed. And it's all because of money. Like my grandparents and my mom, they didn't have a whole lot of money, so they didn't do a whole lot of stuff with us. And it had a lot to do with probably how they raised us and how they looked at life, because they didn't have a whole lot, so they couldn't give us a whole lot. And a lot of times when you don't have a lot of money, you frustrated, and what are you doing? Taking your frustration out on your children. Yep, revising the cycle. Yep. And I know that's not the story for a lot of, like, I'm just talking about my story. I know there are people that were born in, they had their parents two income home, they were able to, go on vacations and get different things in life. That just wasn't my story. I know that there are Black families that were able to give their children, and and it's not first generation, right? They can look back and say, well, no, the history of our family lineage we've always kind of had, we've always been kind of well to do. People went to college educated, people had careers and two family homes. So I'm not saying that, of course, we know those things exist. Unfortunately, they're not talked about a lot. Unfortunately, we don't get that conversation a lot. We would love to hear more and more, Black families where they're the two parent homes, and it was a generational thing. Oh, okay. I know that's right. Andrea said they've been on multiple cruises. Oh, that's beautiful. Yep. Like my grandson, he'll be going on his first cruise this year too. So he'll get to experience. Yep. But yeah, it's just like, and you realize, like I realized, look at my life, how different it is growing up and what my grandparents and what my parents experienced. And we definitely have broke the cycle of this lack mentality, and making sure that we pass it down to our children, not to have this lack mentality. Oh, yeah, we're going the first week of, we're going during the 4th of July. Yeah. Would y'all have anything else to say before I get ready to close out the live?
For some reason, now I can't remember what it was. What it was. It was a while back. No, loving this conversation. Preach.
I don't have anything to say, but thank you for allowing me on the panel today and being a part of this conversation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your questions. You have some thought-provoking questions for the panel. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Nothing else to say. I'm so glad you came back and resurrected on this resurrection.
I know, right?
There's a couple questions on YouTube I just wanted to bring up really quickly. First of all, Patricia is asking, where did you meet your husband? And then there's another question about where we are. And we're on Facebook. I will drop the link in YouTube.
Oh, nice. Thank you. We met on online on a dating app online. And what was the second question?
He was asking, someone was asking if we have a Discord.
Oh no, we don't have a Discord.
Yeah, but we're on Facebook.
We do have a Facebook. It's a private group, so if you want to come over there and start the discussion, I would really love for people to ask more questions on the Facebook group. But we don't get a lot of questions on the Facebook group. We share things, but we don't really have a conversation, a thread going about manifestation or topics about the Bible. But that would be a great thing to do. Hey, Alice, how are you? Did you mean to come up? I don't think Alice meant to come up.
And the user is also
the dating app that you guys met on.
Oh, Black People Meet. I don't even think that dating app is available anymore.
Like BOK?
No, I don't know. Unless they changed the name of it. The name of it was Black People Meet. I don't think it's. I don't think.
Check it out and see if it's in service. I'll let you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know a lot of people. They're doing the what is it? The Tinder or Grinder or whatever it's called, and
Grinders for the gays.
Oh, okay. And Facebook, I know a lot of people do Facebook too. Like my cousin, he met somebody on Facebook. He just proposed to her. They've been dating for a year. He met her on Facebook.
I love that.
Yep, they bought a house together too. Yep.
Like he just slid in her DMs, or was it like a Facebook dating thing?
Yeah, it's a Facebook dating thing. Because he said what it was is that she wasn't having a good experience with it. She said, I'm gonna try one more time. And they met. My cousin's a great guy. He had just got out. He had just got divorced. He had been married for like 23 years. And they end up going their separate ways. And he's always been, he's like the faithful marrying type guy. And so, yeah.
So can you stay on for just a second? So
Sure.
The link to the person on YouTube for the Facebook group.
Oh, okay.
He was asking if it's a women only group, and I was explaining to him, no, it's everyone.
I wonder why I'm not seeing those questions.
I don't know. On YouTube?
Yeah.
No clue.
Yeah, I can only see you would say this is not a Christian live. That's last. And you deleted somebody's
diatribe.
No, Sir Jacob. I don't know how long ago that was, but yeah, that was a while ago.
Wait, I'm on the most recent link. Yeah, I'm on the most recent link. Okay. I just dropped the link in the YouTube chat for anyone who wants to join the Facebook group.
Oh, okay.
And here you can just go to Toya's page on TikTok and go to her link tree. It's the first link.
Yep. The Facebook group. Yep. Go to the link tree. You can also find a link tree, I believe, on YouTube too, in my bio. And go to it's the first link in the link tree. It takes you right to the Facebook group. And I have some ebooks as well. They used to be free. They were free for like 2 years. They're now, it's a small donation of $5, or you can get all 3 for $11. 30-day transformation journey, daily diamond gems, and the recipe for life, which is about manifestation based on the script Mark 11:24. Therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. That is the manifestation script, because it says whatever. It does not matter. You can have whatever. The only thing you have to do is convince yourself that it's yours. That's what it says. Believe you have received. Convince yourself that it already belongs to you, and it will. Decide that it is, and it shall be. It's so simple. Decide that it is, which means there are no plan Bs. There is no, well, what if it doesn't happen? Or why is it taking so long? Blah, 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 blah. No, just decide that it's yours. When it happens, should be of no consequence to you. Because if you need it right away, if you're desiring, like you need shelter or you need your rent paid, then the money's going to come exactly when you need it to come, because you've decided that you're not getting set out. You've decided that you're going to stay in your space. So then the money has to show up. Where it's coming from, I have absolutely no idea. You just have to know that it will, because it has. You have to decide that the option of moving is not in your reality. If that's the place you want to stay, decide that you will. You need, you lost your job or whatever, and you need money, or you need a job, like, know that the right position is ready for you to fill it. And you get, like, some people talk about inspired actions. Well, that's going to naturally happen because you say that you already have what you want. So the inspired action is a natural step. Isn't something you have to think about. It naturally happens. Normally things happen when you're not thinking about the next step. When you're not thinking about it is usually when it happens. When you have let go and let the good happen, which is what Christians say, let God. Let go and let God, which means let go and let the good take place. Let it take place. Get out the way. Move. Get out the way. Get out of the way of your blessing. You're blocking it. Move out the way. Stop blocking your blessing. Thank you, Sunflower. Yes. Go ahead, Latoxic.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I know it's not Manifestation Wednesday, but I just wanted to say that to reiterate what you're saying. I literally have this whole thing about working hard, and that's how I was raised. But anyway, I'm trying to work out of that, and so I said to myself, prove to me that I don't have to work to get money.
All right, we like this. People love some money. They love money manifestations. Go ahead.
Okay, that's all I'm about. Getting the money. Okay, so anyway, long story short, I was just minding my business when two things happened. The first thing happened was I got an email from a professional group that I'm in, and they're like, "Hey, did you mean to register? Did you mean to pay X amount for this event? It was only $5." And I was like, "Oh," so they gave me money back for that. Something I just registered for the wrong thing, and then they were like, "Oh, here's your money back."
Nice.
The other thing is, I found a savings account. I was just on my phone, and I found a savings account that I forgot about that had just been, out in the ether somewhere. And I was like, wow, I completely, did not even think about this account. I opened it years ago, and there was still, money in it now, everything like that. And I was like, oh,
There you go.
So anyway, I've been
trying no effort. The effortless way. Yes. Thanks to everyone, the chat, the panel. It's always a good time. Even those who had the opposing views make the conversation interesting, keep us sharp and on our toes, reminding us that we're the operant power, and never let us forget why we left Christianity. You never fail to let us remember. Don't let us forget why we're no longer Christians. Thank you for the reminder, because we be needing, like, man, because when we hear y'all, we be like, woo. I remember when I used to think like that, jumping through hoops, doing those mental gymnastics, trying to convince yourself why this stuff makes sense when you know that it doesn't. You be like, oh, the struggle is real. The struggle is real. Oh my goodness. We appreciate you guys for that. We really appreciate you guys. All right, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, fun day, Resurrection Day. We have risen to the truth. Thank you. Bye bye, guys. Talk to you later.